I'm on a lot. Hold on. I'm in the middle of a live. I'll be right back, people. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, people. Yeah, my first live back. We're gonna, well, I hope this is gonna be a wonderful, live here. We're gonna talk about all kinds of spiritual things. Um, Great, wonderful. Thanks for being here, Big Texas Girl. Hello, Bass. Hello, Kit Kat. Hello, everybody. We're gonna get this live going. We're gonna invite some people up in here. We're gonna get the new show going. First I have to check something because we have some people that like to play around. So I'm gonna have to adjust some certain things here. So we don't have to deal with no kinds of funny business in the middle of our live. Because it's not just my live, it's your live too. We're all here to enjoy the fun time of expressing how we are with each other. And I hope we can have a great time and enjoy ourselves. Yeah, right. Thank you. Thanks for the love. I don't know if you can read it. I should probably put it a little bit lower. I didn't think that it was going to be an issue. But I do have my Cash up there and stuff like that. If people feel like they want to do a little donating here. Because, I have to replace some stuff and I have to get some stuff from... I have to recover from what had happened to me a couple months ago. So we're gonna get this show going. Great to see you here, Trina. Great to see you, Beth, and great for Dizzy to be here. And who else is in here? Let me see. Who do we have in here so far? Kit Kat, Beth, Trish, Michelle, Ruth. Great to have you here too. We're all making our way up in here. It's not just gonna be me talking this time, because it might be interesting, but I have a lot to say. Yeah, it's great to be here. Great to all able to come here together and enjoy each other's company for the next hour or two. It depends on how we decide to go. And how the live goes. If we do awesome, then I'll stay on longer. There is some donating up there. If you don't feel like donating to TikTok, yeah, thank you. It's a shirt I had to repair. I bought it and I got tons of new shirts. Thank you. See all my new shirt? I got plenty of new shirts. I got plenty of new things. I like to show everybody. So when you join the lives, you're gonna have some great things happening. Let's see. Do we have anybody that wants to come up right now and express how they feel about spirituality? Because that's what we're gonna talk about tonight, guys. We're gonna talk about spirituality, and we're gonna talk about how we how we can enjoy each other's company as spiritual people. Yeah. So if anybody wants to come up, we'll have Azio come up. He likes to talk. We'll have somebody come up here because I don't like talking to myself. We're gonna start this live up here.
Hey, Brim. Good evening. I was just wanted to drop by and tell you that I'm working for the next hour or so, but I still got a second. Oh, how are you today? Nice to see you.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if it was 8 o'clock Eastern time or 8 o'clock Central time. So I should
Oh,
have took a note. But it's a good thing I dropped in. I'm actually going inside a building here in downtown my area. So, but I'm very glad that you are doing this live tonight. A lot of us need it, including myself. And when we share wisdom and company, it's a great thing. But I just want to let you know, as soon as I'm down from the building, I'll actually return back up in here.
good. That'd
Um,
be wonderful, man. Great to hear you. Great to see you here. We're going to talk about spiritual things today. Not
oh,
sure
that's
what,
great.
not sure what the target's going to be yet, but I'm going with the flow, and we're going to go with the spiritual life and the spiritual way of things go. Let the universe take us on this joyride that we're all going to take.
Yes, it's the only way to go. And thank you so much, and thank you for the support. And like I said, I'll commit myself as soon as I come back down from the building. Also, I just like to say hello to Beth and everybody's here,
Hey,
and
Israel.
thank you, Brent, for this community here that you're providing us. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so much welcome. We all need that.
Hey, Brim.
Hey, Beth, how you doing?
I'm good. Don't be nervous. It's gonna be fine.
I even got
Yeah.
my hair spiky instead of bald.
Oh, I can tell. I could definitely tell you had done something different.
Spiked it.
It looks good.
Yeah, I wanted more accessories, but I was making a bead bracelet today, and it shattered for some reason.
What kind?
Oh, um, this is what I'm going to be wearing in the future if I ever get a chance to fix them. Um,
Ooh, is that I just had the name of it and I just lost it. Bronzite?
no, this is it's obsidian with some golden writing in Japanese,
Ah, okay.
and I got some more obsidian here, and it's got some I think it's obsidian. I don't know. Well, it
Have you
looks
tried
like it.
pyrite?
Yeah, it's got some cool stuff in there. That's all I got right now. I was making this with the spacers and everything. It looked really cool, but it then shattered in my hand. So, I learned not to do two with these. I'm gonna have to do three or four
Oh yeah,
because
definitely. Because that's the what millimeter is that?
it says 5 millimeter.
Oh yeah, you're gonna need way more than that. You
Yeah,
could braid it and it might stay, but you'd have to do it a couple of times.
yeah, I'm gonna have to get something stronger than 5. I did not think it was gonna break like that. But like I say, everything's a learning experience. But this is cool. I picked this up today,
Ooh, that is gorgeous. What is that?
and hold on.
Is that a Ooh, that's pretty.
Yes, it's a Japanese.
That's really pretty.
Yeah, and the cool thing is these are all wood and plastic. So when I'm doing the work on the beads, I can actually take them out, and I still have room in there to move the stuff around. So it's kind of cool. I went to Goodwill and I got it for $7.
Um, Val, he's got a filter on and he's going in and out. And
Yeah,
is the screen just black or can you just see him sometimes? I have a lot of quartz brim and a lot of smoky agate. Well, smoky quartz. If you want some, when I get them tumbled and done, I will send them some. Send you
oh,
some.
cool because I've been hitting shops left and right.
Yeah, I feel like the smoky would be good for you.
Yeah, I had this one on yesterday, and I don't know when I was talking about when I was talking about when I went outside.
Hmm.
I had this one on last night, that night, well that day, before I made that video, and I felt my energy. And then this is the one that had broke.
Ooh.
For some reason, it was on my arm like this, and I just went, "Oh, I can't wait for the live," and it went. I was like, "Whoa, okay."
I
I,
would have took it and put it in a plant or something instead of fixing it. I probably would have made you another one before I fixed it.
thank you for the gifts. Thank you, thank you.
I'm sitting here
Um,
looking at
Brim,
mine and thinking what I got.
Brim, we have Valerie. They can't see you, and they're saying that they're seeing a dark screen.
I don't know why that is. TikTok's been doing that lately. I don't know why it's been doing that. I had to come in and out from TikTok. Thank you. And I could change the background, but I kind of don't want people to know where I am.
Like when I went to join, it completely kicked me off TikTok. I had to come back and rejoin. So maybe try closing out all of TikTok. Oh, and coming back. Like
I
actually,
don't know.
I was wow.
Am I in trouble? Yeah.
Well, sorry. I was just going to mention that earlier. I did notice that some of our features were not available, like including changing fonts if you're uploading videos. So I think because they're messing around with that musical thing, with the music and contents. I think they're just going through videos and going through individual accounts and just going through your account and probably taking those options away from you. But I think you just got to be patient and it'll probably work its way.
Yeah. They hit me
That's
up.
got me so frustrated over having to redo every video.
They hit me for like 3 videos today,
Ugh.
and one video was in 7 parts. So it's either I have to redo the entire video and repost it, or just play one song for the whole stupid video.
And then you spend hours on the original video looking for the correct song to go with that video, and you're like, oh my lord, it's a hamster wheel, really.
Well,
Yeah.
one thing that you guys can do, and I'm gonna do myself too, is these music. It's Universal Music Group is UMG. It's a distributor. You got EMI, which is another distributor. So there's different distributors to different artists. So you might have to find um, artists that don't fall into that UMG. Maybe do an online search, and if your artist is not in there, let's say a Linkin Park, because I seen like Jay-Z and these Beyonce, them are available, but then there's other artists that are not available. So depending on what you're looking for as far as your background music, it's just learning, what distributor they are
See,
affiliated
that's
with.
messed up for me because well, I don't normally pick my music up offline. I select all the music on here.
Yeah, they just removed all the artists that was in that contract that they don't have anymore from TikTok. So we don't even have that option to choose them really if you're
Because
from TikTok.
they had the group of artists, so I picked one, and that's what I've been doing. I mean, I don't. The only one I think I really have to find the music for is like that one where I have the thing coming down on one of my videos. I have to have that coming down. Um, I have to do that video and that music for that. And it's up like there's one with a phoenix that I have. I have that one coming up. Like coming out of the ground or coming out of the sky, flying around. That one wasn't from TikTok. It's fun.
We can alter them. You do yours on your laptop, don't you?
No, I do it off my phone.
We could alter the sound so that it's just a little different. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not the same, but one you could another way to go around it is that you could find the cover songs of these artists. So you're looking for a specific one and they remove it. Just search around for the cover song of it, and it might not give the same impression, but it's halfway there.
Well, that's fine, but the way that they did my last video kind of sucks because when, like I said, I have my videos broken up into certain parts, right? And each one had its own music to it. And so when they took that, when they looked at that video, they muted, like instead of muting that one video part, they muted the entire thing.
Oh,
So
and that.
I would have to
Sorry.
get, now I would have to go get music, and that one music, it won't just cover that part, it covers the entire thing.
Wow, that's not cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at you look at my like third and fourth video where when it shows the star coming down, you'll see that the whole thing is now one piece instead of five or six individual parts, which it's whatever. Oh, it's whatever.
Just well, people are gonna get frustrated with TikTok before long.
Yeah, I mean, I took my time and I made them individual videos, and now it's like the whole video is just one flipping thing.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know. It is kind of getting a little frustrating, but we deal with it.
hello, Jody. Welcome everybody. We want to hit the likes and we want to hit the Oh, what the heck is that? The shares.
Request?
Yeah, shares. Yeah, shares. If anybody wants to request, please feel to. I'm not sure how long we'll be doing this, and this all depends on you because it's your live, not just mine. So,
So what's our topic?
whatever the top, what?
What's our topic? What are we talking about?
We're talking about spirituality.
Okay.
It's an opener to the greater aspect of my lives when I'm starting up. This is just the my first one in a long time, so I really didn't want to hit anything hard right now. I'm trying to get back in the groove of it because I was doing it really good, and then somebody told me I shouldn't do my lives anymore because it was interfering with his.
Now I can see you. There you are.
If you're talking about who I think you're talking about, screw him.
Yeah.
Wow, that's trippy.
You know what? One thing.
I had a dirtier word.
I want
Yeah,
to add
like
something.
everything else.
We're talking about we're talking about how time is flying. And one thing that I noticed, the whole month of January flew by, and then today being the 1st of February, it seemed like everything halted. I don't know if you guys felt that way too. Like all of a sudden today was like a very, very, very long day.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
You know what? That's the opposite for me.
Why, I
The beginning,
suppose.
to the beginning of the month, it went by fast. Towards the end, it went by slow. And today, it was like, what the hell?
Where'd the day go?
I woke up. All I know is I woke up. I went to the store. I went to the store to pick up food. I went to go get some medication. And I come back here. I sit. I get a pizza. I start eating, and then I gotta go to live. And I'm like,
Well,
what in the world?
Yeah, but you had a live to run,
I
right?
was like, I don't. I'm just confused on how fast the day went. I was like, I can't.
energetically and consciously, we are shifting right now.
Yeah.
We're getting ready for this spring or April, because April the 20th in astrology is a very big day. If you have not looked into that transit chart, that is for the actual structure of America. That's a day that is going to change. That's a day that truths come out.
The funniest thing about this is everybody asks where I learn the spirituality, where do I do this and this. Do you watch Billy Carlson? Do you watch all these people? You know what the funniest part about all this is I don't watch anybody, and I've learned from the universe itself.
I have too. I've learned through my experience.
Mostly everything that I know and I've learned through experiences, through other people or myself, basically. And needless to say, when I've had this premonition for 40 years, and I talked about it on one of my videos that I had a premonition and everything and I really should have made the video about 2 years ago when I had it, and when I had it again, I should have made a video, but I felt that I wasn't ready to do that. But now I'm kicking myself in the butt because everything that had happened, and it's like, damn, I should have posted that video so people would have seen that I was right. And stuff still today is happening. It's still happening. The stuff that's in my vision, dream, premonition, prophecy, I still see it to today, and it's all playing out. And it's like the timeline's not really changed at all. It's just getting faster is what's going on.
Time is linear.
Uh-huh.
Time is definitely linear. It runs coexisting together.
Yeah.
So we are in multiple different timelines at multiple different, moments.
Oops.
So
Diagram.
maybe you're in a higher timeline than us right now.
Honestly, everything is like, I don't know. Maybe I feel like I'm in a different world, and then when I have to, and it's like I don't want to make anybody feel like I'm unsuperior or all that, but it feels like when sometimes when I have to talk to people, it's like I'm in another place. I'm in another universe. But when I'm by myself, I'm in this higher freaking existence, and it's like, yo, hello, you
Are you
know,
not feeling aligned?
alarmed? No, man, I'm
Aligned.
ecstatic.
Like, are you not aligned with the people you're conversating with anymore?
No, it's not. It some on some levels I do, but on some it's like I don't understand.
It's
It's like
because
what
I
you
like the background.
you like shifted out of their frequency is what happened. And so your
yeah.
frequency and their frequency are not in tune. And I never say that it's above or below. I just say that it's parallel. So you've shifted into a parallel place. And now you're in a different frequency where you need to find that same frequency of people around you. So like when you were talking about TikTok earlier, it's like they mess with our numbers, they mess with all these things to keep our frequencies down. So then we become so happy in our own space that we stop needing TikTok. Like we stop coming on here. Now we're coming back because we've sat in our silence and we've listened to the messages, and now we're calm about them. We're not running around saying build a boat, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. Now we understand that there are parallels and there are different timelines that shift. So we're not running around doing that because we really don't know. There's signs that say certain things, but they could say those same things for years because we know who runs this ship. So we also know that they can shift the timelines on us. So we could say it's going to happen on this day and on this year, and that's exactly what would have happened. But now they shifted it. And so now we're looking crazy and like fools. And so we're out here just, looking assholish. So it's like we really have to like sit and in our stuff and find the people that resonate with our frequency and our understanding that not everything is set in stone. Yes, some things are set in stone, the word, the things that are written that are happening, but on the flip side of that, who's making it happen, and so they get to dictate how fast and how long this movie plays out. So just hold on to your information and just kind of watch and sit back and go, yep, saw that one coming.
I completely agree with you, and I was leading up to that point. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was going to say too, Brum, is that using your discernment of who and what you're hearing and who you're hearing it from, if it doesn't align with you and it doesn't feel comfortable, then sometimes we need to let those people go. I've had to let a lot of people that I've cared about dearly because it has come to the surface that we didn't align totally with either one of our belief systems, and I had to let them go, even though it was extremely uncomfortable. And the timeline is changing. Things are changing. And I mean, I think all of us go through it in our own way.
Yeah,
I agree with Rachel. I've had let a lot of people go, and there are some people I don't trust. And I'm sorry, Trina, you weren't a horrible person to me or anything, but I can't get past being able to have any relation with So for me, it's hard.
And I know some people are going to have their disagreements. That's fine. I mean, but at the end of the day, I want to have it where we all, even if we don't like each other to a point, that we're all here to listen to the words of wisdom. Because I feel that is if like if we're all here to spread the light in the that seed of love to everybody, and putting somebody out, yeah, it might help for a minute, but at the end of the day, it's not really going to help because you never know, that one person can plant the seed and it could grow in somebody else. And if I'm going to have myself out there and put myself into the world where everybody can hear my voice and hear our voices, then I think it's good for everybody to hear it. I mean, I'm not one to lock somebody out of a voice or not hearing the voice. I mean, everybody has that free will because when Jesus said, "Knock on the door and it shall be open unto you," and if you don't open that door, then you're not going to know the word. You're not going to. And for me, I always want people to hear the words that come out of our mouths, the spiritual words of enlightenment and endearment, and the unconditional love that we have for each other, because that's what will change the world at the end of the day. Shunning somebody and putting somebody out isn't really going to help anything. It's just going to cause more drama and mayhem at the end of the day. So if some people, want to cause that drama and mayhem, they know where this X button is up here, and they can gladly exit out. I'm here to show my love and express my feelings to everybody and how I love and care for everybody. Everybody's
I'm so
equal.
proud of you. I am so proud of you for being the example and being better than that. I am so proud of you. You could have went completely the other way,
Same
but
here.
you are sitting here being the example for what we need to be, and I am
Uh-huh.
so proud of you for that.
We do. And
You know,
again, though, I gotta say that using your discernment in who you can trust and who you can be around, and the constant of listening to a person and holding space for that person and listening to them. But they, how can I say this? How do I want to put it? Keep parroting what they're doing, and you see what they're doing, and you still hold space for them, and you try to speak with them, and you try to give them advice, and you listen to their words, and you listen to what they're saying, and they still are going to parrot, and you're not aligning with that, with what they're saying, and you use your discernment in letting them go. You have to let them go because they're it could have been something that traumatized you, that they did, or something that they said, and you try to speak with them, and you try to be kind with them, and you try to hold space for them, but then they go back and they do the same thing over and over and repetitive. And then that's where the trust is no longer there, and you have to let them go.
And if you're referring to some other certain people, and I have let them go to the point. I mean, I sat there, and there's no point of talking to the wall when it came to those individuals. And, you know, I say, like I said before, when I was in Az's chat and other people's chats, that, you know, there comes a point where you keep telling the people what trying to help them and guide them, but at the end of the day, you're just putting yourself in an echo chamber, and you're not going to gain any. They're not going to listen to anything that you have to say, and it's their ears that have to be unplugged in order to hear the exact words and have that meaning of love and compassion. And I haven't blocked, and I'm not going to sit there, and I'm not going to waste my energy on people that don't want to listen. I mean, I'm here to show my love and compassion for everybody. It's their choice and it's their free will to sit there and listen to what we all have to say. So, what would I have to say? And if they choose not to, then it's on them. I use my discernment, and there's certain people that I can't trust them, and until that day of them ever coming across to show that trust again, it'll take a lot of work and a lot of time. Not that I don't forgive them, I do, but as for me to make myself a better person, not going to acknowledge that until they come with a true heart and not darkness within inside of them. Because I'm all about the positivity, and I'm all about the light, and I'm all about spreading it to everybody and not just certain individuals.
Well, and I think those people were like taken out of your path for a reason for right now because they became a distraction and they became negative, and you're supposed to be raising your frequency. And also, like, some people, they're not meant to understand right now because their minds, like, you can literally tell them something and they'll look at you and they'll agree with it and they'll be like, oh no, really? McDonald's wears red boots for what? And and what's in the potatoes at McDonald's? They'll really be, and then you'll see them walking out of McDonald's with a bag of French fries, and it's like their mind just can't go there. Like, their mind is not ready for it because, remember, it's not only their free will, but it is also the divine's veil. And the veil will be lifted when it's supposed to be lifted. Now, they've been planted seeds along the way from you, and they'll go back and remember it when shit hits the fan, but at least they'll have that remembrance there that you told them, and now they can grow it and water it. But there's going to be different phases. There's going to be some that go and some that stay and some that, what I just lost, So it's like, but you planted the seed, so the people that are left here will be able to plant that seed and it'll continue to grow. But right now it's just not there to blossom. Like, it's just there. You know what I'm saying?
And it's like I said yesterday, and everybody thought that was a good thing that I said, and I'm going to repeat it again. Because I really like saying that one part, that the true answers are within yourself. You don't need to look to a space being, a channeler, and all those kind of individuals. If you want the answers, you look within the people around you. You look within yourself. That's the biggest part of learning anything. You don't need someone to channel some hocus pocus genie from a bottle somewhere, or some galaxy being coming down and speaking to you. You don't need a heavenly being coming down and speaking to you. If you want to know the answers, you'll find the answers easy within your heart and within your soul and within the light community. You don't have to look anywhere but the earth. The earth is your answer to everything. And then once the human race realizes we don't have to look to the stars anymore, we can just look to earth and everything's there, then they'll finally realize what truly the meaning is. And we lost somebody.
She said she would be back.
Everybody, happy Thursday, yo! Brim, I'm so happy you're back.
I thought it was Friday already.
No, I'm gonna start. Well, I know Alien T does his shows on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I've come to realize that with everybody's shows, like yesterday, I've seen everybody and their grandmother was on last night, and I was like, no way.
Oh, did you hear me speak last night?
Everybody was on. It was chaos.
Oh, I was on Alien T's last night. I got up there and talked about gratitude.
Pause is on right now.
I was like, I'm not gonna do my lives on Wednesdays.
Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. I love Alien T though.
And people were speaking. I think I might have missed the Alien T one because I think in my head I was a little bit swimming because I was gonna do my live today, and I was a little bit swimmy because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do for a topic. Then I just said, I'm going with the universe. Whatever comes at this point. And and I had so many thoughts in my head. And when I popped on a few lives. I was hearing about tricksters and this and that, and I thought to myself, tricksters, huh? Sounds like jinns to me. But hey, to each his own.
You know, there is many tricksters that look normal, that look just like me and you.
Yeah, and I feel certain energies when I go to certain places, and there's and everybody thinks that some people are sipping down on the Kool-Aid a little too much. Um, I'm sorry to tell, but I really wasn't sipping Kool-Aid. I only was there for one reason, and a lot of the people that were there pretty much know now why I was really there. It was a learning experience, and um, and it was for somebody else, but it was basically for the learning experience because there was some stuff that I didn't know that I wanted to learn,
Uh,
and it
I
kind
was
of
just. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
and it kind of sucks that it went down the way it did. I should have been more aware, and I should have listened to what the timeline and what the universe was telling me. But that's what I got for ignoring it. But ever since January 1st, I've had so many blessings already. It's crazy. Like today, like yesterday, I had no money. I went in to get food. The guy behind me he picks up the food order. He bought everything for me. So at least I had a supper today, last night. And then today, I went into the store and I didn't have enough to cover certain items. And out of nowhere, this short little old lady comes up and throws money on the thing and says, I'm gonna help you pay that. I'm like, what? And I've been helping people a lot more too. It's like I look at it as equivalent exchange. Whatever I'm gonna put in with my love and heart and compassion is what's gonna come back. I'm not expecting it to come back either. It's coming back on its own. And I've been blessed in so many ways since January. It's crazy already. I mean, everything is falling into place, and I'm happy that the universe sees me as I'm doing what I need to do. And that's how I look at it, that the universe has blessed me so much already. So apparently I must be on the good,
Oh, yeah.
good path.
Yeah. And I want to acknowledge what Upper had said about not sure why they blocked me and have not done anything wrong. Sometimes people will do that just one out of spite or because you're around other people that they're not associating with and they don't like it. I've had my experiences with some of my very dear friends that are in this room right now, that these other people have also told them not to speak to me and other people. So this is what they do, and you just gotta kind of leave it alone and let it go. Let them do what they're gonna do. Set it on the back burner and don't even give it a second thought. And those are the people that are not aligning with you. And if they're letting you go, let them let you go. Let them let you go, because it's going to put you in a better space.
And like Rachel was just saying, if they block you, then obviously you don't need them. Because if they were in love and light, they wouldn't have done that. So they done that. So you just move on and say, you blocked me, so I guess you don't want to learn and listen. So you move on to the next person. I mean, I wouldn't dwell or worry on it. Just go, oh well. It's them. It's not you.
Right. And I feel extremely sad for the next victims, because that's what they're going to become. They're going to become their next victims. And I feel my heart goes out to these people. But I was there too. I was there too. I was listening. I was hearing what was being said. There were some things I aligned with, and there was a lot of things that I didn't sometimes when you're being fooled or you're being tricked into with a person that is very well versed with words and knows how to display those words and knows how to speak on those words, and you can be very easily fooled.
That time that you spent there, though, was not wasted.
No,
No.
You learned
No.
discernment in that time, which is exactly what the other people going into that will learn. They will
Yes.
learn what to look for and what not to look for.
Hey,
nice.
experience in my opinion because I got all these people here. I got Rachel, I got Cherry, I got Bugsy, I got Jennifer, I've got everybody still with me, and I love every one of them, and they're still part of me. And I had an experience. I did learn a little bit, and I did get better discernment. Um, but like Rachel said, it just makes me sad to know others are going to be affected by it, and that we can't help that because they're going to go through their own experience like we had to. And it's how it is. But it is sad to know that others are going to be harmed, or hurt. It just sucks all around.
This is the part where we have to accept what we cannot change.
Exactly.
We all
Yeah,
have
and I
our
still
path.
have. Go ahead, Paul.
We all have our paths and our destinies, whatever that might be. But we all have our paths, and whatever path we take, it could be the easy way, it could be the hard way. But at the end of the day, we have the choices to take the easy road or the hard way. And if they take the hard way, we try to guide them, and they don't listen. Then it's on them. Like I said before, and I've been saying for a while now that I'm not gonna bother seeking to help to a point. I mean, like, how do I word it? Not seek, like, go out and physically hunt somebody down.
Be your own teacher.
Yeah.
Be your own teacher.
But be more. I want to attract them to me, so then I'll teach and express and plant the seeds.
Right.
But going out and seeking the people that don't want to listen is just futile at that point, and you're just spinning your wheels. So I think if I go on my journey and I show the love and compassion and do what I'm not worry about myself, but look within myself and express how I am with my love and light, that those people will come into me,
Right.
to me, and then I can plant those seeds of light.
Well, let them be aligned with you. Let them come to you, and if they are aligned with you, Brim, then they're going to be connected to you with what you're saying and what you're teaching and what you want to get across.
I want to say something really quick to Trina down there. Trina, I know you've been trying to talk to me, and I send you love, but honestly, I have to keep my distance from my own self. They treat you different than other people. You can talk to whoever you want, but we were told if we talked to each other, we'd be thrown out. So, he treats others one way and others another way. And that's just how I see it. And even right now, with his new video he has up, if you guys read between the lines there, he still thinks he has some kind of control, that he has the shusher, and the chat is going to stop. Like, he still controls people. He has no control over no one. Okay? And none of them do. And I just don't think it was right, how he treated certain people one way and certain people another way. And see, you're in this live right now, and you're allowed to be. But if one of us was in that, still there, and we talked in this live, we'd be thrown out. So that's what I'm telling you. It's just not correct how he did everything. But I'm over all that. I really am. Like, I'm moving on, and I'm doing lovely, And I love the people who I'm with still. I love Brim, I love Rachel, And Trina, I still love you too, but like I said, I have to keep my distance for my own reasons.
Yeah. Yep. And
I feel that
while she's
too.
addressing that, I'll take and say that you know, a lot of other things were brought to light when we went back and we were able to speak with Nightbird, and we kind of put a lot of things together, because other than the room that is on TikTok that they have, there was another whole separate room to this, to where a lot of you didn't see what was going on behind the scenes of what was happening, and what was being dictated to us in this other room. And Trina, the reason why I am not acknowledging you is for the simple fact that you and Elizabeth both have gone and done some pretty horrendous things to all of us in this panel. And you have gone and spoke to them about us. You have videoed us. And that was not, and you did it on several occasions. And, well,
For you to
these are
say
things,
it's dropped, it's not, because I'm continuously still going through it. Other people are back where they belong and where they are, but I'm at a day-to-day basis still.
yeah.
So, but I'm over a lot of that, and like I've gotten past losing all of my things, and I've gotten past it with the ashes, and I've had my parents visit me even, and I've had incredible things happen. And I'm at a different state and a different plane than what you guys are on anymore.
Okay,
I've
and
been
then
able to let that go, and I'm happy. I
Mm-hmm.
am happy.
Lizzie, as far as you go, you're the one who ran right away to go rat me out.
Right.
So you're in here talking like you did nothing. You couldn't wait to get me kicked out, okay? Because they wouldn't allow you back in that day, and you just had to find a reason to go talk about me to them, which is fine.
And I
It's
know
not wanting
Paul. I know
to
Paul.
have the drama. It's not to have the
I know
drama.
Paul.
Some of us
Oh,
just need to let that
Lisa.
out, and then we will be able to move forward.
I'm
But
We
here to
Lisa
have
haven't
a good
is
night.
moved.
following
We
us in every way.
I'm over it anyways. I love everyone. Like I said, I want to have
yeah.
a good night. I'm here for Paul.
Yep.
So
Right.
I'm over it. I'm not going to say another word.
Thank you. Can we move on from that subject
Well,
now?
I mean,
yes, I'm sorry, Paul, but yeah, you
Both
know,
sides too. You were playing both sides too, and so was Trina. So you guys would know better. So that's the last one of my word I'm going to say.
yeah, don't say anything
yeah,
else.
we can move on now and talk about lighter things. And you're absolutely right. We need to shine our light, Brim, and bring people in with love the way that we know how to do.
Yes.
We were the ones that people were watching that loved us, and I can't believe the amount of people that reached out to me and was supporting, and it's absolutely amazing. And now we just need to shine our light to everybody else and bring in as many people that are hurt and brokenhearted and looking for someone they can just talk to and feel like they're safe. And this will be the place. And Brim's got it. He's got it. So
All that
let's
was
go
in
on.
2023. This is a new year, and you
New
know,
year,
as the new year
dragon.
starts, I want to talk about more positive things. We can't sit there, if we dwell on the past, we'll sit there, we're going to just spin the wheel, and we're not going to go accomplish anything. This is a new year. We have to, work together as a spiritual community instead of, we can't alter, we can't fix the past. We're the ones that, change the future. And in order for us to change the future, we have to get over the past. And if you gotta have to bite the bullet on some things, some things, if you can't move on and forgive and that, then that's on you. That's your pathway. But my pathway now is to help everybody, not just one, not just a few. I want to help everybody in this new year. This is the year of the dragon. This is my year, of the dragon, my way to show everybody the light that we all have. We all have that light within us, and I want to bring it all out for each one of us. And
So,
that,
Paul, have you gotten past all of it? Have
yeah,
you letting all of it go?
yeah.
Brim, if you would like my help, I would like to
I
develop a
concur that.
structure.
That's a good thing.
Really happy, Brim. I really am.
Yep, that's a really good thing.
And I'm
You
sorry,
transform so much too. I'm
I'm
proud
not
of
going to bring
you.
no negative in any further. I wanted to come in here on a positive note, and I apologize. So, like I always say, love, 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 everyone.
Nightbird, tell the lovely lady sitting beside you hello for me. Brim, if you would like, I would love to help you form a structure here.
Yes, please.
Because we
Go for
definitely
it.
need some structure. um,
I think
so
it's just because we haven't seen some of these people and we haven't acknowledged what was going on, and
yes.
that's why it came out here right now in the beginning. But we're over that now, and they understand why we feel the way we feel. And yeah, we can move on. Beth, bring it on. Come on, girl. You got this.
Well, I mean, in order to move on, we have to stop acknowledging that there is a problem or there is a obvious separation there. If you get what I'm saying, like we have said what we needed to say on live, and the rest of it should be handled in private and not here. If you get what I'm saying, like these are personal problems that should be handled in private.
Yes, you're right. And I said I apologize, but when people don't acknowledge you, you can't handle it, in a mature way.
Well, we can though. I have been in this situation many, many times with many, many groups, and we can choose to redirect the energy. So, our topic tonight is spirituality. So, we can talk about our topic and we can do it one at a time without interrupting each other like that.
We're not here to attack each other. We're here to attack the darkness. We're here to
Exactly.
show the light, and that's exactly what I want to do.
We can
Exactly.
transmute
It took
that.
me a lot to get over what happened to me, because, and I know Nightbird, she went through a lot. I was there to help her, and I had to shoulder the brunt of a lot of it too. And is it hard to swallow? Was it a hard pill to swallow? Yeah, it was. And you know what it was to me? It was a stepping stone. And it was a stepping stone for me to learn. And all that was a learning experience to make me who I am. And then the funniest part is, they wanted me to bring out that dragon. They wanted to bring out Bram. Well, here he is, the pure love and light. You ask and you shall receive. They probably didn't think it was going to turn out in their favor, but, well, it is what it is. They got what they wanted. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here. I came from the other part of the galaxy to come over here to help humans to elevate and empower everybody. I don't have to sit there, and I know I said this a bunch of times, that I'm not going to say that I'm a god. I'm equal just like every one of you, and I don't have to sit there and channel Cucamonga from Ho Chi Minh or whatever. I don't have to do all that. All we need to do is look within ourselves and work with each other. That is where the true light lays. And once we realize that, then we'll be a better race and we'll be a better people. And we're all beautiful in our ways. We're all unique. We all have different perspectives of things. And once we have them working together in one concisive unit, then we'll be the collective that we're meant to be.
I believe that is a good starting point, Bren. Explain how you met your dragon.
How I met my dragon? Well, it's not exactly met my dragon. I was born. I was born with the dragon.
Okay.
Y'all want to hear that story?
Yes, please.
Yes.
How about you in the chat? Y'all want to hear the story of how Brim actually?
Oh, do tell.
Y'all want to hear the story of how Brim actually? I don't think that I've ever said this in the public setting. Well, and at this point, I'm gonna be who I am, and I'm gonna say what happened, and no, people don't like. There's an X button up there. Um, so here we go. It all started my past. I was in another reality, another universe. Some part will call it the multiverse, and I was in a universe where it was all complete dragons, and we had peace going on, and we all were spiritual, and we were dragons, and then we enjoyed ourselves and our company within our universe. But then, I had the brother Daemon. He turned against me and my wife, who her name was Shakora, and it went bad. It went really bad, and the universe ended up. We had to exit that universe and basically get rid of it, and it broke my heart. It broke my heart that I had to feel trillions and trillions and zillions of life forms, just disappear from me. They were my creation, and it broke my heart, and I had a hard time struggling with that. So when I left that universe, I came to this one, and I felt a different energy, something I never felt in this universe, and I wanted to experience that. And as we're picking through universes and stuff, we came to this one, and I felt the love, and I felt there was something different, so I was drawn to this one. So at that time, we had me, my wife, and Damon. We decided we were going to pick this universe, so we did. We picked this universe because on the part that we were in, there wasn't many life forms over there. So we thought it would have been a fresh new start. It was a brand new young universe to us anyway, because we were an ancient one. And we came to this young universe. And so me and my wife, we started creating our beings again, our children. We started creating. We created more dragon spirits. And as time went on, we evolved, like every other race. We evolved, and we became a humanoid dragon. Some might call them, they kind of resemble draconians in a way. But then, as time had progressed and had happened, lo and behold, that my brother, Naaman, decided to turn bad. And there was a great war. And we didn't have the power of the source over here, because my lineage and my beings weren't connected to this universe at this time. We weren't connected to this source. So we found it very hard to deal with. And I've always wanted to try to figure out how to be connected to the source in this universe. So when we came to be that we lacked the one thing that I really wanted, was love and emotions for each other, and we didn't have that. And so that's why my brother had started that, because we became a collective of drones, basically, that didn't experience emotions, and I didn't like that too much. So when my brother created the chaos over there, we had I had to do something that I didn't want to do. I had to throw him in a place out of I'd be kicked out. See, now I was reading that and I got confused. And I didn't want that stuff to happen again that happened in my universe. So what I did is I wanted to fix and not have him pollute this universe. So me and him got in a struggle, and I had my wife open up a place outside of time and space where we would forever be traveling through the universe. And so that's what happened. I had to grab him, and it was the balance, you know. So I grabbed him, and we went in there struggling, and me and him started floating through the galaxy. Guess you want to call it a ribbon, a time stream, a floating time stream, or whatever. We were just floating through this energy through space, and at this time, my wife at the time, she was dealing with the planet. She became the goddess over there, and you know, watching over them people. And I was trapped for the longest time. And I don't know how long it was, but I was in there, and I felt something different. I felt a love, a compassion, something that really I could admire. So there was a little rip inside the little thing we were trapped in. So I looked out, and I found there was this blue pearl, and I really liked the energy there. So I took half of my life force, or some will call it a shard, and I threw it down to the blue pearl. And I spent half my time inside that ribbon, and the other half was on Earth, experiencing different lives. And as I did that, my wife had found that her energy, she knew my energy was out there, and she wanted to be a part of me too. So she threw part of herself to Earth too. So through time, as time progressed, we've been chasing each other through time and learning how to experience love, compassion, and admiration, and all the things that we lacked in. And I became to know what true love was. And I adored it, and I want to preserve that. So as time had progressed, I mean, I was a king, I was a queen, I had two dual wives, I had all these past lives, and you know, and I had all those experiences, and every one of those experiences, you know, I learned, as we all do during our lives. You know, some would say it was reincarnation. It could have been. And I feel that every life and everything that I went through was, you know, part of a learning experience. Like this life here that I'm in right now, it was a learning experience. It's all different. They weren't the same. It was vastly different. And still trying to figure out how to connect to that source. So the only way that I felt I could connect to the source was about the year in the year 1993 is when my the soul, half my shard had gotten into one being. I noticed the Palladian mothers had planted some energy down to that same seed. And I thought, you know, what would be the greatest thing to have a Palladian starseed and a dragon starseed together? So I threw the last of my energy down there into that soul, into that being. And then it made me a full shard along with the Palladian starseed that was already in here. So that is how I came into this body, and through the years of living in here, being in the back of his mind, he knew I was there, but he never would acknowledge me because he was afraid that people would think he was crazy, and they would try to give him medication. They would get abused in certain ways, always, and it got to be a little much for him, so he ended up getting guides. The Palladian sent down a draconian healer to help him. They sent a Palladian down here to help him, and all during his life, he knew I was there. But when a couple months ago when, he started awakening more and more, he come to realize that he was destined for more, he was destined for greater. And he felt that he went as far as he can go, so he pushed himself into an evolution, which we call them epsilon. And it was a combination of me and him, Paul, at the time. And it didn't work very well because for that iteration of him, it was very hard for me to take the human experience and try to understand it. And him, with being the human he is, it was very hard for him to experience the abilities that he had. And we tried the merger, but it didn't work very well, and it just became one destructive, negative entity force that was hurt all the time and just couldn't get out of his own way at that point. Then one day, Epsilon, the person that I was, he had washed away and said that he's going to go into another, I guess somebody would say that it was a pass on, that he wanted to go and let me have charge of it. And since then, I've become more aware of my surroundings. I've become more aware of more energies, and the abilities have increased. And then when somebody told me, he told Epsilon to bring the dragon, be who you are. And everything that he had said was basically the things that had been hindering Epsilon and Paul for that long. So he took that information that he needed, he used it, and this is what it is. It came to be me, Grim, the dragon that I am. And that is how I found the dragon that I am. I hope
That's beautiful. That's beautiful, Brim.
Now,
And the other
would you
part
like
of
to
it
hear what I got out of that? Because I think I can connect a piece for you if you would like it.
is, hold on, there's one more piece
Okay.
that I never told anybody except for Nightbird, I think, and maybe somebody else. And now that time has some passed, there's one thing left for me to do, is to have my beings and my creation to join that source. But the problem is I can't do it alone. Unfortunately, I need the wife to help because it's part of her. She created half of them too, so we need to do it as a joint creators that we were. And the sad and sorry part about it is half the shard is here on this planet right now. We've been chasing each other through time, and the other half of the shard is still on the home world waiting for that person to have that ascension. And when that person ascends, it's going to put that person in a full crystal. And then when the two souls merge as one, there will be a creation of a son or a daughter. And when that daughter happens, then we will be completely within the source. That is the issue, and that is why I have not said to certain people on certain things, is it's not that I'm dwelling on that person. It's not. It's that is how it was set in the universe for it to happen. So in order for me to either do that for my people to be connected to the source, I need the other part. And that is the part where I am right now. I'm going to be the best person I can be until that the energy that's in that person moves to another person, and I feel that energy again, then I could, have that merger from over there to over here. But until that time comes, I'm going to be the best person I can be in this awareness. I mean, we've changed each other through lifetimes. Who never knows it? I might take another 4 lifetimes for that to happen.
Well,
But
because you
until
already
it
have
does,
that
it
part.
is.
And a part of you knows that.
Yeah. And that is the story of the dragon.
So your co-creation or your original creation that you think is fractured is actually just one whole of you fractured into multiple parts.
Yes.
Okay. So when you add in all those fractures, you will get you, essentially. That means you are what you are looking for in the moment that you're looking for it. And the time difference in between you and who you are looking for is non existent. Close that gap, Brim.
And that is what I've been pondering for the last.
That's helpful.
That's why I'm waiting to see what the year of the dragon brings.
You're not just the co creator, you are the creator of your world and those fractures. So you are the only one that can bring them into whole. You're searching for you.
And that makes a lot of sense.
That's that missing piece. I am so happy. You're realizing that too. I can see it in your face. Take that healing moment once again. Thank you, Beth.
Good deal.
Always. Always. Because it always will be him that he is looking for. Until he realizes that he's always had it.
And well,
You're awesome.
whoa.
Always been a great person that I've known. And I'll always be supportive of you and your life. And I can barely hear, so that's why sorry. I'm sorry. But I'm supportive.
And I felt a
I can
shift.
hear everybody on the panel. It's just you're quiet.
I'm quiet.
That's what it sounds like on my phone. It's broken.
Oh my.
There
Except
will
the
be
panel.
a few shifts happen.
It was funny because I was just sitting here and I don't know what it is. I just seen like I don't know who popped in, but it's like I felt this energy shift all of a sudden.
Right now?
I knew something was happening with that look on your face.
Yeah, it was it's almost like a disturbance force. Yeah.
That was acceptance. That was you recognizing who you are and where you are in this moment. That was you seeing all your fractures coming together into one.
All I could see is you smiling. Which is great. I'm great from a couple months ago. So, good job. And way to bring people back together.
And I want to bring everybody together because everybody talks about. I know people want me to talk about the aliens. Of course, I'm going to do it.
At its finest.
Right now, it's about you.
Because I haven't really expressed this.
What's happening?
Muted.
I'm making comments and the comments aren't coming on. They're blocked.
They're blocked.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, that's weird.
TikTok blocks them sometimes.
Mine's not.
Lord. This is why I talk about people playing games.
Nobody's playing games. It's a shift.
Okay, I'm
Things are
back.
gonna
I
get
don't know what
wonky.
the heck, but
So some people like to play games and
whatever.
they want to mute people.
Well,
We did
TikTok
that in the
too.
last live where people were muted. It was horrendous. Other people were trying to talk, but they seemed to be muted. That's what I meant by people playing games. But
In order for you to come into what you wanted here and bring everyone together, you had to come into yourself.
yeah,
So that is what just happened. So maybe now you can move forward with this with a little bit more wholeness and peace than what we had started with originally.
every day's a learning experience, even for the great dragon.
I love
Yeah,
you all.
think about it too, because I've been trying to figure it out.
You're echoey, Nightbird.
Okay. So people want to know about the aliens. Is that why people want to talk about?
Your ear is ringing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they seem to always do. Um, now this.
That's because you have to listen to this. You have to feel this feeling. You have to feel the shift.
And I've always felt like I look at my hands sometimes and I feel like I'm like. You ever see when you
It
go
should
in
be
slow
burning.
motion, you see your hand going like this, and like you see like 2 or 3 different hands?
Right now, they should feel like they're on fire, or at least warm.
I have to have my fan on right now because I'm heated up.
Good.
You look like you're on fire right now, Brim.
I feel like I am on fire. I'm like I feel like I'm sweating right now. And this room is cold and it's like 37 degrees over here.
You just let a lot out too. You talk to us about a lot of things.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about. I guess some people want to talk about these aliens, so let's get on to that now. Um, one of my experiences when I really haven't discussed this, and this happened about 2 months ago when I was in a certain area with a bunch of people, and I didn't say anything. I kept it to myself. I went outside one time to take a walk and, spark up a cigarette. And I was walking down the street and there was this little parking lot field thing out in California, and I stood out there for a moment and I started getting dizzy. Oh boy.
Breathe through it.
I started getting dizzy and
Nightbird got kicked out.
yeah. And see, the funny thing is, Nightbird was still at the place when it happened, but I didn't say anything to her or anybody for that
Sorry.
matter. So this would be new news for her and some of the others that when I was out in that parking lot and I was smoking the cigarette, and they said I was gone all night, I didn't exactly tell him where I was all night. I just said I was out. Well, here's the answer, Nightbird, of what happened that night. When I went out and I didn't have any cigarette, I had a few cigarettes and I didn't have my wallet with me, which would have been a smart idea. Um, when I was in that parking lot, I felt a little dizzy. So I sat down and I heard I know it was a Palladian. She was a guide to me and she said, "I'm here. I hope you're ready." And I went, "What?" I'm looking around. I didn't see anybody. I'm like, "What?" I'm looking around. I look up and I don't see anything. Then I looked up and there was this little, it looked like a star sparkling. I'm like, "Oh, okay, one star out. Okay, that's a little weird." Okay. So I looked down and I smoked a cigarette. And then, after I smoked a cigarette, it's like I passed out. And then, I'm standing on a ship. Oh boy. I was standing on a ship. It was a crystal ship. Something you'd see that was kind of like, okay, what can I find that be a good representation of it? The one with Nicolas Cage. That crystal ship.
The Knowing.
The Knowing, yes. That ship. That ship. And it was like I am flying through space. It was like I was in some kind of beam. And as I'm flying closer to the ship, I could see it. It was huge. It was massive. And I didn't see it at first. But as I was getting closer, it kind of like it was uncloaking. And I ended up going through and I ended up in some bridge kind of area. And I looked up and, there was the tall white there that always guides me. She was standing there and she said, "Well, welcome." And I thought, uh-oh. Oh boy. She goes, "I want you to share this with people when you feel the time is right." I'm like, okay. And so she grabbed my hand and we're walking down this smooth ship. And every time I walked, I could see the crystal would change like in different, like a certain color. It was really cool. Every time I walked, I was looking at the floor and I'm watching it change different colors. And I'm like, there must have been something in that cigarette. Or I must have just passed on or something because I really thought that I had exited the world at this point. I'm walking down and she's holding my hand and I could feel her. She was holding me tight, but it was more like a loving grasp. And I went to the bridge of the ship. We walked down this long pathway, and as we're walking, we could see other beings had their doors open to maybe it was their rooms or private areas or something. But every time I would peek in, and I was seeing different beings in different rooms. I'm seeing a bunch of tigers in training, like tigress people. I'm looking to the left, and I'm seeing a bunch of translucent beings whipping around electricity and stuff. I'm like, okay, all right. And I had got to the ship, and I got to the front of the ship where the bridge was, and the door opened. Instead of it going like this, or like this. It went like a Stargate. It opened up like this, and it was like pure energy. Just it looked like it was metal, but then it just went into like electricity form and opened up. And I thought, holy heck, that's really awesome. So we walked through, and I'm on the bridge, and I'm looking around. There was so many beings there. I can't even fathom of how to even describe half of them because I couldn't. And this one person comes up. He looked like a giant lion person, and he came up, and he was like, that's what it sounded like to me. And then I didn't understand him. And then the Epi, she came over and she touched my forehead like this with her finger, and then I could actually understand him. And he was like, welcome to the ship. We wanted to have you up here so we could show you who's really protecting and helping your Earth and you beings down there. You all feel that you're alone, but you're really not. He goes and he says, take a look around. Meet each one of these beings if you want. Some don't be afraid of because some of them look really creepy. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I started walking around and I seen like certain kind of beings that just would awe you. Some were just bright light, some were blue, some were animals that looked like animals just walking on two legs. It was really phenomenal of what I seen for beings. And then I got to the front of the ship, and he said, he was walking on the right side of me, and he said, now you see this right here? He goes, let me show you something really beautiful. I was like, okay. And he opens up the screen, and it's big. It looked like the metal had turned into a window. And he's like, you see that blue pearl right there? You know what that is, right? That's Earth. It's like, yeah. He's like, he looks at the screen and he's going like this to it. He's doing certain things, and it's going like this. And all of a sudden, the more he kept going like this, things started to like appear. And if people really knew what was out there, it would blow your mind. There's so much out there that we can't see. We're really not alone at all. You're not alone. You were never alone. And if you seen what I seen, you would know you were never alone. We were never ever alone. The reason why we think we're alone is because we as humans have not pushed ourselves into that higher vibrational level that we're supposed to be at. And that is what he said. He goes, once you go down there and you tell people this, tell the humanoids this, that they're never alone. We're always here to love them. We work behind the scenes because that there's certain beings down here that are not liking what we do. And they try to stop us because they are not of the light and purity as the ones that we are. And you as humans need to excel in that vibrational level that you're at right now. You're starting to see that. He goes, but as time will progress and they ascend into a higher plane of existence with that frequency, they will see what you see. And isn't that beautiful? I was like,
I wish you would have told me that.
huh?
The way that I met those people that got me to a safe place. Oh my God. Okay, things are resonating. What the heck?
All right.
I wish you would have told me that then.
I was told not to. So as I looked out and I seen ships. I seen planets. It oh, it's like a whole new. There's it just blew my mind to think that they think that there's 9 planets here. It just made me laugh. I busted out laughing. He goes, and then he looks at me. He goes, "Why are you laughing?" I go, "Because it's funny. In humans' eyes, they've only seen this, but you were showing me in a higher vibration of what we could really see. This is wonderful. This is spectacular. It's like we've got to see this. I want the rest of humanity to see this." He's like, "They will in time." And he says, "Now we have to plant them seeds, and the rest of the Celestial Council will do that." And they know who they are because they've been picked. And a lot of them do know who they are. And they said, it's not and that's why I came out with the saying, and he looked at me, he goes, it was once said by somebody on your planet, I think they called him Aleister Crowley, but you've been hearing a voice, and that's him reiterating what you're going to be saying in the future. And I didn't realize I was saying it until I said it. He said that that a lot of humans, their eyes are wired shut, their ears are plugged, and they talk with a forked tongue. And I thought about that and what he meant. And he said, "Well, wait until next year, your year, it's coming." And then I passed out and I woke up outside in that parking lot. And that is what I had seen. And that is the experience. But if people want to know in detail what it was, I'll be more than happy to tell in detail. But that was the story that happened.
Yeah, and you weren't supposed to tell me because I found things on my own,
Yeah,
which
and
I wanted to. Anyway, you know that.
they said that I, as a person, can't divulge certain information at certain times because it will affect their journey. So I have to hold back in what I say because that journey is going right through you, and the seeds that you have.
Not anymore.
The
Are
seeds,
you?
It had me walking on my journey.
I'll be stepping on somebody else's toes, and I don't want to do that.
Do you
That's
want to stay where you are?
And
yeah.
that's why when I got to where I was, I recognized every single face that was there. Things are making more sense. Thank you for sharing that now.
This
Go
happened.
ahead, big brother. It
Alice,
happened for a reason. Yes.
That is
And I
the
wouldn't change it.
Firestorm Galaxy, the Starbirth,
So pretty.
and the triangular zodiac, or the triangulum galaxy, which is where you were, literally. That's why you had a triangle draw on your third eye. And it wasn't a regular triangle. Because hang on, I'll show you the shape of the triangulum galaxy. It has angle. It would not be a regular triangle. But that's exactly where you are. You want to know why? Because Lyria is also right beside it. They're in the middle point, the trinity of the universe right there. What is the universe? The universe is a crystal. It's magnetism. It's polarity. The ship was literally the trinity of the universe. It was literally what we would call our Merkaba.
And I've never seen a ship in any movie that was that big. That was one. That probably would have taken me a year just to walk through that ship. That's how big it was.
What color was it?
It was a white crystal, and every time, like if you touched the crystal, it would turn different colors.
Kind of like ice.
Kind of like a bluish ice.
That's so beautiful.
Kind of like that blue right there. It
The
was
same
one
color as where it came from.
giant. It looked like that. I mean, it was that
And
color.
you,
Yeah.
in that big, vast amount of ice, have that one little starburst right there. That firestorm.
Yeah, kind of like a prism.
Because we are in a prism. We are in a prism and is reflecting off of each other off all sides. There's way more than just duality.
And he said something about all the. I'm trying to think of how he said something, and I'm trying to think of how it was worded. He said everything is converging, everything is converging in one solitary moment.
Yes. You only have one moment. You only have now. But there is many different versions or perspectives of the now, which is happening simultaneously to the now.
And that's what he said, that when the final thing he said before I disappeared, he says, everything is converging into the now.
Everything is being and becoming what it is already became before it fractalized. Take your story of your fractalization and put it towards the universe, and there you go. It is becoming what it already was. It's remembering that it has always been exactly what it has been looking for.
Yeah.
And we are just in the middle of that prism, reflecting from all different sides in many different ways.
It truly, I've never seen anything so beautiful in my life.
You will see it again.
I felt like when I said that, and I knew when I left California. Oh, I'm gonna get to 2024. Hold on. And when I left California, I said, just to see, I said, if you're there, show yourself, make me happy. And no lie, I seen a ship come straight down, and I took a picture of it, and then I watched it for a little bit, and a little voice in my head said, I hope you're happy. Did you get what you wanted?
I have another synchronicity for you. So, this galaxy is a spiral galaxy. It is always cycling, infinite. It is exactly 2.6 million light years away from the Milky Way and Andromeda, which actually is about the same as it is from it's the middle point of the galaxy, if you want my honest opinion, because it is literally the same, almost exact light years away from each galaxy if I added them up. It's in the Pisces system, zodiac system. Okay, so when we look at any major event or any major thing that has happened is most of the time happened in Pisces. If you want my honest opinion. That's your emotions. That's your feeling. That's your, that's where your transcendence happens, is in your feelings. So Pisces, Cancer, water signs. It was the first actual galaxy we had any type of measurement for. Yeah. This is amazing. This is amazing galaxy. Like, it really is.
This galaxy.
And guess when it was found? Or guess when the research was found? 2005. Did you not just say 2005? There you go, right there. 2005.
There's a lot that I have seen over my 40 years. And I've been taken, and the 2 times I don't know what they did to me, but I ended up with scars. But I think that the reason why I was taken to a point is, and they left them scars, is for me to remember that they did something, and it must have helped me, because I know after each time that it has happened, I became more aware. So it's like they did something to me to make me more aware, or enhanced me a little.
You're doing it to yourself.
See right here?
But it's still you doing it.
Yeah.
It's still you doing the work to transcend and ascend. It's still you doing it. And you can't ask why you. Because as you can tell, it's not just Brim. This is a collective.
And the funniest part when you said Trinity, it kind of made me laugh. Because I thought about that. Everything comes in threes.
Yes, it does. Even duality.
Paul. There was Paul at one time, there was epsilon, and now there's Brim. There's your Trinity right there.
You have the negative aspect, the positive aspect, and then you have the aspect of you. Most people forget about you are a point in duality. It is a trinity, not a dual. So, everything happens in threes because you have mother, father, child, co-creation.
I've always had things happen in threes and sevens.
You have a witness and observer, and then you have the person speaking. Because there has to be some type of action for there to be a witness or an observer.
Yeah.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Body, mind, soul, body, mind, spirit.
And I'll go back to people wanting to know what. That's funny. I can't. Okay. Some people wanted to know what I see for 2024. Now, I'm gonna say what I see, but however, like we've been trying to discuss here, and which was my main point in general, that when you see a premonition, it could be something that could happen, but what it is when you have the premonition, it's something that could happen. It might happen if things don't change. So it's very hard to interpret the future and how things are going to be. So that's why I've never really wanted to talk about my dreams and premonition, because like I and it's I kind of wish I did say it. Maybe it wouldn't have happened. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And maybe if I said that stuff back then, it wouldn't have happened. But maybe I wasn't supposed to, and it was supposed to happen. So the timeline, you can't really decipher what the future is going to bring, but you can only interpret it, and people can take it, and maybe it'll come true, and maybe it won't. I can only see what I've seen in my premonition, but I know there was one thing for sure that I did see. It's never changed, and it's ongoing to this day, which was that something in 2024 is going to happen. It was on the USA Today paper. There was a man waving on it. It was waving with his right hand, and that person's going to be bad. However, who was on the cover? Now that's part of the problem with my premonitions, that if I know who the person is, they'll be blurry. In a premonition, the person would be blurry. If I knew who the person was, the person would be there perfect. If I didn't know the person, it would be a mist, or kind of like a fog. And when I look at that paper, I see a fog. So that's telling me somewhere, one of the months that to have a long date, it could be like a September, a December, or a November, that something's going to happen, and that person that's on the front of that paper is going to be bad. That's all I could say. That's all I know. It could change. The future is unwritten, and we're the ones that make the future. But that's what I seen for that. And as for other things, I do see, if the world doesn't change, it's going down one timeline. It's the same timeline as that paper, that there will be bad things happening here, and the country will be breaking apart. But we don't want to focus on that. We want to focus on the positive and try to make that not happen. And that's why I'm here, so we can unite as one. And wow.
That's you. That's you. That is you and her. That is Lyria. That is Epsilon Lyria. That is also Epsilon Lyria.
You got me speechless on that.
See?
Huh.
She put her on the
That
thing.
is you.
Yeah, is there a way,
I can send you a picture of it, yes.
yeah, I'm gonna need to look at that.
Okay.
Because I was in the middle, I was in a train of thought, and I seen that, and it felt vaguely familiar. You just caught my attention with that. It's like, wow.
That is two becoming one. Or that is you thinking that one is not there when it actually is. And you are becoming right now. You're merging.
That is, wow. I don't even know what to say.
It's you and only you. Look at that. Epsilon.
That is,
It's you. Look at that.
And this is the actual galaxy map. Like, this is a actual galaxy happening right now. This is you.
holy hell. Wow.
I'm going to send it to you, okay?
Yeah, I
I
really.
don't know how, but because we can't send pictures on TikTok. But we'll figure it out. I will DM you.
That is wow, and I'm so like memorize. It's like it's like it reminds me of not evil in that sense, but like like Stephen King when you're caught in the headlights.
Good idea, Brian. You can put me on the big screen and screenshot it if you want to.
I'm trying. I gotta figure out how to do that. I've never really.
Either way, I'm gonna take a picture of it for you.
Yeah, I don't know how to. Would it be under enhance background sound effects? Yeah, I'm still new at this.
That's okay. I'll send it to you.
Hold on. No.
I just screenshotted it and I will get it bigger and I'll send it to you in Messenger.
Yeah,
I just want to say you that name, just so you can see it.
that is really
That is one.
that has caught my attention. I've never. It's
And wait, I gotta go down. And that is two. Yep.
I could send you my email.
We see how they're just touching?
Yeah.
They're not
Okay.
actually merged together. They're just touching right now.
That's, wow.
I'm gonna tell you something, Brim, but not on here. You'll be amazed about what I found out about myself.
That's,
It is a nebula.
mm, got me. Yes, big girl. He was waving his right hand. That's oh my god. You got me speechless. Honestly, it's really hard for me to get speechless, but you know how it is. Hopi even says sometimes I try to shut me up when I get on a roll. That just totally just.
Well, Bram, I took a picture of it for now, and like I said, I'll blow it up and I'll send it to you in Messenger. And then she can do the email thing with you, but at least you can look at it. I'll get it sent to you after the show tonight.
Yeah, I wanna. I've really got to see that, like really up close, cause
Yeah, like I said, I'll make it bigger, you know.
Oh no,
that is
I can actually send it. I can pinpoint it and send it to you, as long as you just send me the email. Yeah, I'll send you the latitude, longitude. Do you have a laptop?
no, not at the moment. I gave my laptop to somebody. I had a computer. I had a computer, but I left it in California because I couldn't take it with me on an airplane. So right now I'm going off my phones.
We will figure it out. We will.
Oh yeah, definitely. I need. Oh yeah, that is. I don't know why I'm drawn to that.
It's the constellation. It's Lyria, like literally, it's the constellation of Lyria.
It's very cool.
It
You have Pollux out beside it, which is the 17th brightest star in the universe. 17, 8, which is the year of the dragon, 8.
wow. And I've been having good luck this year so far.
This
Wow.
is well, if you have a laptop, you have to have the laptop or computer version of Google Earth to be able to see the actual solar system. And I have been doing a lot of research on it, and I remembered this. And now I know why for this exact moment. They only have me researching something as deeply as I research for one reason, and that's because it's going to come up in the future. So here we are.
How far away from
You
there?
have no idea how much that helps.
How far is that star system?
Oh, it is a trinity. My bad. I did not realize that it was a trinity, but look, there's one, there's two, and there's three. There's actually 3 points of that. Okay. And
Where is
it
this
is
located?
it is a mirror and reflection of each other. Because if you look right here, that is also 1 and 2. And then there's a third point right here.
Where is that star set? Where is that located in the space?
Let's see, where are we? Right under Vega. Vega is right there. That is Vega. And that is that. Like you are directly under Vega in the Lyria system.
Well, that. Yeah, that's.
See, this was supposed to happen tonight.
And it's funny you had me bring out the story, because, yeah. Now you know where my home is, huh?
I'm not going to say I never didn't know.
Uh-huh.
Well, you find my home.
Because that is also your trinity. Vega and Lyria, the 2 stars, and the trinity. There you go.
Yeah, cats always love me. I don't know what it is with cats and dogs. They love me. And I've always had an affinity for blue, black, red, and gold. And everything has to be 3 for me.
Yeah, it's pretty much 3 there. Pretty much 3. 1, 2, and motherboard 3.
Wow. That's just
And with that, my friend, I think I blew your mind for the night.
Yeah, I think you did. And I've always had a thing with Lyria.
No, Paul.
This constellation is actually very, very interesting, if you want my honest opinion. It's also got the ring nebula in it. That. Now you tell me what you just said.
Wow, you just blew my mind.
What were the colors you just mentioned, right?
Did this. I'm on a delay, so I'm sorry if I'm talking over somebody else. I don't know why. But you really needed this tonight.
Red, gold, and blue, and red. Red, gold, blue, and black are always the colors I'm always messing with.
That is the Ring Nebula, which is in the Lyria constellation. It's actually I think it's the most south point.
I wish I knew how to put this on the big screen. Does anybody know?
I don't know how to do that. I haven't been live. See, look, like the Ring Nebula is right here. And then right here is Vega. So, when you put them, they form the Triangulum Galaxy. When you trace a pattern from Vega, Ring Nebula, to here, back up to Vega, that's the Triangulum Galaxy.
That's, I don't even know. Wow. You just blew my mind. I wish people knew, if somebody knew how to do these lives to figure out how to move it over to the other. I honestly fit progression mirror maybe? No?
No, mirror is where your screen flips.
Settings?
Try it.
Comment settings? I don't.
Mm-mm.
Does
I can make a
anybody
video and post it though, like Inja said.
just push a button? What button?
Both of my teenagers are not here right now.
That's name. Okay. Oh, and expand. Okay.
Ah, there we go. Okay, let me show you.
Thank you.
See, there's Lyria. Wait, I lost it. Oh, I'm looking at the screen and not where I need to be looking. Let me get back here. So that's Vega.
Uh huh.
Then right here is your 2, 3, 6. Actually, let me change that. 6.
Does that say Polix?
Yes, it does.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my mind just went both.
Oh,
Oh, my mind just went both.
this is
Right
so
there.
cool.
Well, I don't know the significance of that now.
Valeria. That's it's almost my name.
Okay. So I wanted to show you. You see how that right there? Okay, well there's Vega. Now, if we take right there where Vega's at, and we go, literally there's your constellation of Lyria. We go right here to the middle point of the constellation, and there's your ring nebula.
And that's, remember, hold on. Can you bring that back a little? Now, Nightbird, remember when I told you when the Palladian took me, I seen a nebula?
Yeah.
Nightbird. Remember I said there was a nebula when she took
Yes.
me? That was the nebula that I seen,
Yep.
that she took me through.
Wow.
When she took me to my home world.
My mind is blown.
You can literally almost see through it. You can definitely tell there is something more behind that blue.
Oh my god, my mind just went. Holy hell. Just, that's the same. Because I was taken by a Palladian one night and she cried my phone, but she took me up on the ship and she took me and brought me to a nebula. She, like, it looked like she warped to the nebula, and it looked exactly like that. And she goes, "Are you ready now?" And then she goes, "Okay, hold on, because it's going to be a quick ride." She went through the nebula, and then I was at my home world.
So let me show you. Oh, let me get back and get out of it. Okay. So that nebula goes right back, and it's parallel, like straight line parallel with these.
Oh my lord. You've got to be kidding me. Now this is making so much sense. Holy crap.
Yep.
And that is the actual shape of the constellation.
And isn't Lyria where the cat people are?
Yep.
People don't want to
Sorry,
listen to
I
you.
had to move.
Well, that explains why I have a fetish for cat people. Yeah.
But there is a lot of different types of Lyrians. Like, it's not just,
Yeah.
well, they're mostly feline. I will give them mostly feline, but,
Oh my god, my mind just went poof.
yeah.
Holy crap.
Let me show you.
Now it makes so much sense.
Where the triangular, there's Andromeda. Okay, there's a triangular galaxy right there. That's the triangular. There's Andromeda. And you go up.
Yeah.
And you go through Lacerta, Cygnus, and then you hit Lyria.
So Lyria.
But I, for some reason, am wanting to keep coming back to this galaxy because there is a significance there. I don't know what yet, but.
What, show me that one? There's something with that one, huh?
Well, wait. Oh, wait. Other than the fire. That's where the fire comes from. This part. The firestorm of Starbirth.
Yeah, there's something there. I'm trying to remember. There's yeah. Oh, there's something there.
I don't know what either. I could not tell you.
That looks familiar. You too, big girl. I've seen that before. I know I put something there.
And if you want to get truthful, like, it kind of has the shape of a dragon. Look.
I know we put something. We have a colony in the Kempler system. We put a Dyson sphere over there, but I know there's something in the Tri galaxy. There's something. There's.
Let me see if there's any more major points that stick out, which I don't think there. I think that's about the only major point about this galaxy that really sticks out to me. Which is why I was like, I don't know why, they want me to sit here and look at this, but
Yeah,
no, I get it. No, I don't see anything else that sticks out other than the fire in it.
There's something there from us. I don't know what, but I can't remember exactly right now.
Yeah, but I like how it's so close to Andromeda. Like, if you want to see, Andromeda is right here.
Yeah.
Like, the Andromeda galaxy is huge.
That's where the Andromedans are.
That's where I'm from. Andromedian.
And that's where the Seven Sisters are, ain't they?
I believe so, yes. That's where we have, I think it was in 1955, if I'm not mistaken, that we had that message come through. Remember that they talked about from, where was that? In like the middle.
Where are the Seven Sisters?
It's like Brazil or something. Oh, that's my light. Sorry.
Where are the Palladian Seven Sisters from?
Palladia?
Draco. See, that's my point. Look right there.
Where?
Did you see right near Lyria? When you went to Lyria, look
right
who's
there.
beside them.
What are you looking at?
Look up. Keep turning the camera. No. Go the other way.
Oh, this way?
To the left. The Draconians are right above them.
Oh, yeah, Draco. Right there.
See? I told you, see, my people are nice with the Draconians.
And it's the Cat's Eye Nebula.
Yeah.
Like, that is...
Yeah.
That's the Cat's Eye Nebula right there.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty.
Holy crap, I've been seeing that too. It looks like the flower of life.
Ooh.
Looks like a flower.
Now I knew it. I knew everybody was saying that the draconians because I know I sent the draconian
There's
to
your
this.
diamond too.
Yeah.
And the way they formed that picture, that's pretty cool.
See, now we know the draconians are right next to the Lyrians.
Oh, definitely. You didn't know that? I thought you knew that. Sorry.
No.
Draco is a big constellation. It's
Yeah.
got Thuban on it, which looks, which looks like that.
Wow.
It's got the big red star.
Man, I've got to look this up. Holy crap. I'll be sitting here for hours looking at this stuff.
I do sometimes. Like, literally, I get lost in the solar system.
That makes a lot of sense, though. This makes a lot more sense to me when you went to Deliria. Because
There's one more big point of Draco, but I don't see it.
Yeah, but that Lyria does make sense because I know I've seen that before. And being with the cat people, that makes more sense too because, and that's what, holy crap, because that's where the Templar system is too, right below.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we have a colony.
Right.
We have a
There
colony.
it is.
I remember telling,
This is the closest one, closest to both. This is the Draco constellation, but it is the closest to Lyria. And
well, now this makes a lot more sense. Because if you go down from Lyria,
look at the name.
You got the Cyprus, right? And Cyprus is where the Kepler star system is where our colony is. So they're right underneath them. So that makes sense. You got Lyria there. You see that one right there?
Cygnus, yeah. That one?
That's where we have a colony in the Kepler system.
Right there. That's the North American Nebula.
Yeah, we have a in the Kepler star system we have a colony there.
Hang on, I have to find the point.
It's so big. Oh my gosh.
Now this all makes sense because when I went through that, when I went on the ship, that was the same exact freaking nebula that I went through before.
That's gonna be.
And she went straight ahead. So and you said that was the epsilon thing there. This has just been one. Holy crap! Hey, down the rabbit.
Wants to see Beetlejuice.
That's lost my mind right now. I think I've just lost my marbles because
there's the Pelican Nebula I was looking for right there beside it.
That just blew my mind.
So the Pelican Nebula is different. To me, it's different. It's extremely pretty, but it's different. Let me see if I can get it to pull up for you.
Rabbit, they actually found epsilon in there.
They found my homeworld. They found my homeworld in that portal.
It's real.
That nebula I told you I went through, it's the same nebula that you just showed me.
I would have to pull this off of their actual database to get the information on that one, but I think that's what you're talking about right there. But there is also a cross right here in Cygnus. Right here.
Oh my lord.
It doesn't have a picture of it because it's so far away. I mean, literally, that's the only picture we have of it.
It just blew my mind. My mind is now blown. I cannot believe you found that nebula. And it's right next to the Lyria, which is right next to Epsilon, which is right next to the
Butterfly Nebula, too.
Oh my lord.
Gee whiz.
Draconians. Oh my lord, I can't even. My mind is overwhelmed right now.
Beth, you have no idea how healing this is for him. Oh my God. A lot of questions have been answered.
See that? You see that nebula?
Yeah.
Right there? Remember I told everybody that I was going to a nebula when I was on the ship? That was the nebula that I seen.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi,
Hello,
Fran.
friends. How are you?
And look
Hello.
what's right across it. See that nebula?
That's so cool.
That's the one I went through. Now if she goes straight away from it, it goes to Lyria, right? And that is wait until you see this. You guys are gonna be like, what?
Okay, so the Ring Nebula is right here, where my mouse is. Hang on. Now, if I go straight over into Lyria, oh, let me see if I can find it right.
Now, see, this is what I needed. I needed this because this is what I've been trying to say for years that I couldn't.
There it
Right there. And the colors too and everything. It's like, what?
Oh, I got too close, didn't I?
Oh, but look at that. It says epsilon. It actually says epsilon.
And that's where the cat people are. And I've always had a thing for cat people. But anyway.
Yep, that's it.
Oh my lord.
That is so cool.
And it's funny. Huh, huh. And it's
Oh,
next to Vega, which is right above it, is the Draconians, which I said the Draconians had helped me.
No, Draco is right there.
Yeah,
Lyria
see,
is right
the
here. It's kind of
Draconians is
sad.
right above it. See right below it,
Hercules right there.
the Cagnus down there is where I said that there was a colony of my people down there.
The cross is right there. The Northern Nebula.
Oh my lord, this is just blowing my mind right now.
I knew
Oh,
there was also nebulas right here in this constellation
I'm
too.
so keeping this live. I'm not. I'm gonna post it on.
Andromeda is right there.
Yeah.
The Triangulum's right there.
is the Dracon, whatever that is that little cluster you see up in the sky? It's just that tiny little cluster. Is that the one we're looking at?
Draco is. Let me see if I can get close enough to show you the whole system. Is it going to let me? Where are you?
Oh my lord. I don't even know
I
anymore.
have got to get better at this. Sorry.
My mind just blew up.
Now my mind's blown.
I don't know if it's gonna let me show like all the lines, but it's a big system. Like it starts and it expands. Like it goes off into a whole nother circle and square over here. And I don't think we can see
Right.
Draco from
I'll have to look. Oh, you don't think we can
our
see it?
part.
Okay. What is it? So it's not part of a constellation?
Oh, Draco is its own, like,
Yeah.
unique constellation, if you want to call it that. But yeah, it would be part of Ursa Minor.
Oh, okay.
Oh my lord. You just confirmed like everything.
Very cool.
See, there's
Tell us.
Ursa Minor and Ursa Majors over here.
Can we?
Draco is in Ursa Minor.
I see. Can we start calling you Epsilon again then?
Huh.
Tell me, I missed it. Tell me your story. You have physically seen this.
Yes, I seen all that. All this I seen before. And I've said it to you guys, I think.
I have found Beetlejuice.
I don't think I've ever heard the story.
Oh, alright, hold on. Okay. This is before I met that person. I was in the Commander's Live. And something drew me to the Commander's Live. I don't know what it was. And I pretty much, the only reason why I got on TikTok in the beginning was when I had 1 million followers, people didn't like my UFO series, so I got off TikTok for a while. I got back on TikTok, and because I was kind of jealous, I was really jealous actually, because people kept saying like Tic Tacs and round UFOs and little gray aliens, and I'd never seen that. And I've always seen draconians and all kinds of races, and I always wanted to know why I'd never seen them. So, and I never really encountered a Palladian, and I've seen the tall whites, and seen those are the only two races I've never seen was the Greys and the Palladians. So I was kind of jealous and envied that people were seeing that. So I went on Commander's Live, and he's talking about these people's different encounters and this and that. And I was like, well, I'm getting a little freaking jealous. This is bullcrap. And people are talking about the Palladians. I'm like, I ain't never seen a Palladian either. And so I got up in the thing, and I started telling them about my encounters and what had happened, like with the Draconians and all the other beings at one time. And I said, you know, I've never seen a Gray. And he goes, well, maybe there was a reason for that. And I said, why? He goes, because you might be going on a different path than everybody else. I go, what do you mean? He goes, you'll see. He goes, by the end of the week, you will meet a Palladian. And I said to him, yeah, right, whatever, okay. I'm like, I took everything with a grain of salt, like I normally took everything. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. So I kind of chuckled, and we got off the thing, and I'm like, yeah, this guy's he's a little eccentric or something. I didn't believe that, so I was like, yeah, okay. So I got off the live, and I started to think. I'm like, nah, there can't be no truth to that. I mean, I felt the spiritual energy, and I felt the energy because I've always felt energy, but for some reason, I could feel it as words rang true, and I was like, no. So about exactly 7 days later, I was on UFO Gurus Live, and we were talking. This was at 3 o'clock at night, and it was about 3 o'clock in the morning. We were talking about my encounters and stuff like that. And as we were talking, I heard a female voice. It said, hey, come over here. I'm looking around. I didn't see anybody. And I'm like, what? No. And I kind of brushed it off and go, did you hear anything? I'm talking to him on the live. And he's like, no, bro, because I didn't hear nothing. I'm like, dude, there's a woman calling me right now. And you heard it again. She goes, I'm not going to wait all day. You're going to come over here? And I'm like, I'm like, dude, there's something over there. He goes, well, go look. I'm like, hell no, it's dark out there. And he goes, well, you're sitting on the porch smoking. So I was like, oh, fine, whatever. He goes, you'll be safe if anything happens. You're on the live, so at least we can record it. I'm like, really? Is that what we're doing? So we came off the porch, and we were kind of laughing. And he's like, I'm like, okay, I'll get off the porch. And I'm like, I don't really see anything out here. And I looked to the right, I looked to the left, I didn't see anything. And then I looked back to the right, and I heard, hey, over here. Don't ignore me. And I'm like, so I walk around, and I started getting to the back of the house, I started seeing a blue mist. I'm like, this is weird. What was in that cigarette? That was always been my excuse. There's got to be something in the cigarette. So I walk around, I get to the back corner of the house. As I started to get closer, I started to get dizzy. And I felt my energy was starting to heat me up, and I started getting really, really hot. And it got so hot that I put one knee to the ground, and I had the phone in my right hand. And he said, and I could hear, it was like I could hear him, but I couldn't hear him. He's like, dude, you all right? And I think he said that. and I started to fade off. And then this blue beam came down, and this Palladian walked out. She was gorgeous. She had long blonde hair with blue eyes, and she walked, and she had like pale skin, and she had a blue outfit on with gold trim. She walks up to me and touched me on the forehead, and as she touched me, my body grew, it started to glow white and blue like a Super Saiyan or something. I dropped the phone, and I hit the ground. I wake up, I'm on a ship, and I'm looking above the earth. I'm like, she goes, so what do you think? And I'm looking, and I'm like, huh, the earth is round, huh? She goes, not exactly, take a closer look. So I looked at the earth, and it looked egg-shaped to me, but, that's whatever. I was like, so it's not flat either, making a joke. She goes, no, it's not flat, it's round. It's kind of, it looks like a little egg. I was like, okay. So we're joking around, but she was kind of like, she was very, very comedic and very funny. So she put her hand on my shoulder, on my left shoulder, and she made me, and I turned, and she goes, well, okay, hold on tight. And then I just stood there. I didn't hold on to what? Because I didn't see anything. Just these, like, it looked like holographic, energy things, and I didn't know what to hold on to. And I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna hold on tight to what? You? Okay. So I stood there, and all of a sudden she it looked like she warped. It looked like something like you see in Doctor Who or something. It went through something like that, and then I zipped over to the Ring Nebula. And I didn't know what it was until now. When I had seen that, I looked at the nebula, and I was like, she goes, isn't this beautiful? I'm like, this is really beautiful. It was blue. In the center was blue. It was white, blue, and looked like golden color and a little red. It was really pretty. She goes, well, now I just wanted to show you this because it was very pretty, and you need to see this. I'm like, okay. She goes, okay, now we're going to take you to your home. I'm like, home? She's like, yeah. She goes, get ready. And all of a sudden, it was like within 3 seconds, I was in front of a planet that had a bunch of other planets, and each of them I had drawn out many times. I even have a picture of it somewhere that I've actually drawn out, and it actually looks like the Ring Nebula too. It's kind of funny. And she showed me the planets and this and that. She's like, okay. I go, well, which one's mine? She goes, that one. So she puts her hand to mine. We put our hands together like this, and a bubble came around us, and we lowered on as I'm telling you this, my body's tingling. We lowered down to this planet that was like golden red, and she's like, we came down, and I seen a translucent. I was on a beach. The water was blue, but it was also translucent animals under the water, like LED. They look like LED animals. They're kind of glowing, and some of the trees were glowing and stuff like that. It was kind of really pretty. It was glowing different colors. And I'm like, well, this is really neat. And she goes, well, follow me. She grabbed my left hand. We walked up to a little cliff, and we looked over, and I seen the city there, and there was a bunch of other beings down there. And I'm like, well, who are they? She goes, those are your people. I'm like, why are they different colors? She goes, well, that's how you made them. I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, they're really pretty. She goes, yeah. And I go, well, how come those people ain't glowing? She goes, because they are the ones that wanted to evolve, and they wanted a solid form. So they became a solid. I'm like, well, that's really cool. And I go, and then after she said that, she's talking about them, and I go, did you just say I created them? She goes, yeah, you're the creator of this world. This is your people, your world. You're the creator. You're their God. You're this, you're that. And I'm like, I ain't no God. I don't want to be like everybody else. I'm just a normal person. She goes, well, you might think that, but you're really not. And she goes, that when the time will come, you'll come back here and share your experience with them because there's something that you need on that planet that you're on right now. I'm like, what is that? She goes, you'll soon find out, and you'll work it out through time. It's not for me to tell you right now. You have to figure it out for yourself. So I went, she took me back. We went back in the bubble. We went back up. We flew in and we went past the nebula again. And she stopped there again. She goes, now remember this. We looked at it for a minute. She goes, make sure you get a good image of it in your head because this is going to be important. I said, okay. So after that, we came back to Earth. And I didn't realize it at this time that that was actually going on. And when I woke up out of it, I didn't know what had happened. So I went down. I took my phone. I took one of my phones. Let me see. Look at my name. How do I make myself bigger? Okay, I'll be right back. Let me show you something. And this right here is the phone that I had in my hand that day. This was a brand new phone, and I take really good care of my phones, mind you. I don't let anything happen to my phones. You see the front of this phone? Oh, wait. You see how it's in a nice, it's just a little handprinty? Really nice phone, right? Anybody? Answering?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. You see how it looks brand new? Well, look at what happened to the back.
Oh, wow.
Oh my. It looks like my phone now.
What had happened was, when I took this down to Xfinity, I was like, "There's something wrong with my phone. I can't charge it. It's charging when it wants to. It's not doing anything. What do I do?" I go, "Can I get another phone?" She goes, "Unfortunately, Mister, such and such, you can't get another phone because I didn't put the insurance on it." Well, I was like, "Well, what's wrong with it?" She goes, "You blew the battery." I'm like, "How did I blow the battery on this phone?" She goes, "Well, it was an energy overload. So now when you use this phone, it's going to work whenever it wants to. And my advice was to get another phone. And if I go and plug this up, sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. But yeah, they said if I went and pulled off, if they could actually pull off the back, you could actually see that the battery had exploded. And this was this was a new Samsung S20 5G multi whatever ones, and that's what that was. So that was the phone I had in my hand. So when I went back to that spot 7 days later, I found two other things.
Loving the story.
So when I went back to that spot 7 days later, I found this.
Ooh.
That was right in the spot where I was taken.
You better keep that forever.
Have it analyzed?
I found this.
What? Huh.
Now that is gorgeous.
Yeah, it
And
is.
that
Yeah,
was that
that's awesome.
exactly. Oh wait.
I have never actually seen a piece of terminated clear quartz that clear
Wow.
without
Yeah.
actually polishing or putting it on a lapidary
Wow.
thing.
These are the two stones that were in the place where I stood where my phone had exploded and she had taken me.
Meteor. That's crazy.
And now, when you came on, you went and showed that. That just confirms what I've been thinking the entire time.
That you've been looking for you, and that
That I don't know if it's a meteor. Honestly, I have no idea.
look at that. Hold that up. Does that feel like iron to you?
Hold on, I gotta go get it again.
Because meteors are mostly made of iron. Sometimes, like they look like iron, but it's different. It's different minerals.
This rock here, just a little piece fell off. It doesn't feel heavy at all.
Is that bubbles? Where it got hot? Kind of like entering atmosphere hot?
It feels warm to me.
I see the little bubble pockets in it. Oh, I see it. Oh, wait, go turn back. Okay, yeah, it got hot.
Yeah, it looks like a meteor.
Yeah, that definitely looks like it came through something hot, or the atmosphere, or like a lava. And you don't have lava right there, so. Do you have lava right there?
No.
No.
And the funny thing is, wait a minute. Hold on. What does that look like? Anybody?
A dragon.
Dragon.
Anybody in the chat? What does that look like?
Can't you hear us? Dragon.
A dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, meteors kind of resemble lava rock. It's both the same minerals and properties. They got hot, and they heated up, and they cooled down. Now that I'm interested in because that's got a red tint to it, don't it?
Yeah.
Or is that your picture behind it? No, that's got a red tint. Right there in that one spot.
In the middle there.
That's the red line.
Yeah. That I like. Because it's completely flat, isn't it?
You can
Yeah.
clear your chat.
Like there's no real humps in it.
Nope.
Interesting.
Wow.
Put that up. Like put that up.
Yeah.
And yeah, put it up. Don't let anyone other than us right here see that.
And it almost looks like there's a face in it.
Definitely put it in a lockbox. Somewhere bury it.
And see, that's what I was saying that. And the funny thing is I know that wasn't there because the day before I was taken, I mowed the lawn.
Well, the reason I say put it up is because I know they have come around here and collected artifacts that we have found, all the way to the most minor artifact. You get what I'm saying? That they think is different. So put it up.
I had to see who was in here for a minute. Give me a minute. I'll do something.
And if anyone ever asks you where you got either one of these, they were passed down through your family. They cannot take things that are passed down throughout your family. If you say you found them, they can take them.
And a certain way it looks like a dragon head. I have to find it again. Even like that, it looks like a dragon head to me.
Gargoyle.
But this,
Yeah, I can see it too.
I'll make that into a necklace.
I've been pondering that.
But like she said, they might take it from you.
I have a bubble in it. Look, I need you to look at it really, really closely and look and tell me if there is a bubble moving inside of that.
That'd be trippy. I don't have my light with me. Actually, do
Like, move it and see if you see a bubble moving as you move.
I? It does look like there's something in it.
I could have swore I seen a bubble earlier, but it's hard to tell, not holding it.
Bubble.
We have a bunch of clear quartz, and when they have water in them, they'll form an air pocket or an air bubble inside. So when you move it, you can see the air bubble moving if there's any space for it to move. And I just lost the name of it. It just completely.
But yeah, these were.
Hang on, I'll get it.
These are the two things that I had gotten from the UFO with the Palladian. Before I had met some other people.
I'm sorry, words have been hard today.
Yep, that's super pretty.
Hello, Pete.
It starts with an E.
And then there's that one.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Looks like a giant space turd.
No, that is not have a peanut in it. Let's see here. If I can get it to pull up.
Did you say you got that?
Take it in a second. Sorry.
Yeah, Pete. When I was taken by the Palladian and I went back, these are the two objects I found sitting on the ground. I've never really done anything with them. I put them on my shelf because I don't know what the hell to do with this. Yeah, and it's very funny that Beth, she picked out, she confirmed, my the nebula that I was at. Hey, Chris can tell me what they are. He's a rock person.
Oh yes, is Chris in here?
Yeah.
What is the quartz with the water bubble in it? What's the name of it? Because I just completely lost it. It just completely went out of my head, and I can't seem to remember.
He's a rock person, so he would know this. Let me figure out how to.
Hi everyone.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
You know what I'm talking about when I say quartz with the water in it?
Let me see a little closer. Just move a little closer to the screen. The other. Oh yeah, that's a pretty one there. Where'd you get that one? Did you find it yourself or did you buy it?
Neither. Um, it was probably dropped off for me.
Oh, someone gave it to you. That's
Even
good. I love
hydro.
it's
That's
really
what
nice
it
when
is.
someone can give you crystals too,
I was
because they mean something to someone, you know. They hold their
I was
positive energy.
I was taken by a Palladian. This
Okay.
stone,
if it has water in it, a water bubble is called an anhydro.
Oh,
this
that's
stone
beautiful. It's
here,
got the red in it, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of the spiritual one, like ones I have here, I've got ones that have red in them. The red crystal. They even have like ruby red crystals. So there was a big connection with these crystals with the ancient people and the powers and the energies they held within them.
And
So,
then this one was sitting there too, right where I was taken.
oh yeah, that one might be carved into something. It might have been because what they do is that what they carved them, they put it on the corners. They would put bird heads and little faces, little dragons, and they
The
carved a lot
stone
of different things.
dragon, if I turn it, oh, right here.
That's quite funny.
See, it's all where you find them too, you know.
And it was funny because I mowed the lawn, it wasn't there. After I was taken, I went to mow the lawn and I noticed there was something shiny on the ground, which was this. I looked down and they're both sitting there at the same exact
Wow,
place I was taken.
nice, nice. Is that
So,
where you are now, or is that a different location?
same place.
How many years ago, or when did that happen?
About 4 months ago.
Okay, so it's where your current location is?
Yeah, on the top of the grass. I didn't have to do anything, and I mowed the grass the day before.
Wow.
I mowed the grass.
That's
I was taken. I went back there to mow the grass like 2 days later, and the two rocks were sitting on the ground.
and what you felt a lot of love with everything?
Yeah. Uh,
You feel a lot of love, right? Don't you? Those spirit don't those stones and those crystals just bring so much love? You feel them? It's like, wow, you feel it, right?
and that's why I feel the Palladian the most. One, I feel the dragon, and the other, I feel the Palladian.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm telling you, and you might even look closely, there might even be little eyes or little carvings, micro carvings on them. They had like some sort of technology to carve everything so small. And they have like super strong eyes to see it all. Pretty amazing.
So yeah,
So how have you been? So how have you been? How's everybody been? I don't want to take the floor too much. I got to let other people talk. I do that. I kind of tend to. I'm kind of like a floor stage. You know, I come in. I got to slow down.
oh, I'm fine. I'm just chilling, man.
Yeah, that's good to see you, though. It's good to see you.
And it's funny, Beth just blew my mind. I can't. My mind is still swimming from what she just confirmed to me.
Yes, and unfortunately, I have to drop right now because I have to go put my kiddos to bed. But hello, Chris, and thank you for coming up. And good night,
Yeah, good
Brim
night.
and
Good night.
Nightbird
And just
and Valerie.
and remember this. Just think, we're all creators. You want to create positivity future? You can create that. Just keep thinking the positivities you want to see in the future in the life you want to have, and we can all get there. You know, it's
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh yes,
And I,
you are
and I,
the
and, I, and every
absolute
time,
perfect person to pass this to. Good night, Brim. I
good night. Good night. Go
completely
take
am
care of your
glad I
kitty.
confirmed that for you.
Good night. It was great having you here. But yeah, man, I don't know.
Oh, and Nightbird's here too. Hi, Nightbird.
It's funny how this stuff just showed up.
Yeah, it's. You think you have? You should see. I've got like tens of thousands of tons of those things that I found. The whole city, an entire city, Epsilon, that the United States was founded on secretly and covered up, but then left to be found as treasures one day in the future.
Yeah.
Really amazing.
I
It's
mean,
like that, and the back, and then this is the last thing I'm going to say about it. The back of the U.S. $1 bill print in 1935 by Franklin D. Roosevelt is the treasure map in everyone's pocket to find it all. It's amazing. That's why the dollar bill is green. Emerald City.
He asked, "What does it mean when you stop a quartz watch from wearing it?"
I don't know. I'm just learning about the crystals myself, Epsilon. It's been amazing, and it's just so loving. I feel it. I don't feel any anger. I don't feel any like hatred. It's just all like ceremonial stuff, and and it's not like stuff I'm taking out of tombs or any. It's stuff that was put on the side to be found to say, okay, the tombs are over there, right? So it's
Yeah.
kind of like a treasure to find to say, okay, then you locate everything else, that kind of thing, so it can be preserved. I believe it was the founder's wish. It was like 3 presidents treasure hunt game, and they did it this way. This is the way they did it. They utilized everything here to become the strongest, most powerful. They paid the American Indians greatly for their land here, and they sent them to Canada to protect them from the slavery that was going on here. And they tried to do everything they could as these Robin Hood pirates. I mean, they brought 24 pirate ships here, according to their markers. Inland, pretty amazing. The pirates, they were the Robin Hoods, and then they funded all the schools and gave it all back.
And yeah, but we gotta focus on a lot of things though. We all finding all this stuff, but we gotta save it because we don't know where the future's gonna bring us. Because, like I've had in the premonitions that I've been having lately, they've been off the hook, and I've said many times that everything that I had perceived that was going to happen has happened, and I really, really, really wish that I had made videos on it because people wouldn't believe it if I said, "Oh, I know them now."
No, I
But
believe it. I believe it. It's amazing because you can think of you can calculate the future, right? Based on what's going on now. You have that type of ability, but it's a calculation system you use in your brain. That's what I have. I can see the future and, it's not bright right now if we continue down the same path. But we can
and
change them.
I know for sure that one thing is a definite and it's not changed. A lot of other things changed, but that one thing has not changed yet, which is that USA Today paper, and it's going to be in 2024. There's somebody waving with their right hand. It's blurry. I mean, it's misty, so I can't tell out who it is or the person hasn't shown face yet. But I haven't had the dream in a while, so.
And what was
But
that person doing in 2024?
that
Waving their
person in
hand.
2024 is waving like this, and he's on the front of the paper, and he's going to be a bad person. And it's going to
He's going to be a bad person. Okay.
So it's going to be September, November, or December.
But
That
what's
paper
the
is going to come
headline?
out.
Brent,
I,
what's the headline on the newspaper of this bad person?
I'm not sure what month it's going to come out, but whoever's on that front waving is a bad
What does
person.
it say? What does the
Well,
headline
hold on a
say?
second. So, yeah, the headline, but basically, it's a bad. Is it maybe some of them might be good? They're smearing to be a bad person.
No, it's a bad person. I felt negative energy from it, and
Okay.
that was part of the whole.
Because I'm gonna be a guy on the front of the paper waving my hand one day, and I'm not a bad person. I'm about love.
Yeah,
Okay, with this discovery. So
I'm
it's a
saying
different thing. That's why when you said that, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, officer. I'm not a bad man. I'm a good man. But they're
no,
gonna call me a bad man.
whoever it is, whoever is in that paper at that time is going to be the bad person, and
Oh, maybe it's gonna be the exposing the tomb robbers of who they really are.
I don't know, but it's
Because there's billions of dollars of treasures missing out of these tunnel systems when they robbed the mansion when they tore it down in 2007. And guess whose tombs are here?
but I've
The
I've
Robin
had
Hood pirates.
I've had this premonition for 40 years,
Okay.
and
Okay. So
it happens like every few years, or it happens twice in a year,
Oh my
like
God.
when the towers fell. I had that dream twice, and I didn't realize what it was saying until it happened. I'm like, oh crap.
well, the towers over the water for Emerald City, right? The 11.
And then
New
there
York
was,
City is
and then
over
there,
Emerald City.
and then there's the sickness. I had that. And then there was the planes, and then there was the tidal waves, the earthquakes. Every time something like that happens, it comes again. So I'm expecting that dream and premonition to happen again. And this time there's going to be a little more insight because that's how it seems to go.
Well,
And
think of a positive this time, though. Don't feed on the negatives, right? It sounds like you're waiting to hear the negative news, but what about creating the positive news, right? Because if we all become positive, resonate positively, I believe we can spread that across the world, right?
yeah, that's
Because you're like me, you like to give. You don't. You're not into material items. You want to do what you can, but you have so little, right? And
yeah.
if you had a lot, man, you could do so much. Okay. And I can see that's the type of person. And you wouldn't go evil on if you got a lot. You would still
No.
do it the way you like to do, help people.
And that's what I
But we
was
got to be
saying
careful. We
before.
got to be careful in this world because there's a lot of snakes in the grass.
Yeah.
There's the fakes, and they come at us, and they think that they got you, and then they get you. I mean, I even had my own bank do it to me.
I'm just gonna say this: there's a lot of jinns out there,
Yeah.
and the only reason why I bring up the premonitions, it's not to scare anybody. It's to say, hey, if we don't, if we can get in that positive light and that positive energy, then I think we can change the timeline. And I've tried last year. I tried to get people to change the timeline because I don't want to see the things that happen, and they refuse to listen because it's their free will,
Exactly.
and it happened anyway. So I figured I'm gonna go about it a different way this time instead of sitting there yelling to the heavens that, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. I figured, well, this time, instead of going and seeking these people out, I'm going to attract them to me and then tell them the truth of what I see. And then if they choose to acknowledge it and accept it and to be and have it resonate with them, then we'll be able to ascend in the light and to bring out that happiness and joy and alter the timeline. And that's what I've been trying to do is alter the timelines that I see going bad. We've altered a lot of them. There's a lot of things I've seen that never happened, thank God. But there's multiple timelines, and there's some things in a timeline you can't change. It's a definite. But there's some things you can, and we are changing a lot of it. And every day we come on here, we express that. Oh, thank you so much. I'm a knight in shining armor. Reminds me when I was King Arthur. Well, we'll get into that another time. But
My ancestors were the Knights Templars. It's amazing. Finding their workings and what they did with the founding of the country.
If we bring out that love and light, then we can alter the timeline into a positive thing. But
Exactly.
until that happens, that's why I am the dragon I am. That's why I came down to this planet.
Well,
Because-
what is your mission? What is your what is your plan for do you have a plan for the future? Or just you're just winging it? Because that's what I used to do. Just to be like I have a plan now. This discovery that I discovered is my new life possession, a profession for the rest of my life to bring the truth of everything that's here and make sure that things are done right and the respect of the graves is taken care of.
Well, that depends on how you're looking at how you're going to look and perceive it. You want to look at it as a linear or is that the word I want to say?
In the physical world we live in now, but not in like the astral worlds, but in the physical world that we live in here that affects us all physically, before, our souls, basically recycle into another being and we come back. And as long as we're good, we come back as good people.
My goal as the dragon that I am and where I came from, my main objective has been always the objective in every lifetime is to show the love and compassion we have for each other, to bring that out of every human, bring out the best in every human that we are, bring out that light so we can raise in the vibration. Because if you've seen what was really out there among the stars like I have seen, You will be freaking amazed at what's really out there. There is objects out there that we can't see because we're not at that high vibration yet. So my goal, and it's been my goal since the before Inky and Inkle ever got here, is to help humans progress in the higher vibration and be the love and light and spiritual beings they need to be. Because at the end of the day, we are ever, as humans, we are ever evolving. Every day we evolve into a different thing. By the foods we eat, by who we talk to, our environment.
The atmospheric gases. Yeah, because that's what I notice is the atmospheric gases are what create the life on Earth. Whatever the gases are at, you'll get life that could be bigger or smaller, different shapes, different growths because the gases.
Because
But I got to run now. But I wanted to stop in and say hello, and thanks for having me on. And I love what you do. Just keep doing what you're doing. Stay positive, and remember, try to be more positive. Even if there's a negative that comes on, just turn that negative into a positive. How you can make the future better, so that negative never happens again to you or anyone else.
Yeah, that's
Right?
what we need. We all need to be.
It's not easy to do it because there's a lot of people that can't handle the negative energy, and it brings them down. They can't take it and turn them stronger. Like I take the negative energy now because I've had so much of it in my life. I'm actually be able to learn to take it and make it me stronger. Makes me smarter. Makes me know how these people are that have no conscience.
My favorite saying is, "What won't kill you makes you stronger."
Yes.
I'm stronger.
Our future is unwritten, and we are the ones that write the future.
Yes, because we are the creators. God made us all a creator, and you can create a life of misery, and you can basically. Oh, I want to tell you this before I run. There's 3 new curses that were channeled to me on Christmas Eve of last year when I found the treasures. No joke. After midnight, they came to me. It was the craziest thing. I love it. So one of the curses, basically, those that are greedy and evil with the treasures will be cursed. So basically, the curses are telling people is that you have the choice to be a good person or a bad person. And if you decide to do bad and cause sins against others, you curse yourself. No one curses you. You curse yourself.
Yes, we do.
And then those people that you hurt, the individuals that hurt others, they get like, aha, I did it. And then the other person's like, oh, I'm taking in the sin. It hurts so much, right? Because they absorb the sin. That's why it's so painful. But then that sin should make them stronger because they learn, don't let that person sin me again, right? So the people that are the ones that are doing wrong are the ones that are cursing themselves, but they can come out of it if they make amends with the ones that they did wrongs to. Unless if they don't, they implode. They have what I call they pull they. I'm not going to say it. There's somebody that imploded on social media, and I know you all know him, and I don't think he's ever going to come back because it's called an implosion. That's what happens, and that's what they do because they can't. The lies and lies and lies, and then boom, that's it. They're done. You know, they got to go perform somewhere else. So,
And as they
but
come back, it will show and others will know.
yes, yes. Yeah, the truth is always to prevail because the truth comes with love, right? The lies come with the evil, and it's like the Ghostbuster movie. All we got to do is come back together, all sing and love each other, and the big puff marshmallow man walks away like a big happy guy. You know, and then all that the clouds in the sky just go back, and then boom, the evil's gone. But we got to remind people to do that. But society is made the demons that run our societies. They make it so you only care about material items, your skin, your beauty, and not the soul that's inside where the light comes from.
That's the main thing that I've always admired about certain individuals. Looks don't matter to me. They've never mattered. I don't find, and I'm not a materialistic person. To me, if I want to find that one individual that I'm looking for, it has to be on a spiritual level that will meet me on that spiritual level in that spiritual plane. And often not that the people that I've met, a lot of them, they were not at that level at that time. and then I felt like that I had lowered myself.
Mhm.
And I don't know why, but I feel before I met certain individuals that I was in a higher plane, and I started listening to certain individuals, and it felt like that. I hate to
So
say
that,
it, I felt that I
um,
lowered myself into a lower vibration because
you're
I
supposed
wanted to understand what they were thinking. So I felt
to.
like I had to lower myself into that vibration to understand why they are and why they do the things they do. Not because and when I did that, I found myself in a chaos and in a rut where I had to have a couple certain a certain individual kept saying to me that I needed to be myself. You need to be that person you were when they met you. And it started to get to me where why am I why am I lowering myself to this energy? Why am I giving so much energy to individuals when I have the
Mhm.
energy all along? And I don't need someone to tell me who I am. And I don't need somebody to say, I have to look here for the answer, look there for the answer. And I finally realized that the answer was really within myself, that the true love and the true compassion and the true love for humanity was in my heart. And often not, when I was, for the last couple months, I wasn't using this. I was using this. And I kind of figured that to get, I wanted to understand
So
humans
you
as a
had you
whole.
just had a learning experience. It sounds like.
For me, as Brim, I sat here in the human experience. I, as often not, I'm a spatial being, an interdimensional spatial being that wanted to live the human experience. And I felt that I lowered myself to understand how humans think. And when I did that, I put myself in chaos. And that is something that I needed to get out, and I needed to surpass that and figure out, okay, I put myself into this rut. How do I need to get out? And after listening to certain individuals, I finally come to realize that the answer was in front of my face the entire time. Be who I am, express who I am. Don't let people make me lose my train of thought. Don't let people run me over, and be that strong individual you are.
Yeah,
And
be who you are, Epsilon, who you are, not who other people want you to be, right? Because
and
that's who
I
your
felt that
freedom to be you
I
is
felt that
that's you.
I was a mountain that became a pebble, and people ran me over, and because I had lowered myself to that dimensional energy. And
Probably because you're giving too, because you care, and they take
yeah,
advantage of that.
and I was giving too much for caring and trying to seek out how to help them, when at the end of the day, it was, I didn't need to seek them. I needed to attract them to my light and to the experience of a higher vibration, and that I I need to get out of the situation that had I put myself into. And it's not just them that I blame. I blame myself for that, because I wanted to experience the human experience, and I let the beings that were here, Paul and Epsilon, experience that because they needed
I
to
don't think that
experience.
was it. That was kind of the bad, evil human side that you experience. It's
Yeah,
not the good side. But I tell you what, you be patient. I know she's out there for you. Your soulmate. She's out there. You're gonna find her on here. You'll bump into her. You'll be talking to her here and there, and then one day you guys will connect. I'm
about a
telling you.
soulmate
Just
though.
stay
At
positive.
the end of the
She's
day,
out there for you. You'll find her because you're a great man and you have a big heart. And I tell you what, if I was an older woman, I'd be like, hey, you know what, Epsilon, yeah. But you know what, I'm a man and I did find a woman, and she's
It,
great.
it's
And
that's
hopefully later on we'll do other things. But right now we're just really good friends, and it's just a wonderful experience.
it
So
wasn't
just be
about
patient.
finding a woman though. It was more about finding the connection with a human spirit that I could meld with and find. I wasn't looking for the soulmate. I wasn't looking for a lover. It was more of me trying to find that intellectual spatial being that I know is there, that resides within a certain individuals.
That connects with you. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's not easy. I've been trying to find this woman for
Yeah.
51 years. Okay, all right.
Yes, but tonight you just learned something brand new.
Yeah.
Remember
Just trying
that.
to find the blue lady.
So, but I got to
Yeah, and
run
maybe
though. But
some of you really don't expect it to be, but I think that wholeness and everything, you had that tonight, and it was beautiful what
Yeah.
Beth brought to you. It was
yeah, no, it's just
unbelievable.
you want to find somebody who's like you, who has a lot in common. That you don't need to change them for them to be who you want them to be. You love them for who they are, and because they're just a wonderful person, you don't want to change them, right? Because you want them to be free. You want their inner child to be able to play. Because if your inner child can't play, then you can't be pure. And then the other thing, before I go, you have to be honest with oneself. Can't lie. If you have grudges or hang-ups from people in the past, you have to let them go. Because if you don't, you won't be pure. And once you be pure, though, I believe you can become a real creator of future worlds and amazing stuff. You move on, like you become a wizard and a special person in the future, a special light person. And I love that feeling. It gives me so much, you know, just drive because it's so much love and power that I feel from everything. So, but
And
just
that's
stay positive. And then when you find it, tell you'd be surprised. It's I met her on. I heard her talking on one live one night, and I was like, I gotta talk to her, and it was just amazing the connections. I can't really. I don't want to say who she is here. You guys all know her, but I'm not gonna. I can't say. But she's just an amazing woman, and but I gotta run. You
I'm
guys have
happy
a
for
wonderful.
you,
Have a good
Chris.
night.
That's wonderful news.
Yeah, have a one. Yeah,
Yeah, congrats.
she's just truly amazing. It's just. I mean, she's amazing.
For you.
Okay, that's all I
Good
can
for
say.
you.
It's just so the pureness, and I'm not looking to, you know, use anybody or anything. I'm just a regular guy. I've been looking for. I know what I want because I went through so much abuse. I've been let down. I've been robbed and stolen from, and just always, if you don't always fight against those people, they'll take it from you. And it's pretty amazing. And the systems are broken too because they don't help you either. Like divorce systems and stuff,
Right.
and it's just but I want to see those changes in the future, right? I don't want to because the one thing in this country that I've noticed, all these women that go through divorces and once they go to a lawyer, they turn into some evil demon because the resonating evilness from those lawyers that just want money out of these people because they know if they cause a lot of aggravation and fuel and fire into this divorce, it means more money for the lawyers. And then they fuel up these people and they become nasty and then they get that kind of like, hey, I can go take whatever I want from anyone. It's
Mm-hmm.
not a good thing. And that's the problem. So we get rid of those lawyers and we make it where, hey, you get married, you sign something before you get married, and then we get married, you go to a special class, hey, you want to get divorced, you go to this class, we're going to help you do it this way, split everything up. You're done. No lawyers, you know?
I've always, since January 1st, when I came out of my bed, I thought to myself, it felt like I was a brand new person at the beginning of this year. I felt stronger. I felt more energy. Like I'm totally energized. Like
That's
I'm so
that's
For a
great.
freaking
year.
energized. I can't even wear a freaking bracelet on this hand, a beaded bracelet because they explode off my arm. These rings here are so freaking hot. I feel like I'm burning myself, and
Right?
I feel
You
like
got a lot of energy come off you, brother. You're doing good. But when you have that energy, people want to take it from me, right? So we just got to make sure we don't let the snakes in the grass come and try to snatch some of your energy and some of your loot too, because they like taking people's loot, you know. So, but I got to run. Have a
Bye,
wonderful night. I'm sorry I got to
Chris.
run, but
Okay.
love you
No
all.
problem.
Okay,
It's great
stay
having
positive.
you.
Remember, stay positive. The future you
Oh
created,
yeah.
Bye,
create that
Chris.
big, beautiful place for us all. Good night. Good night.
Good night. And
You
that's
won't
where
believe what I heard a little bit ago. And I'm kind of freaked out.
I'm still
What?
I'm still
I'm not
amazed by
saying
the
where I
whole thing.
am,
What?
but we heard a Sasquatch that made my hair stand up.
Wait, what?
Like a
I
real
can't.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, I can't believe that
Holy
she
cow.
actually confirmed everything that I said. I was like, I'm blown away.
I know. That was
It-
so awesome.
She showed that she showed the nebula, she showed the planets.
All of it. And it's all you. It's all
Whoa!
you. They're all your. Yes.
It was everything that
That
I
was the
said.
answer. You got your answers tonight, and that was just so great and beautiful, and I love it so much.
Empowered you.
Yeah. And those pictures,
Very so.
she's gonna send those to you, and you're gonna be, as soon as you get a computer, I know what you're doing.
Oh yeah,
Pillar of the
I
cloud.
know what I'm doing. I've been so jacked, and I haven't felt no. And anytime I
Mm-hmm.
feel that negative energy from people, I just end up leaving. And when I
Yeah,
went through somebody's life, I felt an evil jinn, so I had to get away from that.
right.
and and
You're picking up more too. You're
yeah,
feeling it a lot easier, aren't you?
I'm picking up on things like within seconds now, and I could feel when somebody enters the room. I'm not even looking, and I knew Rachel was coming in. It was funny because I felt her energy coming in to the room, and
It's
it's
because
weird. I can
you're not
start to
being put
feel
out.
people
You're not
coming in,
being dummied
and
down,
it's like,
whatever you
holy
want to
crap.
call
My intuition's working a lot better now too.
it.
There have been
Mm-hmm.
some surprising things.
Isn't that crazy?
Lovely, surprising, good things. And it's your year, the year of the dragon, for all of
Yeah,
our dragons.
Mm-hmm.
we're all gonna come into into that ascension once we hit that higher vibration, and once we all meet the criteria
Yes.
for that minimum vibrational level, and you start to see
Mm-hmm.
like the different dimensions in the fifth dimension, and especially when
You
you
look at
start to
things
see
completely
that.
different, don't you?
Oh yeah. And once you start to
Completely
feel,
different.
once you hit that higher vibration and you see the things that I seen up in that craft, you're just gonna your freaking jaw is gonna drop. If
I
you
knew something else happened. I knew it, but I didn't say anything.
There's a
But
lot
I had
out
my
there.
own journey, my own path I had to go to at that time. And I wouldn't change it for anything.
Yeah, and
Nothing.
see
And
that's the
people
thing.
think, okay, so that person's coming back on. I don't care. I'm at my stage. I'm at where I'm at. And I love it. And I love myself. And I love everybody around me. And
And it was a time
I'm
where
not attached. Like, you don't realize how attached somebody can become. And for some reason, I'm okay with it all
Amazing.
gone.
J-
I've
James,
reached a different level from all of that. So,
He's been astral projecting, James.
yeah.
and there's just like so much energy that I'm feeling lately,
Oh,
and it's just overwhelming that I see the change in every individual that I've met over the past year and the last couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Their energy has been through the roof. There's been more things that I have seen from people that I never thought I would actually see,
yeah.
and it's beautiful. It's so beautiful, and I hope that one day when we reach that minimum criteria for that fifth dimension, you'll see what's really out there. Because,
I
like the
already,
exile said, the truth is out there. But in order to get that truth out there, you need to get the truth that's inside. Once you hit the truth that's inside, like you just
you can't go back. You can't go back. That's the
once
thing.
it's like the thing is once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Exactly. That
And
rings so true. Listen to
uh,
you.
and there is I've often sensed two powerhouses all the time, and one of them,
And some of us are getting stronger.
two of them, I've I took a shine to, but they know who they are. You know, I really love Pete because he's awesome. Every time he's called an eccentric, it pisses me off.
I know. I
I
know.
find Peter. At first, I didn't understand Peter, but as I started raising in vibrational, and I started raising and understanding certain things that have been happening, I completely understand every freaking word he says.
Yes.
And I am like, holy shit. And then, there was somebody else. Her fingers were like nails going down a chalkboard. And I really couldn't understand what she was saying. But as time progressed, after hearing those fingers down the chalkboard, I grew a liking to her voice, and I kind of started to understand what she was really saying. And you could feel the energy and the power within her, and that alone is inspiring. And the frequencies within those two individuals alone is tremendous. I mean, there's other people I can pick up on, but their energy is different. Like I sense when like I speak to Honey, for example, when I encounter her in a chat and then see this, I feel a holy, just energy that's more about pure and light, and it's really the people that I'm coming in contact with, that their energies are different, but they're powerful in their own way. And I think that once we get together as a family, as a collective, we will be unstoppable. And that is my major goal this year. This is why it's the year of me, the year of the dragon. They wanted the dragon, they got the dragon. This is the power, and this is the love I'm going to express to everybody else. And that's how I'm going to be. I went full dragon mode. And that's how I'm going to be, man.
Ever
And
since I went to who Honey Reynolds, she brought me in and I got some energy work with, I've been feeling 100% better. Oh my God. God bless you.
And like, there's certain individuals I can scroll through here. I
Right?
can scroll through who's in the room. I mean, like Steve, I felt his energy. I can feel his is more of a compassion and curiosity. Valerie, she's happy, and she's got a pure energy light around her. The Mystic Warrior, she's got kind of a playful energy, but serious at times, and she's very healing. Michelle's more of the pure light energy. I don't know those. I can't read them. Hopi's more of the mystical, and I'm feeling a more earthy energy. Jupiter is more of a, I hate to say it, more of a spatial energy with her. Squishy's more of a creator, more of a creative energy. And Trina, she's more of the spatial. I'm getting more spatial, more of a. She likes to document things. That's what it seems to me as energy. Jennifer is more of a curiosity, more of a love for everybody, and that's the energies I feel and that's why I like to come into these lives and do these lives so I can feel everybody's energy and feel what it's like to have those earthly experiences. As a dragon I am, I can experience everybody else's energy and just not drain like everybody does. They drain energy and take that negativity and pull it from you. I like to feel the energy, converse and talk to the people and,
Yeah, you feel it
communicate.
and you don't take it. There's a
Yeah,
big
if
difference.
I want to feel it,
There's
I
a
don't
difference
want
in
to take
that.
their energy.
Yeah.
I don't want to take their energy because that's their own. What good would their energy be to me? I have
Mm-hmm.
my own energy, and I want to stay in my own energy. I don't want somebody else's energy because if I had somebody else's energy, it wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be who I am. That's
Exactly.
when you need to have that energy. The only place you can get that energy is you look within yourself. The true power of understanding is within yourself. And I often say, like I said before, when your eyes are wired shut, is means because your eyes are wired shut is because the truth that you're seeing is not the real truth at all. That's why you need to pull those wires out so you can see the truth in front of you. When you're speaking with a forked tongue, it means that when you're speaking, you have to use the words with light and energy, not with negative and deceiving. And when you have your ears, you can't hear if it's plugged with untruths and misbeliefs, and it shuts a person down where they don't want to listen. It's a three in one. It's a
Too blind,
trinity.
they'll never see.
It's a
Yeah.
trinity. You need all three to have one. You can't have one without the other. And it's all the same. That's why I've been saying this saying for months now. That is what I mean. When your eyes are wired shut, you won't see the truth that's in front of you because you're looking within
Yes, you
yourself
will.
and you're blind to see the truth that's out there.
Yep.
Until you're right there in front of them
I'm
sometimes.
always ready to learn and grow. And
Every
something
day
new
is a learning
to share. Yep.
every
Learn and
day is
grow.
a learning experience, and look at the positivity in the day and look at how beautiful it's been outside and
The
oh
sunset tonight was beautiful. I just watched it,
oh
but
the sun felt so good today and yesterday. Oh, I was soaking it up. All that goodness and
I hadn't taken it in for
Thank you, Pete.
a long time.
And
But today I did.
I've always looked at people with an unconditional love, no matter what they do. And like the earlier in the chat, it started to get out of mayhem, and I noticed some people need to get some stuff off their chest. But I mean, that was all good and all, but
Time and
sometimes it's needed to do that. But this is a new year now, and from this day forward, when I do my lives, I want to have more positive things. I want to learn about everybody's
yeah.
experiences and spiritual things. And so when I do my next live, which I'm not really sure yet, I will post it. That we're gonna have a topic, and I'm gonna pick a topic from my whole dragon mind because I don't have an advisor no more. They used to give me an incentive and a help
it's
in
okay.
what I need to do.
It will fall into
Yeah.
place.
And yeah, we're not going to go into that darkness. We want to get out of that darkness, and we will.
Yeah,
And with each
because
day,
any of it now, if I feel it, it actually makes me sick, and I don't want to be around it. I don't want any part of it. I don't care what happens with Yoo-hoo stuff. I'm
yeah,
at a place in my life that I'm content and I'm happy.
I've looked at
I
it
I'm
like
left
looking
that
forward to the
live
next
live
day.
for you guys.
I looked at it
That's
like this. It was a stepping stone, a lesson, and we ascended from it. That was a lower
Yeah,
vibrational era that we needed to experience, and we experienced it, and now we're out of it, and we're greater beings because we're out of it.
we're in such a better place. I was
And
able to let go of so much that I didn't even know.
and if
And
I
it's just been wonderful, to be honest with you. I can't describe it. I really can't. And I
and if
have found more things out about myself and what I am, and nobody's gonna take me down.
Don't let them.
exactly,
Never should.
I mean,
Nobody.
since
I'm
I
gonna be my same caring person that I've always genuinely been, and
and that's how it happened for me too. But when I came into the beginning of this year, well, after I took the last plane out of the cesspool, I realized a lot of things that, and I realized a lot of things, and ever since I came to realize what I need to do and what I should be doing, which is this, is telling people about the light, telling them this and that. And if they want to listen, then they're going to resonate, and I'm going to attract them in. I don't need to go seek them out. I'm just going to sit here and express how I feel, and anybody that comes in, because they're going to hear about the light that we have that will attract them to us. And then when we do that, we can plant them seeds, and if they resonate, they'll stay. If not, then so be it. That's on them. That's their pathway. That's their journey. And I know if I didn't choose the path that I'm on right now, I wouldn't be blessed so much. In the past month, I've had 3 people pay some of my groceries, or if not all my groceries.
Yes.
I
Yep.
have
And I
people.
wish I could have helped more.
I mean, no, I didn't even ask for it. I'm in the line, and the
That's
person
awesome.
turns around and goes, "Let me bless you today."
Yep. Pay it forward.
Hmm.
We have that
They
And
every
could
Friday.
feel it.
like, wow. And I've noticed I'm a
And that
different
was the
person
universe
too.
showing you they're paying attention, they know what's going on, and you're not going to have to worry.
And and I've also looked at the thing. It's an equivalent exchange. Henceforth, why I originally put the tattoo on my arm. It's a sign of alchemy, okay? And to me, when I look at that, it means equivalent exchange. And I've ignored this tattoo for a while because it's a give and take situation with the universe. Whatever you put in is what you're going to get back,
Yes.
and you don't have to expect it back.
Nope.
If
No,
the
not at
universe
all.
wants to give it back, then it'll give it back. And I started looking at it again, going, "What does that truly mean to me?" And I came to the realization is equivalent exchange is whatever I'm putting into the universe, I don't have to worry about it getting back. And like I would walk down the street and I would like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I helped an old lady across the street. I helped this, and I did all this, and I before my mind said it, my heart said it, and then in turn I realized, you know, it's my heart saying
Hmm.
that that is what I need to listen to. Because when I was listening to my heart, my mind, I was saying, should I do this? Should I? Should I?
You were
What'll
battling,
happen?
yeah.
What will this person do with this? How will this person react? Now I'm speaking with my heart, and I'm like,
It's
I'm
automatic.
and I'm gonna do it, and I don't give a crap what anybody thinks, and
Yep.
I don't expect anything back. I
Yep.
don't. I'm doing it with my
That's
pure,
what it should.
loving, unconditional, universal, unconditional love. And when I looked at this
Universe knows
tattoo, I see a cross, I see a crown, and I see wings, and I see the serpent, and it reminds me of all that. Oh, thank you so much.
That was
I
great.
really appreciate it. It helps me because um I lost a lot of stuff when I was
Oh.
out with La La Land. So now I have to try to get my stuff back. It's gonna
Oh,
take
good luck.
it's gonna take a while. I
You can
mean,
always get new stuff, just look at it that
yeah,
way.
It'll
You
come
can
it,
back.
just,
it it's just to me it's material things. I really like my $3,000 computer that was left in California. I really
yeah.
love my $1,000 monitor that was left.
Well,
You
look at
know,
everything I left, though. And
yeah,
you had a little bit more to come back to, but I've been so blessed that I feel like
and,
I'm the richest person in the world,
and
to be honest.
to me, when I lost that
Let's just
stuff,
say,
I was like, well, it sucks. But you know what?
yeah,
Mhm.
I'll get it back. The
That's
universe
the
will
need
help
it,
me
yeah.
out when it's
exactly.
time, when it's needed. And I started not to worry about that stuff. And it was funny because the less I worried about it, the more stuff would happen. So I
Yeah.
came to realize in January, I'm gonna go with the flow of the universe and go with the flow. Wherever the universe takes me is what I'm gonna do. Do I
Same
have?
Which is
here.
what we were doing before all of this, if you
Yeah.
think about it.
I wasn't before though. I've always been one to plan things, and I've always been one to know what's
Well,
going on and how to plan it. But everything,
yeah, in a proper way, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
but as of as of now, I'm going with the flow of the universe. Whatever feels right to me is what I'm doing. And that
That's
is,
what it
I
should
think,
be.
the essential thing. Whatever feels right in your heart
Hmm.
is the thing that you need to do the most.
It's the
Because
heart that matters more than anything.
once
The
you
heart.
start to question what's in here, it's going to mess up what's in here.
Mm-hmm.
And it
And
That's
that
hurts.
very
is the true
true.
understanding.
And some people never learn their lesson, and that's for them. And you can warn people only so much. That's for them as well. And
Exactly. We're
you'll
not
be here if they
here.
come back. You'll
And
be
I've come
here.
to realize too, we don't need to worry about them. What you need to worry about is yourself the most
Myself.
because that is the
Yep.
most important thing. We can't fix anybody if we can't fix ourselves.
Yep.
Right. That's what I just
And if
told
we're
myself
broken,
today.
how do you expect a broke person to fix a broke person? You're not going to do
You
it.
can't. I
That's
Yeah.
what
wouldn't go to a
people
broke
always need to look within
person for my
themselves.
finances. You know, if they didn't know what they're doing with their finances, I wouldn't go to them for help. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody looks for other things to help them. You don't have to
Look
look.
around people that are around me now, and just even if you give them a smile, it
Hmm.
means more than you can even
Yeah, and
fathom.
all the answers you ever will need, like I've said a few times in this live now, that the true answers are within yourself.
Yep.
Anything that you need, the universe will provide. You don't need to look anywhere else but inside for the answers because the only one that knows the real truth is you. Whatever your heart tells you is what you do.
Yes.
Yep.
And that alone will take you on the rainbow bridge.
Hmm.
And Pete
Very
knows what I'm talking about. Don't you, Pete?
the Rainbow
I had
Bridge.
a rainbow aura
Rainbow
yesterday.
Bridge, Pete. When I opened that door, finally, I was standing on the Rainbow Bridge, Pete. Where are you, buddy? You were supposed to meet me there. I didn't just open the door, I kicked the door open. And you know who was behind that door? It was me. It was my higher self and my
Amen.
golden wolf
Amen.
telling me that I am a leader and I am me, the higher being. I was
Hmm.
just afraid to open that door. And now that that door's opened, the dragon is unchained and he's unleashed, and he is going to be the best he can be.
He's set free.
And that is what I am. And as you can see,
But the ego's in it. He's tamed the ego.
and you can see the cross here on the side of my face. I don't know if anybody can see it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've had that cross ever since I left
Hmm.
California. That
Yep.
Nice.
cross has been there. And every time I look in the mirror and I look
Hmm.
at that cross, you know what I think?
Hmm.
I think I
You
went
know that you did right.
what I did was right,
Wasn't a mistake.
and I know that I was marked by Source
Hmm.
itself to show me that I did the right thing.
Nice.
And
And
it
I
wouldn't be here if you didn't.
and all I'm gonna do is speak the truth.
Tell you what we can do.
Yeah.
If we don't, then we're just hurting
We
ourselves
want to be
ultimately.
shushed.
And hurt.
Oh, you know what I have to say about that? Are you ready?
Yeah.
I will not be shushed. I'm gonna
Oh
take
my
that
God.
shusher and shove it up somebody's candy aspirin.
Thank you.
I took
Candy
the
ex
game,
friend.
sister. You will not shush me ever. I will not be shushed. I am the dragon, and I will
I'm
not
not
be
going to
shushed.
be put down either. Screw that.
Right,
So
Valerie?
100% you're stalking me and I don't like it. Try and tell
I
me
will
not to.
be who I'm meant to be. The dragon I was born with. The dragon that came from the Alarian star system. That made those planets for my other dimensional. I will be
Andromeda.
who I'm meant to be, and I don't need anybody less to tell me who I am. Because me, I know who I am. I've
And you
known who I
showed
am.
tonight for even more confirmation. You
And you
couldn't
spent
make
the
it up,
time.
hun. You couldn't make it up.
Exactly.
And I'm glad to have witnessed that. I am so happy for you. And I'm proud of
Why
you.
did I miss it? I was on a live earlier, like almost.
Rachel probably went to the Commanders, most likely. She was on here earlier, honey.
Yeah, they're on. Commander's on.
Yeah, that's a whole nother ball game there.
Yeah, I'm not into listening to a gin.
Is that what you picked up?
I told you, I go into certain lives. I just sit there and listen before I comment. I can tell I went into certain lives. I'm not going to name people. I'm just going to name certain things that I felt. I went into somebody's live. Hold on. Let me see who's in here. I went into somebody's live. I could feel love in an angelic angel. And you could see it written all over her face.
I was told
And you could
something.
tell from her eyes and her red flaming hair. I could feel the energy and the love from that person. She knows who she is because she's sitting here in this chat right now.
Hi, honey.
And then I went into somebody else's live and I felt a jinn. I felt a trickster, an evil entity that was more of a trickster, and I didn't feel that I needed to be in that space, so I kind of slightly exited myself a little because I didn't want to partake in that energy.
Perfectly said.
I remember a live he came into.
Perfectly said.
And there's other lives where I noticed there was lives that people are preaching the light, but yet at the end of the day they're not.
They're not.
But I'm not going to be a judgmental person.
Right.
So
Don't go there.
I exited myself out.
Me too.
You know what I was told that I am as well? Well, Honey Reynolds is in here and I want her to try to confirm this. That, what is it, 144 of the ray of light, and that I actually am a guardian angel.
Nice.
And when that was told to me, my chest felt like it was going to burst open.
That's beautiful.
And this person that told me that, I trust 100%.
Yep.
And I'm coming to terms with that. Today I'm looking at everything, and she also said that I'm part of the 144,000 and that I
Yep.
deal with the earth. Do you feel that?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Do you not feel it?
I did. Oh my God. I haven't been feeling right since she told me that. Well, it's in a good way though.
Right. I love her.
And I'm going, this is making sense to me now.
Mm-hmm.
Because really, I should be a basket case after everything that's happened, but I'm not. I'm at peace with everything.
Well, you have to go through the fire to get your shine.
Oh
You know
yeah,
that.
and I've come through it, and I'm happy that I'm here with the people I'm here with, and so supportive. And that one person I'm here with, I also was told that we were soulmates.
Oh,
And I'm
yes.
going, oh my God. And that was told to her, not me.
I've noticed since
Yeah.
January 1st I've
And
not been the same.
yeah.
And I've been
Well,
in every human condition there possibly can be, I believe. And there's a reason for that. And I know it. And that's also part of the reason, too, that I felt so drained. And I'm still getting over being through that whole situation with the energy and everything. But it is leaving, it is almost all gone.
Mhm. Well, you know, Sarah's been through, I've been with her for about a year and a half.
Oh, and thank you for her. Oh my God.
And yeah, and I've also been with the Oracle, Robin, since
Right?
the first day he ever went live. I've been with him that long. And if you go read his, if you go onto his profile, he's got all of these podcasts. And just start at the beginning, and you can progress what we went through for 2.5 years. I think he's got 248 podcasts as he was struggling to figure it all out, who he
Yeah.
was and who ACL was, his channeling and all of this stuff. But
Yeah.
we've been through that with him all along. But you know, Robin always soothes me because I get into the starseed stuff and it makes me feel kind of anxious because I have angelic DNA
Yeah.
and
And
I
I
really
also about the
resonate.
crystal DNA with me.
hmm I just
Crystalline.
I just resonate more with the angelic than I do the starseed, and the starseed makes me feel a
Yes.
little anxious. And now that Sarah has gone through her full transformation this over these last 6 months, she's in the same place now, and I'm so happy and proud of her that she's come to source, that she's come to God and the angels and has fulfilled what she was supposed to be here for. You know, she is angelic, and she literally is. But to hear her tell some of the stories that she went through to get where she is, I mean, she truly had, you know, a phoenix.
Yes.
And you
The
have,
same with me.
yeah, and
Isn't that crazy?
she had some really, really tough times, but she's where she is now because of that, and she's so much softer, Sherry. You wouldn't believe how much softer she is than she was just 6 months ago. The angels have done so much for her. And when she first met me, she always told me she was perplexed at me. She didn't quite get me. And I
Yeah.
told her, I said, it's because I'm all about the angels, Sarah. I'm
Mm-hmm.
all about the angels. And she would just kind of say, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. But now she gets it. And she tells me, you know, thank you. Because I think part of the reason I went there to her was to bring her awareness to the angels, you know.
And I connected with you right away.
Mm-hmm.
Honey,
Yes, baby.
look at the front of my face.
What?
The
What do you
cross on
see?
his
Oh,
face.
yeah, I see it. It's a lot more prominent, Paul, than it was. Remember when we first
Yep.
saw it? It's a lot more prominent now.
And who do you think marked me?
I can't hear very well for some
What
reason.
did you say? You're muffled.
I say, what angel do you think did it?
I would I would say Metatron or Gabriel.
Metatron.
Yeah.
Because ever since I said that, then I said that when I remember one time I was talking to Honey, and I said something about Metatron, and then she started laughing about something, and I don't remember what. And then I woke up and I looked in the mirror, and I'm like, really, really?
Well, you know, he is kind of a jokester.
I asked
But
for a sign.
yeah, Metatron, according to the definitions, he's like the angel over the angels. He's kind of the one that has a little bit of everything because they all have specialties. And he's the one over all of them, but they're all scared of Michael, nevertheless. you know.
I could
And
film them.
I
I
asked him
could
for
actually.
a sign, and this is what I got.
Yeah, well, you don't ask for things you don't really want. I learned that.
Right?
I learned my lesson.
And I, you
But
know,
anyway, we were talking
Agree with
about
that
it.
one.
I would have never met any of you guys. I used to sit back and watch the lives without being in the live, and I'd listen to some of the political kind of stuff that was going on, and I thought, nope, I can't do this with these people. And then I just got drawn in more and more, and I finally decided that I liked everybody so much. I was just gonna have to get over that other part of it. So that was a good thing for me because even though I am all about the love and light, I still have that political edge that I need to get rid of. I need to get, Robin told me 2 years ago, turn off the TV, sister, and don't turn it back on. Stop listening to it. And he's the one that weaned me off my news radio. But we're gonna have to do something. I've been listening. Do you listen to Nebula?
yeah,
Yeah, and she had a really good video out today.
that's funny. Hold on a second. 1 second. I gotta tell you this. This is funny. Speaking of Nebula, I got on her live one day about a couple months ago, and I said to her, I was like, I sense something within you. She's like, what's that? And for some reason, I said to her, I was like, I know I'm King Arthur, and I know you're a Fae, but you are somebody more important. She goes, what's that? I go, you, the Joan of Arc.
Yeah,
I said, you're Joan of Arc. And she goes, we'll see. And
yeah,
I kept talking. And then I watched her video the other day, and I just went, oh,
yeah. And she did a really good one again today. But what worries me more than anything is, I know whichever party gets in place is not going to be the best thing. But we have to be careful because they are rolling up on us with this 2025 mess and Seven Mountain Mandate. And pretty soon we're all going to be required to be evangelical Christian. It's going to be a theological state. We're going to have to go to their church and do their things. And I'm just not happy with that. I mean, they're gonna
Well,
put
they
people
can
in
do that
camps,
to
and
us.
they're
I
talking about
honestly
rounding
don't.
up the homeless and putting them in camps.
They're
I
already doing that, by the way.
I
I was
know, and
in one.
we need to stop it.
I was behind locked fence where I was.
That's the kind of thing that we really need to be working on, is working on our humanity. And I don't want to be an evangelical Christian. I don't want to have to be mandated. My kids have Christian schools mandated and that kind of crap. Everybody should have a choice, you know.
They can shove that right up their poop cheek.
And all this stupid stuff going on down here in Texas, if you go actually to the border, none of that shit is even happening. The only people that are there are the Border Patrol people. That's it.
Bus, they came on our bus,
They
checked
they
everybody's papers.
I I don't know I don't know where they're getting these pictures from, because that's not what's going on at all. That's a heavy trade route over there in El Paso. People go back and forth to work. And then down at the southern border, it's a little more messy, further down, but it's not like what they're showing. I don't know what videos they're showing, because they'll have one gate that has a couple of border patrols at it. The other gates aren't even manned. and there's not a soul to be seen anywhere. So now all the truckers are coming in.
You're not going through the gates. That's the problem. A lot,
Well,
a lot of them.
there's but if you listen to the propaganda, they're toppling over and running over through everybody, and
Well,
for them to stand there and watch a woman and two children drown with all these grown men standing around,
that's the,
that just
a lot of it's not. A lot of what. How do I word this without? Um,
I didn't see that kind of thing. I
I
get reports from my uncle because he used to be a border patrolman.
Mhm.
And the Rio Grande is pretty much dry. They can walk right across.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar, with this state, like how things are happening, but in El Paso, they stopped a bus and was checking everybody, and there were a lot of border patrol there, and there weren't too many. I didn't see too many illegals around at all.
well
Right. They're
the
just
big
not
thing.
there. I don't know where they're pulling pictures from because there's not people hanging around the border entries or gates.
Thanks for jumping.
You got to be louder, Brim.
A lot of them are not hitting the gate at all. What they're trying to do is they know if they go through the gate, they're going to get sent back because a lot of them are bad people, and a lot of them that are
Not a lot
doing,
of them. There are some, but not a
yeah,
lot of them.
a lot of them are jumping certain parts of the border. That's where they're getting the pictures from. Now the ones at the gate, I've seen many videos where there's nobody at gates.
Right.
They're all just jumping fences at this point.
Yeah. Well, I know that I've got a friend who rode the whole length of it, and he couldn't find any of that. It took him several days to do it, but anyway, with the propaganda and the scare tactics, and it's both sides do it. And I'm not as much worried about that as I am them trying to force Christianity on everybody.
I'm not getting that. Let me kiss my ass.
It's just not going to work out well.
No.
And then people not being able to have housing, they got to do something about that.
Yeah, especially they need to do something about that instead of the illegals coming over. We have plenty of people right here we need to house and help.
Well,
Because
that's it.
behind the fence where I was, they had those little tiny homes, and up there it takes 2 to 3 years to even be able to get into one of those, or you're in a shelter.
Here's what I
Hey,
got to say
It's
about that.
insane.
I got a
Well,
little bit of breaking news if you want to hear something. We're just on a live, on Commander's Live.
Okay.
James is shutting down his connections he's making. He's like
Well,
making it because they think it's like a demon making connections with Commander, all the love that's going on. So he's not going to be having no more Guideco things. And,
yeah.
and, and Grace is on James's side for that. And he teamed up with Taz against him. It's kind of weird.
I think this is
Yeah,
good.
it's going on my friend's phone right now. He's still up there talking, apparently.
Yeah, because it was like, come on, Commander's just doing his thing, and oh, so what? James's keyboard went crazy the one night and freaked him out. It was all fun though. It was like
I
a
don't believe
laughter
in
thing.
demons.
You
I,
know.
I,
Well,
I
the
just
thing
don't
is
even
the
believe
the
in demons.
demons. What I believe is there's demons and influence others to follow in their footsteps to bring out their promises, right? And then you have the good side. It's the good versus evil. And
Well,
every time anybody starts connecting spiritually or having some weird things, man, someone in the government comes by and everybody gangs up on someone, shuts them down. It's like my discovery. My discovery is being suppressed for so long now. They closed down the labs at one of the universities. I got a call from the Eagles and the Condors threatening me. That's an arm of the Vatican. They
yeah,
don't want the truth. They don't
yeah.
want the truth. And when people start opening that third eye and connecting with anything spiritual, they just want to shut you down and say, okay, you're going to the hospital, you know? But they're in the back room doing all their stuff with their third eye open for the evil side.
Well, and Sarah's had some trouble with that too because she is one of the grid workers, and she's had some issues with the Vatican people too. But um, I
I'm
just
telling you what, you know the Garden of Eden? Right. It might be New Jersey. You know, the Garden State, the Garden of Eden, and I found everything here. It's like the
well, the
beginnings
thing
of everything
is
came from here.
good and bad is a perspective, and we're each God just wrapped up in a meat suit, and we all
Yeah,
have a we all
yes.
make a soul plan, and somebody has to be the bad guy. So you make
Yeah,
a
it's like
plan with your
why? They
soul
don't have any
family.
conscience. I don't know how people do it. Do you know how people do bad things others and have a conscience about it? I don't know how they do it.
No.
Well, the way that we've all talked it out and figured it out, and the things I've read, is that you have a whole circle of soul family and you want to learn a certain lesson. So you ask one of your soul family, will you come here and be my father and beat the hell out of me all my life so I can learn something from that? And they love you enough to come do that for you.
I got a
And
lot of beatings. I'm telling you what, I've been to hell and back. That's all I can
Yeah.
tell you.
I know,
But
but they
I'm not
know
upset
better.
about it because I know now they were all lessons to train me to do what I'm doing now. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Everything I went
Or
through
you next week.
And
all
that
relates back.
plan and that plan, Chris, is one you made yourself. You made that plan with your
I did.
soul family.
Yeah, I did when I protected the burial site in my backyard from them bulldozing it and digging in it when I was a child.
Yes, and you wouldn't be doing what you're doing if you hadn't had the upbringing you had.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
our well, the crazy thing is our backyard was an ancient burial mound, and they put a modern day cemetery from the original settlers over it, and George Washington had a house right there. And
Wow.
I live where George Washington had a hospital and a tunnel system they used with his troops 200 feet from it in the ground. That's where I was living in the basement. It's crazy. I mean, it's really wild.
That
I
is
mean, you can't get any more of like a like an Indiana Jones and some
yeah,
crazy adventure as a kid that came to this town when I was 8 years old to with the church.
yeah,
And I got my very first rock collection at that church.
yeah.
My father bought it for me because I was so fascinated with all these crystals and all these rocks from around the world on the wall. They bought it for my 10th birthday.
Well, I just know that Archangel Michael tells a story about a soul, and her name is Little Jenny, and she was a tiny little angel, and she wanted to be bigger. And they told her she didn't have enough experience. She was still too little, and she wanted to do it anyway. She really, really, really wanted to do it. And she went to all the people who loved her the best, and she begged and she begged, and she finally talked her soul family into supporting her in this horrendous lifetime. And they kept telling her, Jenny, take it easy, do a little at a time. And she said, no, I want to do a lot. I want to get bigger. I want to be strong. And so they were very sorrowful, but they agreed with her and they played their roles. She had a horrific life, and she just didn't realize how much you forget when you come here. And even though her family was all there trying to support her, they were still having, some of them were still having to play the evil role, the bad role, the bad things. And then when she got back up there and remembered again, they were all very sad that they had to do those things for her, but it helped her grow. And that's what she wanted to do. So
Hmm.
we all get our free will.
Yeah, yeah, we do. I like to do what's right. I don't like, you know, I don't like, because I've been like, I guess when I was 8 years old, I got my first really bad sin when someone stole my tackle box at camp with
Yeah.
all my lures. And man, that was not a good thing. Like 3 days, I was on a mission impossible to try to find my lures that were stolen from me from camp. And I found them 3 days later in a 5-gallon bucket of some kid that claimed they were all his.
Yeah.
And it was like, man, I tell you what I've learned, and there's a lot here. It's
Well,
truly
we
amazing. I have
we all
connections.
have many,
My
many
family
lives.
and my family ancestors were the founders of the United States of America. It's there were like the ones came here by the kings to build the first state house, and then they were commissioned by George Washington to be the ambassador of India when the King's treasure was there. And I found everything they did,
Mm-hmm.
like their workings, their
Yeah.
tombs, the trees they planted, and the artifacts that I have in front of me are were all placed to be found as treasures. I mean, it's like I'm digging up this stuff that my grandfather put in the ground for me to find. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
Well,
It's
we all
amazing.
have.
It's just amazing. It's amazing. It's just it's been an amazing thing, and I just want to share it with you. Because what's here is this stuff is all from 65,000 BC to a million years or more.
The back to the thing about James is that there are what you might call a demon, but it's just a less enlightened soul. It's not really, and we all live so many lives. We don't know how many lives we lived as a bad person. Um, we could have lived entire lives as bad and evil. It's all perceptive.
But but the thing is that
Somebody
the
has
only
to do it, you know?
what I believe, this is what I've come to the conclusion of everything that I'm gathering, all this crazy channeling, I mean, lots of information, that the only way you can truly become a creator of the creations in the future is if you become pure. You have to
Well,
be
you
pure.
find your inner you find your inner joy, your higher self. But I do believe in channelings. I do believe that there are groups of angels, angelics, and enlightened souls, and some that have never lived a single life. But if you read like Saint Germain and many of the other enlightened ones, they had lives here on earth as well, and they are all coming in together and speaking as one voice to these people that are picking up channeling. And I believe in channeling, and when I hear Commander going on and on about the evils of channeling, I just kind of have to chuckle. But
Yeah,
for James
I don't
to
believe in
say
that
that
part
the
either because I've
commander
gotten
is,
information that way, and it was like, whoa, how did I get that information, right? And it
yeah,
was part of like the beginning of my journey with
yes.
the headstone that I was trying to decode. And I got this information just kept coming into my head. I'm like, ask questions, and it was like, whoa, okay. Ask another question, whoa. And then the last one was asked a question, and I said, okay, look it up. And then I thought about it. I said, what did I say for 2 days? Oh my God, I was saying Robin Hood Pirates. So I looked it up, and then I got Samuel Bellway with his ship, and oh my God, then it started all coming together.
Well, I just can't believe that their poor commander. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure
they shut him down. They don't want him to
he's,
do any more. James said they can't say the word Geideco in his show anymore. What?
They're still on right now. My friend just left the room. They're still talking and everything.
Yeah, I think he's going to lose all his viewers and go because when he was doing that stuff, he had like 400 viewers, and now he's got like I don't know what he had in it, but I don't. They're kind of like he's not letting him be free. Like he's just on his show doing his thing, right? If something's going on, let it happen. And
Yeah,
there's no like,
it really freaked James out.
well, the
That whole
only thing that the
soundboard
ones
thing. I
that,
was
well, I don't
listening
know
that
about
night.
James. James has thrown up some major red flags for me because he told me in the beginning, I'll help you. I know people in the government. Yeah. Oh, okay. We understand that one. His father's in the government or something.
yeah, he
He's
is.
the one that shut down the I Shy girl. He came on that night with her, and then she said, I'm not going to say another word.
Right.
And now he's bringing on Grace against him to shut him down so he can't do the Guideco. What's going on here? It's Commander's show, not James's show, right?
Well, they
James
First,
was a guy that
people
didn't
had
even have a.
experiences and stuff. Everybody was talking in another room one night, and they're talking about the experiences that were happening.
Yeah, because they're creating demons, right? You can, if something is spiritual is happening and all you think is it's a demon, yeah, it could be a demon to you. And it's like, it's scary. But if you understand that it's spiritual and it's love, then you can embrace it instead of let it scare you. Because that's what's happened to me. I've had some freaky things happen to me, and now I'm like, come on, bring them on. I love them. Bring them on. I'm
Well,
always looking for them, right? They're always
that's
around you. You ride like the one the other night. I was like, because it was a beautiful night. I like to ride my bike. When it's nice weather for exercise. So I just went out for a little ride. I come around the corner. I went underneath the street light, and boom, it went out. I'm like, okay, I knew you guys were with me. For the chances for the street light to go out with me going under it right at that second, right? And different things with the different flashing lights all the times. Like, you know, the light never flashes, but that day it flashed 3 times above my head, right? I'm like, and then you ask it to do it again, and it did it 3 more times. That's pretty wild. And you got it on film. So
well. I know
it's
that
those kind of
James
things that
was
pretty
real
wild.
freaked out, and he went to his friend. He asked me to follow him over to a live. The whatever she calls herself, the Brook Hollow Witch or something like that.
Humble holler.
Hollow,
Somebody's really negative. I don't know who it
Humble
is. All they
holler.
think is
Hello.
demons, everything.
yeah,
Oh, it was like this
yeah,
demon. I saw the demon. I'm like, what? What are you guys talking about? It's all
yeah,
love.
yeah,
Demons cannot be happy. Demons do not spread love. They have no like loving soul, right?
yeah.
And then they
I'm sure.
influence the people that do have souls to be like them or trolls.
Actually, they
Poor
can't.
commander. He's
When you
And then
probably
they
bring
feed off
so
us
light
like
miserable.
and you
vampires.
don't realize that it is.
Yeah.
So, but I haven't seen anything negative on Commander. It's all been love, and people are excited and happy, right? Like, can he make a connection with me, right? Because there's some wild stuff going on, and I didn't see anything negative about it at all. And nobody's worshiping Guideco. Like they're saying that they were worshiping Guideco. No, they just want to make a connection. That's all. It's like your inner child playing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's like, oh, they want to put you in an institution because you want to try to connect with the other side. And why does NASA have all the satellites around the world trying to connect with them forever? Right? The same
Sarah,
thing.
Sarah's in here, and she's asking who's commander. He's the one that does. He says he's from Mars, Sarah, and he's been actually communicating with a star being that's on a star fleet. He says that's parked right outside his home, and he comes to visit with him, and he does taps, and then sometimes you can hear voices and some other things, but he's all about Christ consciousness, and um,
It's about
he
love.
doesn't believe in channeling.
Yeah, he doesn't do the channel. He doesn't believe in the channeling part, but he's about the love. It's a lot. It's a lot of love. A lot of love.
And now everybody's mad at him because they think that he invited in a demon. Is that right, Sherry?
No, no,
Yes, that's what's
they're James
happening.
and other ones are making it into a demon. Right? They're the ones that created to say it's a demon, right? Everybody else is saying it's
Medico
love. But then
first
you have the
contacted
ones like
him on the radio or on the Alexa or something with the Billie Holiday song.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he says that he knows him because he knew him like on Mars or whatever.
They were school
Buddy.
buddies or
look,
something.
I know somebody that it happened to the other night. She was on the show the other night. Kit Kat.
Yeah.
She did her phone. She put it in her Faraday case. It was the screen was locked.
Yeah.
Laid down, and all of a sudden, her phone starts playing songs.
Oh, did
And
it? I missed that part of it.
yeah, and then they
I
played
came in
songs
right
all
at the
night,
end.
and they played songs from her playlist in all different ones, not like in order. Like the
Brim,
first one wasn't the first one, and the first one had to do with Jesus, right?
Brim,
And the
invite
and the
invite
time
Lucky Crystal
and the
up.
time that it happened was 2:32. That's my number. Right? I'm actually down in the storage area here. That's my number. So.
I love all your crystals.
Oh yeah. So if you want to say, hey Brim, you want to see something on the big screen? You want to see some crystal pyramids that are like 500,000 years old from these ancient.
That's cool.
This is a crystal faces crystal spearhead. Look at this thing, right? In pyramid two. And this guy has like a little hat here with maybe a little paint there. There's like a little eye. They kind of put a little face on the pyramid. This is just—it's so powerful. And there's a face on this edge, and there's a face on this edge. Let me just turn it. There's like a nose, kind of right there. Kind of, it doesn't come up real good on this edge.
Yeah, it's
But it's just
amazing the things
there's
that you have found.
and they're like, and then when you have the Anunnaki giant spearheads like this, I mean, this thing is pure crystal, and it has an eye of pure white crystal. Look at the cut lines, perfect lines, and then this little line here is where they have their strap. But look at
Yeah,
they cut
they
and then they
definitely
cut
had
it.
good
How did they
tools
cut?
back then that people don't realize. I think they
This
had a
is like
lot
some,
more.
yeah, this is like laser or sound. I can't do this with steel tool. I couldn't do this. And then there's like micro carvings of like other little things on the face. A lot of stones have micro carvings, but they're so old that you can't. And this one's really a beautiful one. We're going to start off with the Anunnaki. It's kind of like an ape-looking face with a nose, Right, that's one side. And then we turn it this side, and it's like another kind of Anunnaki, ape face. Then we're going to turn it this way, and then we're going to get a little bit of the Egyptian dog look. See a little bit of an Egyptian dog? You see the bird here on the head with the wing?
Yeah.
Or it's a bat, or it's a dragon. It might be a dragon on the head with the dragon wing. Okay? And then you turn it this side, and it turns into the Mayan god with more stuff on his head.
I've
You
always
see the eye
wondered
in there?
what's in the actual Grand Canyon where they won't let you go.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
always
I tell you
wondered what
you
is
want to see
there
a
that
stone?
they won't let
Do you
people
want
go
to
and
see? You
see.
want to see artifacts from the Grand Canyon that I found here? This stone is not from here. This is from the Grand Canyon. This type of
For
stone.
real?
This is from the Giants. This is not from this area. There's no stone in New Jersey that looks like this anywhere.
Hey,
It's
hey,
just like
Brad.
this is like the Arizona or
I did invite her.
Okay.
and look at the face. It's got the painted Anunnaki giant's face on here. This is painted. The mouth is down here, that little line, and the eye is here, and it's got this headdress on top. This is a spearhead, and then this is like a woolly mammoth or some sort of prehistoric animal that doesn't roam anymore. See that?
I want to see your crystal again, Brim. I was in the bathtub. I didn't get to look at it very good.
And then I want to show you. I'm going to show you one more. Here's the Egyptian dog. This is crystal. This is solid crystal. It's an Egyptian dog. Hey. Then it's another Egyptian something here. You see this? See the nose, the eye, the hair, and then it's you turn it this way, and it's painted yellow, and it's an Egyptian guy sitting like on a pedestal.
Oh, wow.
See this?
Yeah.
Because the Egyptians were the ancestors of the Mayans. I mean, the Egyptians are the ancestors of the Mayans and the Anunnaki giants. The Garden of Eden, the Garden State, New Jersey. I'm telling you, it's all here. Everything. And then there are advanced technologies of this crazy epoxy cement that's like indestructible. This stuff. They made spearheads out of this stuff. This is like they made that stuff. And then this one's, oh my God. This is a piece of petrified wood carved into like Gothic faces and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, wow.
Petrified wood. There's a little hole in there where they had it attached to something. So it's a hatchet head for ceremony. You know where I found this one? I found this in a lady's shrub bed. I said, "Where did you get the stone?" She's like, "Oh, my husband got 20 truckloads of them 20 years ago. They're in the backyard." I said, "Really?" So I went back there, and there's just some. There's not these are all coming from there, but there's this one came from there, and then there's giant tabletops. There's so many artifacts there, and the poor people, they foreclosed on their property. Here's another one like from the Giants. This is like a material that's not from here. But I got some big stuff. I mean, these are Look at the size of these spearheads. This is
Saying
pure
that they don't do anything with
pyrite.
the
This is pure pyrite. Look at this spearhead. Look at the size of this thing. You have to be like a 10-foot long, 10-foot tall person to be running around with this thing on the end of a staff.
well, you know there were
You know, the
giants.
ceremony. You put this on the end of this. These are giants, and then we have the giant spearheads. You know, there's a giant face there with a bear, and then we have these giant 32-pound seahorse statue. That's a fish jumping out of the water with a man's face, with
Would that
these
be like
blue
Atlantis?
stones that have coral. What is that?
Atlantis.
This thing, yeah, this is Atlantis and Emerald City. Because I have the Egyptian stone pottery here. Pieces of it. Ancient Egyptian pottery too. Everything is here, and all these artifacts you see here, these are all piled up by the Knights Templars and the Masons to be found as treasures with the treasure hunt game that's on the back of the U.S. $1 bill that was put there in 1935. This is one of their crazy ancient cements. This is like today is Groundhog. Oh, it's Groundhog Day. Hey everybody, happy Groundhog Day. It's like a groundhog, and then it's a guy here. Something. You see like the eye there, the face on the edge, and then there's a tongue with a lion or something here. You see the tongue? The face is always on the edge, and then it turns into a fish with a big mouth swimming through the water. And on the back, they just pushed a little piece of stone for an eye, made a little face. We kind of did like a little hairdo thing with a pointy head. There's artifacts here that I'm already in the museum in Canada, because the United States of America is all woke. They don't want to accept anything because they robbed the tunnel system, the black soldiers of the thing. Now this one's really cool. Look at the little carvings. This one here is a woolly mammoth. You see the trunk and the ear? It's a shadow stone. And then it's a seahorse. See the seahorse guy? It's like a seahorse. And then it's a sailfish, swimming. And then it's a man's face on this edge. It's kind of hard to see, but there's the eye. And there's the face. It's a multi-everything. And there's a seahorse over here. And there's a sailfish this way, too.
Yeah, they've hid in a lot of history.
And then we have
sure
steel spearheads. I mean, I even have a piece of horn. It's some sort of, a horn from some sort of prehistoric animal here. There's a lot of stuff. And I told the museums, look, I want to donate donate it because I want the world to see what's here, right? And then I can sell the smaller crystals and stuff. But the main stuff, that's the beautiful stuff, I want it to all go to a museum. So, and then this one, I'll leave it with this. This is a piece of coral carved into faces. Coral, like from the ocean. It's like this, it's a duck too. See the duck? Quack, quack. They carved all kinds of stuff in in everything. Everything is just, and then we have, there's so many of these beautiful, this is pink crystal with white quartz stripes and the different spearheads and, points and bird stones. See it? It's like a seahorse. Spearhead.
It looks like a wolf.
All right, well, thanks, Epsilon. I'll just you can bump me off, or if you have any questions.
I don't know, that one looked like a wolf to me.
Oh, a wolf? What, the one I just had, this one here?
Yeah.
It could be a wolf. I mean, it's got like maybe a face over here.
it looks like it has
This is coral.
look at the nose, like
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you got any questions, if you saw any here, you want to ask a question about, ask me where I got them on here. I'll talk about them. I mean, I learned about these. I never knew
It's a rock.
about these type of artifacts before. But what I've learned, I mean, some of them are very delicate. Look at this one. This is a face on this edge,
I don't see a
right?
face.
See the face on the edge,
No.
micro carvings,
No, I don't.
and then the
I don't
face
see
on this
anything.
edge.
I don't see a face.
There's the eye. There's the nose. There's the pointy head. See the sharp edge. Now watch this. Now it turns into a Tweety bird, a parrot. See the little bird head with the wing coming down, the head, the beak. Look how sharp this is. Look how precisely cut this piece of crystal. This is pure crystal. Look how it's cut.
Yeah, they definitely had
But
technology
this is the
back
face.
in the
There's the
day.
eye. They had some amazing technologies. Amazing technology. And then there's all, like I said, this is like some other one. This one's like some sort of an arm or an elephant trunk on this kind of crazy cement spearhead that they made. Ancient concretes, right? And then we have like, this one's pretty noticeable. You can't tell me that the glaciers cut this thing. See how sharp that is? This is the red pink crystal pudding stone. But there's a lot of different stuff here, huh? And then there's like bigger stuff. I have the bigger ones too. With these are cut pieces of crystal. Here's the mouth here with an eye, with a pointy head. They all have the pointy head. This is red and white crystal, and it has this black resin where they have it attached to a staff. This is one of the Anunnaki spearheads. I have 5-gallon buckets of these things. What you see here on the table is just a few of, many. And then I have like these really beautiful, this one is like, this is fool's gold. It was like a little spearhead. It was probably for the kids. See the edge there, how they cut it? Fool's gold spearhead, a little decorative one. And then there's like ancient shells. This is just a freshwater mussel shell. Very old. Very old.
Wow.
Extremely old.
Yeah.
You find this, and then I have other things like these are pretty cool. I got a bunch of these crazy twisty stone, these wood things. I don't know what the heck they did these things were, but there's a whole bag of these twisty ones. What they did was that when they built the last neighborhood, that's in the M on the back of the dollar bill. Every single house in the neighborhood has special artifacts in all the shrub beds around the houses, everything. And check out this one. This one I found when I was 13 years old in my backyard, below the burial mound.
I like that right there.
That my parents protected from the township bulldozing.
That's beautiful.
Between 2 oak trees.
I like that.
That were from the 16 and 1700s.
Flo's asking if
Isn't that
that's
beautiful?
obsidian.
It is.
Yeah. This was found in Parsippany, New Jersey.
It's an obsidian spearhead. It looks like a Vikings had it.
Yeah, Viking.
Yeah, it's old. It's like a Clovis point. It's basically what they call Clovis, which might have been, it was like that after the floods, after the Great Flood period, basically, to about maybe 1500 BC. So maybe from 18,000 BC to 2000 BC. This is how old it is.
They hit a lot of.
That's one definitely.
Because they came back,
I like
they
that.
were here. But then we have these other ones. This is what the giants said. This is pure crystal spearhead, and there's a face here with a pointy head, eye, nose, mouth. You see it kind of? It's kind of hard to see. It's so old, this stone. This spearhead is so old. And then over on this side, there might be a little bit of a head, and then it's like a fish. It's like, they did everything on their stones. It's like a fish over here, like a mouth. But this one here is really old. This one could be in that million time frame. This is like when they were the Anunnakis were all big hairy apes that were evolving from these reptilians and these big giant apes. According to the stones, because all the stones I have their faces. And then you got to the later stuff with these Look at this guy. You see the face on this guy? Look at that face. This is solid crystal, this head.
That's like
Right? And then wait, we're going to go see his brother on the other side. Well, you're going to see his other side here when he was more of a monkey. When he was more Anunnaki, and then when he evolved to this. They put their faces in their stone. And this is where it was connected right here. You see how it was cut out?
So how do you
That's
think
his
the
ear.
Anunnaki actually looked? Paul, do you have
They
any
were big
say
reptilian
what you
apes.
think about that?
I think there was.
Oh, I have some. They were this. This is what they were. They were these reptilian apes.
There was all different.
And they had big pointy heads. Because they had the pointy heads because it's part of the. They all had these head things because they had like the pointy, pointy heads. I got a fly in here all of a sudden.
Some of them had elongated.
He's
heads.
annoying me. A fly flying around. So, but there's a lot of different stuff, and then I have like these are just. I mean, look at the technology. How do you cut this super hard crystal, razor sharp all the way around? Look at this piece of crystal cut into this spearhead that has like some sort of design there, and it has a pointy face with like a bird or a fish.
Is that the egg it was?
And this is like gray blue crystal. It's razor sharp. Look at that. I couldn't cut that. Look at the cut marks. This is not like where they chipped it. This is like laser or sound cut.
I think so.
Right? It even has a little nose over here that sticks out. See, the guy's got a nose. Even that sticks out. His face is here. Too. Kind of see it there, right? I'm amazed. I'm just every time I pick them up. And then this one here might be. This one here, I think, is a meteorite. It's a carved meteorite into a head and with like a bird or something here.
Looks like a dog.
From outer space. Yeah. What do you guys think it looks like?
Dog.
It has like
Flying dog.
got this hook here, so you can attach something.
It looks like a dog right there.
Maybe this way.
No, the other way. Right there.
Oh, I see it.
It looks like a dog head.
Oh yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Two.
Like a beagle.
There could be almost like a duck. There's a lot of dogs. There's a lot of dog stuff. There's a lot of dog stuff. There might be some other face here. It's kind of weird. It's so old though, it's like it's
Doesn't look like
it's been like it lost so much of its what was there originally. And I'll show you. I got one more. I'll show you guys. This one here is really distinct. Check out this one. You see that, right? I'm gonna try to put it here. You see, it's just like a stone, right? Looks like a spear, like a pointy head. Look at this. Boom. Look at that guy. You see his face over here? This is all cut crystal.
Oh, wow.
Try to see it a little bit better here. It's kind of hard to see it.
I can
You see it? And then there's this hairdo. All right? It's kind of like, it looks a little like the Planet of the Apes guys with their headdress on.
Kind of apish looking.
All right? Because that's what they did. And then the other side, it will be a little less apish or more alien. Look at this side's more reptilian. See, it's like reptilian, and then this side's more apish. So what do they? They evolved from the reptilian apes to this guy. I don't know. There's just, this is like, to give you an example, this is their spearhead with it. Look how big this is.
How do you
See the tail on this guy? You can't tell me that's not a spearhead, right? That's one of their points.
Yeah,
the big people, the Anunnakis. You get hit in the head with that thing, it's gonna not. That's it. It's a skull crusher, right?
Yeah.
Or if you hit a woolly mammoth in the skull with force, man, it could knock it. It could knock it right out.
How do you date?
Then you get about 10 other ones up there just stabbing it with all the other stuff. But there's a lot of spiritual
Valerie
stuff.
was
Everything
asking,
is
how do you date the
ceremonial.
rocks? How do you date them?
I'm dating them by comparisons around the world with other finds from the same, basically other people around the United States of America. And I'm also a climate expert. So I know that, 130,000 years ago, it was just as warm as it is now in New Jersey, and the sea levels were about the same. So they thrived here. But then 20,000 years ago, there was a 2 mile high ice wall at the edge of New York City, and it was, you couldn't live here. You couldn't live here from 65,000 BC to 20 to till after the mud floods, which happened around 15 to 18,000 years ago. The mud floods happen every end of every glacial cycle. Every 125 to 150,000 years, there's another mud flood. For the last million years or five, I don't know how many millions a year. It's been since Antarctica has built up its ice core, and the ice ages have continued to happen because Antarctica is what helps make our ice ages happen pretty strong. So, all right. It's pretty amazing. 35 million years ago, Antarctica, because people talk about the pyramids. Antarctica used to sit up by the equator. It's on that southern plate that's always moving. So in another 35 million years, it's going to be further away, and it's going to be a tropical paradise again. There's been people and aliens on planet Earth for a really long time. And then the people that wrote the Bible and all that stuff, there's stuff in there that's true, but then they made up a lot of stories for you to believe in their God, to worship their God, and not like the true God of one and divine spirit and the earth and all of us together, right? Not like my God's better than your God. It's just one for all, right? It's like, and it brings love to everyone. That's all. And when people are in need, everybody help each other out, and you don't have to worry about somebody screwing you over, because those people are educated. We educate the children when they're younger, so they grow up straight.
That's why we need telepathy back, because nobody could hide behind anything. We would always know what everybody else is thinking. I just had that pop in my head.
You talk about the
Oh, yeah, let me see that.
you talk about well, what's that one? Was that the dragon one? That's the one you found in your yard. I wonder if does it have burntness on it? Did you wash it at all? No, so that's the way you found it, right? Does it have a smell? Have you smelled them yet? Earthy?
Has it spoken
Burnt?
to you?
I feel dragon energy from that.
Yeah.
Does it have like a burnt smell to it? It almost seems like dragon something. Seems it was changed, maybe.
It feels more. This one feels more dragonous, more primal, more. I feel more primal with this. More primal energy, more. I don't know. It feels more.
Because the ancient people, epsilon, they melted down metals also, and they had these slag, and then they turned their slag into different figures and stuff. Is that all silvery at the bottom? Is that silvery in color, like metal color, or is that white?
White.
It's white, not like silver. It almost looks like silver, like metal. Is there any metallic on the bottom?
Doesn't feel
No, just
metallic.
a white.
I've never felt
Does a
it.
magnet? Does a magnet stick to it? You have a magnet? See if it's magnetic.
Try 17.
Let's see if the magnet sticks to it. It might be a dragon turd. You might have found the dragon turd when he
Dragon,
lost one of his uh, his his
dragon
his uh
titty.
his
Bram, what
what
did
is
you
it
do?
called on his wings? One of the crystals on his wings fell off when he dropped his
Yeah,
turd.
have a Rachel do
They're
that.
lucky. They're lucky.
Yeah, can't get in the door.
You got one on the refrigerator?
Yeah, go to your
You got a magnet on the
refrigerator.
refrigerator? No?
Really?
All right. Well, when you get a magnet, just try it.
Yeah.
That's all. See if you get a magnet to stick to it.
I've never really thought about that one.
You found it with that dark.
Bird, whatever.
Because it almost looks like it may be
Yeah.
magnetic.
You found
Did
them
you put a
both
light
together.
through that yet? Can you put a flashlight under it
Hmm.
or a little laser?
You should make it.
You haven't lit it. Have you done it yet though? Have you lit it up? Oh. Sometimes there's little, you can look inside and see if you see anything. See if you see anything when you see through it. Sometimes there's like little figures or there might be something inside of it.
I swear I've seen a face.
Sometimes you can see a face too. That's why the people they kept them. They're like a special, you know, and it might be an information crystal. It's got like when you go into the spaceship, you put it in a little socket. And it's like, it's got all the information in there. You got one of their keys.
I feel
So
like
when a
it
spaceship comes, you say, "Hey, I got your key. Can I get in?"
feels like it's palladium.
Could be a key. You see what I'm doing. I'm just playing with my inner child, right, to have fun with it, because it
So
could
much
be something
information
special,
coming
and
out.
Oh,
you
if
know,
you look at it from this point, it looks like
doesn't
an
make me like a
angel.
crazy person. Like I got to go to
Yeah.
institute, but I'm not going to hurt myself or no. But I like to
An
have fun.
angel.
Honey,
It's reptilian.
It almost looks like a little bird head at the top. There's what they do is at the top. Do you see any? Do
Oh,
you have any
yeah.
carving? Does it like little micro carved out with a bird eye and stuff at the
Mhm.
top there? On this side, it looks like it almost.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with the heads right up there.
Be like a little bird head.
Other way.
They like to do that. They'll put like a little bird beak in a head at the very top of like a stone like
Yeah.
that or a crystal.
No, bird head.
I swear this looks like a dragon in a certain
Yeah, when
way.
you had it perfect, like perfect.
Yeah, that's an oddity.
That was a
That
yeah.
almost looks like a piece of slag, or because
Well,
it has the white on the bottom. So Epsilon, since you found those, have you looked around your area? What part of the country do you live in, if you don't mind me asking?
Right now I'm in Virginia.
whoa, it's right around there.
Where's that?
Virginia.
Virginia.
No, I can't hear your mic isn't very good right
we're
now.
trying to talk, but we
Virginia.
can't hear each other.
Well, some people are not muted, so it's hard to tell.
Something is. I'll mute mine for a second, so.
Where are you at?
Virginia.
It looks like something with its mouth open.
I'm
Yeah.
in Virginia at the moment.
Guys,
And honey, you were trying to say something. I don't know. We couldn't hear you either.
Probably because my energy
Okay, is
in
that
my
better?
phone's about to die.
oh, I gotta.
Plug it in, Epsilon.
I'm going to.
Good.
Everybody's gonna come in here now. All the commanders.
So you said you're in Virginia, huh, Epsilon? Because you
Yeah,
know what's in Virginia.
at the
I know
moment,
people who are from Northfax down there in Virginia.
I travel everywhere
Okay.
around the world.
Okay.
Oh, have you
All
been
right.
to
Well, there's a
Agassiz?
ley line. There's a ley line that goes from Libya through Stonehenge, like New Hampshire, Massachusetts area, down to here, down to Philadelphia, down to D.C., and then kind of what's below that is the Virginia area, because that's where the ancient people lived. They had
I've
this
been
like
to Agassiz.
it's like Atlantis. It was like a global. I believe it was fully global, and they had these big cities. There was a Emerald City West, Emerald City East, and then they had other cities in between. There was stuff everywhere. was like a Planet of the Apes thing everywhere.
Yeah.
Because they already made movies of everything I found. Because on the side of the one tomb, there's a WB carved into the side of it. So.
There's a label. Juice. No.
Hello, welcome to the live. We're still talking about everything and anything.
Who's we're talking
Well, what
about
they did was
awesome.
they told everyone
Hello,
the
guys.
story of history that they wanted you to hear because they were utilizing everything for their treasure to try to do good for the people of America. But, you know, when you run out of treasure, that's basically it. And you put your hands up in there because they're always having to fight the evil. They're very powerful. Once they get money, they get powerful. That's why 1934, Franklin D. Roosevelt enacted the 1934 Gold Act, so you couldn't own more than 5 ounces of gold in America, because they knew if people got a lot of gold, they become powerful against, you know, the good.
And I think that idiots shouldn't have put all that money into that rocket just for it to crash. It should have gave everybody in the United States $1 million.
Where's that one?
He spent like what? Now, if you think about the math in this moron.
Oh, which one? Who?
Who's the only idiot that sent a rocket up into space and it or tried to send it up and it crashed down, and it was a waste of $2 billion.
Who was that?
Didn't Elon Musk just put a rocket in try to put a rocket up there and it crashed down?
Oh no, yeah, because that's all part of their testing. This is all they do. They have to run these tests. You know, that's what they do. They run these things hard, and it's not hard. It's not easy what they're doing.
What I'm saying is, if you knew the rocket wasn't going to go up, it wasn't going to do that. It wasn't going to do it right. Instead of wasting that freaking money, there's 1.67 million people in the United States that are women. You have 1,662 million men in the United States. When you add that up, that comes up to about 400, about a half a million dollars, about $500 million. You could have just sent half of that money and gave every person $1 million in the United States instead of. You hear what I'm saying?
No, I understand. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think they want to just throw money away like that. That's not what they're doing. They're like a private company. They're a private company. They have people invested in it, you know. But the thing is we got to make sure that we don't seed the universe with evil. You know, we gotta make sure that the virus doesn't get out. It's like a virus, the evil, right? The earth was so loving. It was so loving. It was so loving back in the day, I believe, with the Anunnaki and the Mayans, the Egyptians, and then the Roman thing happened, and boo, they changed everything, and boo, we got evil.
That's why they felt it, because it's going to be like the United States. The Roman, it's going to happen the same thing.
We don't want it to happen again. That's why they erased the history. If they erase the history, then you don't know what happened in the past, right? If you know that the Anunnaki, everybody lived here for 1 million years with no wars and everything was loving, how did they do it? Because there was no rich people. Everybody just lived together. You know, in harmony.
They did training.
Do you think
Equal,
they broke
yeah.
through the firmament?
That's what
I'm just
Was that?
curious. Do you think they broke through the firmament?
Oh, I believe they were very spiritual. So they weren't. You don't become spiritual like that for no reason. I mean, these people live, you know, in the dark at night, and I can see, you know, I can see a lot of them when I go up by the burials and see their stones. It's like I can see their faces. I can see them. It's amazing the connection I've made. You actually can visualize the people making them, and
that's a gift.
it's wow. Yeah,
You
I
have
never
the
had
gift.
it like. But it took me a while because when I first got the artifacts, I started finding them. I'm like, wow, these are such beautiful pieces of pudding stone. Look at all these; they're just all cut different. I'm like, someone cut these stones. This is not a normal glacial stone. So I collected some, and
We'll try to call you crazy.
Yeah, and I started finding small stashes, and I started finding like I'm like, wait a minute, someone did this purposely. Someone did this. Wait a minute, these are like mini stashes of artifacts between these special markers. I'm like, how can that be? And it's just been going,
And they
wow.
just try to blend it in with the
There's even
population.
movies they made. There's even movies they made for you to find this place. And it has to do with
Oh, wow.
Joshua Tree, California.
What about
It
Indiana Jones? What about that? There's
well,
that's
that's what I've been
hidden.
on. I've been on an Indiana Jones adventure with the Nazi cops on my ass 7 times too. They even persecuted me once. I mean, I survived it. Pretty bad shit that they've done to me here. I'm banned from going to the municipal building. I'm banned from going to the historical buildings.
Really?
Can't say that word online.
What,
Oh, I can't
band?
say it.
No, because a couple people been banned for that word.
Oh,
For that
so
word?
we're just gonna say that we're gonna. Well, we won't say that. Sorry.
Mustache
I don't know
people.
what
You
word.
can't say anything about the mustache people or his followers, otherwise you'll
No,
get.
we won't. Yeah, we
Really?
won't say it. But I'm just saying, it's like it's been a crazy thing. It's been a crazy time. I'm not gonna say anything else because there's some really big people involved. I mean, there's
I
a
don't know
senator of the
who.
United States. Listen to this. I can say this. Anthony Bucco, the senator of the United States of America, he was the lawyer for the township for these two properties where the tunnels and the tombs are and all the artifacts,
Nice. Uh,
saying that he can't do anything because the judge changed the zoning. So the town can't do anything to let them. So they're going to build 225 apartment complex on top of the ancient tunnels that the Knights Templars put in and George Washington used with his troops for melting down treasures for the founding United States of America.
do you know how much stuff's built on top of every? So much stuff. It's
Well, there's
crazy.
7 trees on top of the hilltop in a circle, okay, from 1735. And then there's
This,
another 80 of them that parallel the tunnel system, the
maybe we should
whole
all just
length,
go
like
on
a 1,000
adventures
feet.
hiking. We'll all go get our
They
backpacks and
robbed
go
in 2007. They tore down the mansion, and I found where they dug in because now the tunnel system floods when it rains. So all the
We have cave
platinum on the
systems.
floor with the
Mm,
treasures that are just scattered little pieces is all nice and clean, and there's no dust on it.
nice. See?
You should
But I
see
bet
inside
there's
the
always
tunnels.
something.
There's a bathroom. There's a lion's head with a tongue for like the washing the babies there.
What?
Yeah, there's like a huge. There's like Anunnaki tunnels are here too.
Oh, wow.
Where are you?
10 years ago, on top of Mooney Mountain, woohoo, where the AT&T tower was, where it was like a fortified area where you couldn't go near the top of this mountain. They had it all like bob wired off, all this stuff. 10 years ago, the government went in there and they built this like facility and they brought on all these workers from outside the area and they kept it all hush hush. It's called Vital Records. And the whole top of the mountain is carved out from the ancient people. Like I think it's the Emerald City Lab area, and they put this huge transmitting tower there. And now the government stores all their vital tapes and records in the big caverns of the mountain.
Speaking of
And
that,
Oh, yeah.
I
I
think it's
used,
more of a transmitting tower to send out signals to control the masses, maybe,
speaking of that,
because there's one on each. There's
I
one tower on each hilltop, and each hilltop is a crystal mountain, and it's called Black Rock here.
I was thinking
Black
Black
Rock.
Rock earlier when you
there
were
used to
talking.
be a
Black Rock is what the American Indians used to call this place, Black Rock.
I
And it
Wow.
used to
used to
live
be
in
called the
where
Valley of
and it was a
Succasunny.
reservoir, right?
What, Brandon?
I used to live in where and it was called the reservoir. There was a reservoir, and there was a mountain that's right next to the reservoir. I mean, you could go up. You used to be able to go up on the mountain. Well, me and my friends decided to go up on this mountain one day, and the funny thing is, there's no signs, but they don't want anybody on that mountain. So one day, me and my friends, we went up there after about 5 or 6 tries getting up there. We decided to get up on the mountain. So we
It was like state land,
um
state or government land.
it wasn't
There's
it
no
was just
sign.
public land. They wouldn't let anybody on that mountain. So we got up in there. Come to find out, no, this is no joke. We went up in there. We went and there was this cave. It was pretty big. So we were able to walk up into this cave. It was hidden behind trees. We went in there and it had a bunch of stalagmite, you know, those stalagmite points that are hanging from the ceiling and coming from the ground.
Yeah.
There was an
Yeah.
underground
Yep.
water.
Were they out of? Was it frozen in the wintertime, or were they out of stone growing?
It was out of stone. We
Oh,
went
so
up
they were
in
there
there.
for a while. That takes a
It was
long time for
pretty.
those to grow.
It was
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. But they didn't want any of us. And
Wow.
we went through there. It would have took us weeks to go through there because there was so much in there. And I'm wondering is
I bet
why
there's
didn't they let us
artifacts,
in?
all kinds of stuff in there.
And that's probably why is because there's something in that mountain they didn't want us to see.
Mm-hmm.
Anunnaki giants were everywhere. Everywhere.
Well, think about
They
it.
were everywhere. They were global. They were like, it's amazing. When the settlers came to America, they settled every location the ancient people were.
Mm-hmm.
And they utilized all their stones and just covered it all up. And they took all their field land. It's like New Jersey here is crazy. I mean, when you look at the 1930 aerial pictures that the government took, because the government took these secretly and didn't tell anybody about them and kept them hidden. And then they're online now, and you can see all the ancient lakes of. There's even a witch on a broom.
Well, the Wizard of
I'm
Oz, what
telling you.
you were talking about, that's
Yeah,
I
there's the
heard about
Dragon
that.
Lake. There's
Mm-hmm.
the number 7. There's the Mayan face. Then there's the
The
Egyptian face, the Egyptian
Golden
dog, and
Emerald. Mm-hmm.
I used to,
holy, yeah, the alien hand with 3 fingers and only 1 finger up with the long arm. It's like, wow.
I
I
even
live
went
in
to
Minnesota.
Centra, PA.
And there's a lot of it that got covered up before 1930 too. I mean, there was just
Oh
You
God.
ever go to
whoa.
Centra?
That's why the Knights Templars purchased this place. You know, the Knights Templars
Exactly.
purchased it in 1708. And I
Mm-hmm.
haven't made it down to Newark yet to see the thing, how big it was, but it was pretty large.
We should go to Centra, PA.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Pennsylvania's full, the whole, like all the coal. These people, the ancient people, they already had coal mines. They had iron mines. They already had a canal out to the They
Oh yeah.
they had a canal across New Jersey. That's why it only took them 7 years to build a canal. Can you imagine 1825? It takes you only 7 years to hand build a canal
Right.
from Roxbury to the Delaware Water Gap, and from Roxbury all the way to Newark, New Jersey. 7 years. They did it
Oh,
in
that's
7 years because they
I
had
know.
the already other canal that used to be here. The
Yeah. It
Atlantean
was already.
canals were here.
Mm-hmm.
New York City, they didn't buy for a few beads, guys. That's a bunch of bullshit.
No.
They just told people that because they didn't want to tell them that they were buying Emerald City.
Look over here. Don't look over here. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what they did is pretty amazing. In the 1600s, they put up a wall. There was a wall that was 10 miles long. Nobody could cross into the area on horseback.
Really?
Can't cross a wall with a horse.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You can't throw your horse over.
It's amazing history. And when
Where's the wall
you
go?
know what's amazing? I always wished all my life. I wish I could go back in time and I can see like New York City when it was like when there was no buildings and no like just a few American Indians and the
Right.
oceans were all beautiful.
Exactly.
I went back 500,000 to a million years. I'm like, whoa, because these artifacts bring you back in time. They bring you back to
Yeah,
when
but
everything was
living
natural.
in those days. Oh God. I mean, we did apparently,
These people
but
lived
how?
in the cave and homes. They had homes.
You know,
The valley.
and they like.
Now I know why they found gold in the valley. There was a guy that
Mm-hmm.
found this 5 ounce nugget of gold that was carved into
Whoa.
something down like 50 feet in one of these sand pit lakes they were digging out.
Dude.
This
Oh
whole
wow.
valley, they sand out all the sand that built the Empire State Building came from this valley, I believe.
Wow.
Part of it.
The Empire State Building.
The train cars are right there, the Mars Canal. What they did is they put this canal in 1825. They started working on it in Roxbury, Ledgewood. You know
Mm-hmm.
why? Because they put the
Why?
Mars Canal right through the King's Treasure Vault on the side of the mountain below the
Oh,
phoenix bird and the turtle. I mean,
so
it's like
there's
there's a
underground
hobbit
tunnels.
tree.
Oh my God.
Oh,
I'm
there's a
freaked
hobbit
out.
tree
I'm
and
freaked out.
What?
I'm
4
sorry.
oak
I'm
trees
freaked
there.
out.
What?
Was that too
I
much?
heard. No, no, no.
What happened?
My friend says that there are. Oh my God,
Say it.
Sasquatch.
Yeah.
The
That's the second
Anunnaki.
time I heard
They're
it. It's the
coming.
second time I heard it. No, my God.
Second time
Don't you
already.
dare come up to
Really?
this door.
Are you
I think there's
alone?
ones that they're
Holy
imposters.
cow. I wish you guys could
Imposters.
hear this.
We'll put
Is it
your phone at
screaming?
the door.
Yes.
All right.
And earlier she was putting the dog out and it screamed and he ran right back in the house.
Is it
It's a
video?
real
Go record it if you
screech. It's
can.
a screech sound. It's a weird sound. Oh my
I know.
God, it gave me chills. I heard it again.
I only
Go
seen
It might not.
Bigfoot.
That's
It
twice
might just
tonight.
be like an owl,
well,
or it could be.
bring your
No,
phone.
it
Get
wasn't an
get out
owl.
there.
It was not an owl.
Let us
It
hear
was
it.
not a dog.
The coyotes, man. Do you
It's
ever hear
not
the
a
coyotes when
coyote.
they're
I've
on
been
a,
around
like a trip
I
coyotes.
hear
It
them
was not a
every
at
night.
coyote.
night? Wow, when they get in their frenzy, it's
Every
really
night
screechy. It goes right for you.
across
That
the
always
street.
freaks me out. Like 3 o'clock in the morning, you hear them, like 10 of them together on something.
Like
It's like,
please
Well,
don't
wow.
touch
she has seen a couple of them, and she has taken
me.
me to the locations where she had seen them.
And they're real. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
know what
believe,
I've
I
seen
believe, I
here.
believe, I believe.
I
Oh
don't
my
think they're all
God! Oh
good.
my
I've had
God!
shapeshifters. I've had shapeshifters of
I don't
deer,
think
of
so.
male
Oh
bucks
shit! I'm walking
that
around.
led
I'm sorry,
me
I gotta walk
that
around.
led
Yeah.
me that led me like there was
Sherry,
a I'm gonna tell you.
go to the window so we
Oh,
can hear it.
I say go outside. I'm just kidding. Bring a flashlight and a rock.
I only seen Bigfoot once, so I don't know.
Bring your video camera.
I think it was Bigfoot anyway.
Hey,
I
I
found
think
enough
it's
of
just
their artifact.
happen
Bigfoot
every
is
night.
just a giant. They're like the giants. That's all.
I just think they're accidentally come to our dimension and then go back to theirs. I think it's by accident.
Outside.
They're not. Well, I tell you what, the ones that lived here were very spiritual, and they evolved into the
Yeah,
Mayans and the Egyptians. Okay, so they were not bad. They lived here,
they're not
no
gonna come
wars.
here.
No, it's kind of cool at the same time, but
I
I
know.
wouldn't mess with this thing. There's no way.
No, no. I
No, I
seen a
mean if it
video of it
scares you,
chasing
but you just think of it as not a because
The
people think
dog
like
ran
they
in the
see things like
house.
they think you're
They were
demon right
looking,
away, right? But a lot of times it's not.
but think
It's like a
love
It's good
is like
spirit.
screeching,
literally,
screeching. I'm gonna be quiet now.
I
it's
think
when
what
they
happens
call
too
each
is
other.
people that have done so many wrongs, they get kind of held back, and then they're like, oh, geez, and then
Yeah,
they
I'm gonna
get
turn my
they're
stuck.
not.
volume
They're not
down.
bad. They're not bad, Sniper. They're not bad.
Oh, I know when I went to a cabin one time, and I think I seen Bigfoot and the black-eyed children in the same
Oh
week.
God. Well, okay,
They both
that.
freaked me out.
Well, I don't think Bigfoots are bad. I really don't.
Oh my
The
gosh.
black-eyed children, I think are
Yeah,
something
I
else.
can tell you the story if you
Damn
want to
it, the
hear.
light came on.
Well, if you come across anybody who has no love, no compassion, and no empathy at all, then those are like the ones that are really
Yeah,
been
that's like
demonized.
It was really creepy when I was at that cabin. I tell you what, I've
yeah,
And
that's
I want to tell you something. I'm in a battle right now with the Wicked Witch of the East and the Wicked Witch of the West, and that's all I can say. It's really crazy. It's the craziest
I heard
thing.
a
that's a
And
shotgun go
the
off.
two
what?
wickedest women in the world in court battles. No shit. Craziest thing.
Brim, did you say something? You had a story?
yeah.
And I can't say the names on here, but if I said the names and I told you, well, I can tell you one. One of
You
them is
can't
born
say
on 9/11. One of them is born on
born.
9/11. 9/11,
Oh, it's beautiful
and her
out here though.
father was a saint with the Catholic
Got
Church.
it.
Okay, that
You
was a rough
outside,
one.
Sniper?
That one almost took my life.
Are you outside?
And guess where that one? That one was inside of the pyramid, exactly almost dead square in the middle of the pyramid since 1999. The other one
Hmm.
is the one that I dealt with at the
I'm gonna
burial
turn this
mound.
up. I don't know if you guys can hear.
Is it
It's like
making
the
a
Wicked
difference?
Witch of the West and the Wicked Witch of the East. One protects
Let's see if we
whatever, and
can
one
hear
protects.
it.
I mean, geez, man, they just knew who I was since a child.
Oh, let's hear. Everybody quiet for 1 second so we can
They,
hear her. Everybody, let's listen.
Oh, who's calling them?
There went another shotgun.
Who's
Can't hear
shooting
that.
at night?
Did you hear it?
No, but who's shooting
I
at night?
heard like a shot, but I didn't hear nothing else.
Oh, was that it? Are you in the
is she
woods?
outside? She
Ooh.
trying to get? She's trying to get the sound. I
Yeah,
didn't
she
know.
is. She's trying to get the
Yeah,
sound
it's
done.
in the
Okay,
distance.
sorry.
No,
I
no,
didn't
no,
know
it's
that
okay.
You guys.
because I was talking. I didn't know she was outside.
And somebody's shooting
Put on
at
the
Hold
big
on.
screen.
too.
Hold on. Hold on.
He's like, I know this. I got this now.
Can you hear that?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it's like a loud screaming cat.
It's not a cat.
It was yeah. It was like a more of
Ooh,
a.
ooh, ooh, wait, shush.
go closer.
Can you hear that?
You have to go closer.
No.
I didn't hear anything. You have to go closer. Sorry. Is there more than one?
I
Whoa.
just heard that one.
Oh,
My hairs are standing up.
uh-oh. Careful.
You hear the shot?
Yep, I heard the shot. Why would they shoot at night? Ooh,
There was a gunshot.
Yeah.
Can't say that word.
yep. Oh, you can't? I thought
Pew
Ooh,
you
it
could.
pew
sounds like
pew 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 pew.
Oh, yes, pew pew. I should know that.
People doing shots of alcohol. What?
be quiet. It sounds
Yeah,
like it's getting closer.
drink it. Oh, just came closer to her. You run good. Oh, I heard it. I think.
Oh my god. It's going like hee ha, kind of a.
Then I did hear it. Okay. You have to.
Stop. It just stopped.
It stopped.
It just stopped.
Stomped.
It's gone quiet.
Oh, I thought you said like stomped. Like it's
I'm getting
Anything in the
close to the
sky
door.
about?
I'm getting close to the door.
yeah.
Anything in the sky at
Did
all?
you
You
hear
said.
that? Did you guys hear that? It was like a hee ha,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it was not hee ha, but it was a hee ha.
Mm-hmm. Is there two though? One calling back.
It's totally quiet now.
Where's your neighbor? How far are you from the neighbor?
Probably about 100 feet.
Mm. You got woods.
Yeah, I've got woods right in front of me.
Ooh, alfalfa.
Ooh,
Yep.
it's dying. Ooh, another shot.
Oh,
No. Do you hear that?
Oh, yes. Go in the
yes,
woods.
I heard
Don't
that.
be so scared.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
having my friend come here.
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna mute for a minute.
Listen to that. No. You guys are wood. I mean, people are in the dark.
Well,
Crazy.
I'm staying inside of the house. I'm staying close to the door.
What state do you live in?
came out even.
I
Well,
got a
guys,
rat
you
in the
just experienced a live
Wait a minute.
possible Sasquatch.
Not possible. I think it
Wow.
is. Hasn't been. Oh, was that a gun? I
I'm
mean, a
glad I
pew.
heard some of it.
That was really good.
Glad you came up,
Yeah,
Kit
and
Kat.
she
Hello.
was hearing the pew
You got
pew.
left on.
Yeah.
Why was somebody trying to shoot at him?
Yeah, there's pew pewing at him.
That's sick.
And
It's
very
quiet now. The dog finally stopped.
you have a
The
dog?
animals, they can pick it up.
Oh yes. Don't let him run off.
Animals start speaking
It's a
for us.
sound. Yeah, it's a sound that I can't even describe.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Oop,
glad
there's
you
another
enjoyed
one.
it.
Another pew pew went off.
Mating season.
Definitely isn't
Did you ever?
in season.
Did you know? You know what my father used to do when I was a kid? He used to have us when we go camping. He gave everybody paper bags, and he used to have to try to go catch peepers.
Hmm?
We go through the
Really?
woods trying to catch these peepers, and you know what it was? There was no.
Mm.
There was no. There were supposed to be peeper birds. Like we're going to catch these special peeper birds.
Yeah.
There was no
Like
peeper
at the
birds. It was
zoo.
the tree frogs that kept making the sounds, and they had
The
us
frog.
kids running through the woods in the middle of the night with paper bags trying to catch these little birds.
Mhm. I like that.
That's
They were
so
never
cute.
there.
Keep you busy.
It was great though. Every time we go camping, we're gonna catch one of those peepers tonight,
Oh, that's so cute.
right?
That's adorable.
I'm
It was
gonna
no
You'll
mute.
such
know.
I'm
thing.
going back
Oh,
inside.
you
It can't be
did.
that loud.
You'll
Okay.
know if it's close because a rock will come and fly by you.
I don't know. That brought that memory up about it. That's all. I don't know why.
We always went snipe
Like it's a
hunting.
rock.
Yeah, the snipe hunting. Yeah, the snipe thing. The snipe. That's what it was. Snipe
Snipe.
hunting.
That's what it is. Snipe. Yeah, snipe. I meant
Yeah,
I
they
said
gave me a
dodo.
paper bag with a flashlight, and you have to go try to catch these things that were never there. They were the tree frogs making the peeper sounds.
Really? What did
That's
it
so
sound like?
funny.
Yeah. Yeah, because you would go camping and you'd hear the tree frogs peep, peep.
Yeah,
And my dad would say, those are the snipes. You got to go catch
I've
them.
heard the frogs being called peepers.
And then all the kids would leave the campfire, and then my father and his friends would smoke some weed,
They thought it
There
was
you
Get,
a good
go.
way to get rid of you.
I had to run around through the woods. It'll be fine
And
over there.
And
you were
then
the
they
one
Come back and
go,
say,
calling.
hey,
"Oh,
look,
what's
there's
that
a
smell, Dad?
jackalope.
What's that smell?"
And then we had to go look for jackalopes during the day.
Yeah.
Jackalope.
I
What's a
think one
jack?
of my very first camping experience, I almost burned out my eye. I had a very bad.
But you guys
It was,
heard that, right? You heard all that,
Yes.
right?
No, that I heard
yeah.
the. Hmm. I didn't
I
hear
can't
the
even
peepers.
describe that sound. That oh my gosh. And I had to
It's a night, but
overwhelm
it
to
was,
end up coming and back inside, so I'm back inside now and listening to my
Oh my
intuition.
god.
No, I
what part
would.
of the country you were in? You said you were in?
Yeah. What state?
I don't really want to say exactly where I am.
Okay,
What's the
okay.
state?
Is it
If you don't
mountainous
mind.
or flat? You know, is it? I don't know. It just kind
Mountainous.
of.
North,
Okay,
south,
okay,
east, west.
okay. Yeah, because if it's mountainous, then it could be,
What are
you
there
know,
woods?
There's
very
national
easily.
forest right by the property.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely going to have lots of wow stuff out there.
A lot of
Mm,
snipes.
creepy stuff. No, thank you.
I always have these weird things happen.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
There's
I'm
no,
a
Well,
believer.
that's good.
I'm a
I'm
believer. I
sad that
believe.
they were
I believe.
shooting at it. That's so sad. Like
Well,
whoever was
probably up
shooting.
in the air trying to get it to
Oh, to scare
go.
it away or something.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh yeah.
we gotta go that snipe
But yeah,
hunting.
somebody
They
could
they
go to the
may
house and if
be hunting them. We don't know,
They could be
but
doing
they're
that.
Yeah.
known around here.
Yeah. We're friends
And
with
Uh.
I mean,
fairies.
somebody even has some fur. They had it analyzed,
Oh.
and it came back as unknown.
How
Wow.
about feet prints?
For real.
Some feet.
Cool. Yeah,
Any
I believe it.
footprints?
Friends with Fairies has a friend, Sasquatch friend, who lives right near her, and
Yeah.
he speaks to her, and he has said that they
They're friendly.
they can get very small, and that's how they can get like they can change their they can I forget all their I think they can disappear
Was that what she said? Where they can blend in with their surroundings? I'm sure they can do that.
Like
But she
a
also said they can get very small, and that's why it's very hard to hunt them. They change their body
I
size.
thought they
Although,
disappeared.
what I've been told, one was about 9 feet tall.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought they went back to the beach.
That screaming you don't forget, she just said, and it's true. I'm hearing it, and I will never forget it.
No,
Yeah, it
and
sounded
they
pretty
turn around.
crazy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if you were close to that, how it would sound.
No,
I'm just waiting
I
for it to
wasn't.
come up to the window and look at me. I'm waiting for it to come up to the
Hi,
door.
Papa
Can
T.
you
There's
imagine?
been some nights it's been kind of eerie, and I've thought of that, and I'm like, oh my God.
Mm-mm. Don't
I
think
don't
about it.
know.
I've been
I
Yeah,
having
that would
believe,
be.
I believe.
You're gonna
Yeah.
manifest it.
Oh my gosh.
because I've heard people that are out west there, out west areas, and they like the people actually feed them and stuff. They come out and they become friends with them. They're very friendly.
If you, I think you can. I
Yeah, I
think
think
they're
they
You
nice.
get to
like
know.
unless they feel like they're being threatened in some way, and if
Yes,
somebody's
yeah.
But
shooting,
if you leave stuff out for them and gift them, they won't bother you.
That's what I think. Yep, that's what
Because if I was in the woods hunting and I saw one, I wouldn't. Why would I want to? I like, you know, it's like even like if I'm in the woods
the
hunting,
kind of person.
like why would I shoot it? I don't shoot. I don't bear hunt because I wouldn't eat a bear, right? If I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to eat the meat,
Right.
that's the only reason why I hunt it. You know,
Well,
that's it.
Sasquatch
You
are
know,
they're
always
very intelligent.
very respectful, very
They grab the
respectful of
gun
the
and they say,
game that
pew,
I've
pew,
ever
pew, you
hunted.
bet.
Bigfoots love
I'm kind of like a
bacon.
different person than
You
other
hear
Yeah,
that,
they
people.
are.
Robert?
Well,
Were you
all the
in the
game.
live just now? Did you hear that?
He was.
Uh,
I don't know if he was here.
I
oh,
just want to give him Slim
He
Jims.
into
You
bacon,
didn't hear
bacon.
it, did you?
oh, I hear everything.
Oh my
No,
God.
Lightbird had an experience with a Sasquatch.
Yeah, they're
I knew it
We
was a
all heard it
Bigfoot.
screaming.
You could hear it screech. It's a screech you don't
It was
forget. Like,
screeching. I could hear. I
it's
heard
a
it pretty well.
scream. Like,
somebody
Yeah,
screaming into it. Yeah.
to me, it sounded like screaming. You guys may not have heard it that loud, but
Oh no,
boy.
we did. We did. It
And
was
it had those
awesome.
pew pews going off.
Hmm.
Somebody might be hunting it. We don't know. But it happened a little bit earlier with the
well,
dog, and the dog
listen,
came and ran back in the house right away. And that was the first time I heard it, and my hairs nearly stood up.
you know that area where you're at has a lot of Bigfoot.
I'm understanding that for sure. I'm a
Uh,
believer, like I said.
maybe
I
that
am a
should maybe
believer.
we should have done. Maybe we should have warned you because I knew that beforehand. Oh shit, my bad. By the way,
If it comes
you
and
might
looks at
hear some
me in the
screeching at
damn
night.
window, I'm gonna have a freaking fit, and I'm gonna come after you down your rabbit hole.
Man, you should listen. You leave it out some bacon and it will love you.
Oh no, 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 no! I don't want to attract it here.
You know, there's a lady here in Tallahassee. It's
Sure,
actually
come on in and have
documented.
dinner with us tonight. We're having bacon.
Yeah,
Now put it
bacon,
outside.
apples. They love fruit.
Yeah, throw her out.
They
Money
like Slim
to
Jims.
the store.
I'm gonna throw Slim
You
Jims
like
at them.
Slim Jims.
What were
We
you
have
saying
to
about
buy
the
Slim.
lady in Tallahassee, Rabbit?
Oh, so the lady in Tallahassee, she was on a few of these Bigfoot shows.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one, she's got the video of the Bigfoot reaching its hand up and grabbing the apple
Ooh.
and pulling it down. That's that was you know, in Tallahassee. It was amazing. One of the best footages ever. And yeah, it's freaky when you're driving out in those woods and you're like, they're out there. They're watching.
I know they're watching.
Now I know.
She knows that.
So
Yeah.
James, on the spiritual side,
Oh shit.
does it scares you, brother?
No.
It's like, you
No. You
know,
know, Chris, we're
because I
gonna
know it's a love
we're
thing.
gonna
You
have
know,
to chat. We're gonna
I
have
love
to chat
command. So
because the conversation that was supposed to happen tonight did not happen because Commander tucked his tail.
Mm. Poor guy.
And
yeah, because we all,
I'm just
we
gonna
love
leave it
you,
like
James. I
that.
love you. So I think you're a great man, and you're trying to do good. But I think it was like, and I understand like it was getting a little carried away. You know, maybe Commander say like Thursday nights we're going to do that only, right?
Sure, that's
Just
what I
playing it.
suggested.
You know, like do one night a week or a special night just
He
for
was
that once a
trying
It
to
week.
was
do that,
supposed to
but
be Friday. Friday nights
mm,
were supposed to be his funky contact night, and
Okay.
it got
Yeah, because
it
I
got
thought it was like, well, you got
obsessive.
no more. That's it. Shutting it all down. Like, whoa, that's it.
No,
Because I mean, the
it got
people they love you.
obsessive. It got bad. People
Yeah.
were having bad experiences. People were reaching out to me. It's not what you think it is. There's a
He
lot
was coming in with
behind
that.
it. There's a lot behind it, and
But it's a love. Though. There's a lot of love, though, James. I heard when your musical thing went
we
on,
all have a
man,
lot of
your
love for
keyboard.
each other.
That was so much love. It was all laughter. It was all these. I mean, it was like, man, what were they doing to your keyboard? It was just like laughing and just made us happy, right? And that's. But the thing is, those demons don't do that.
No, 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 no,
Just
no, no,
remember,
no. That has nothing to do with it.
demons
That
and
has
demons,
nothing to do with
demonic
this.
people like that, and demons, they
Different
don't
if
do
you're
anything like
experiencing
that.
it like
They're not about
out.
love. They can't love. They don't love. All they do is steal the love.
I'm gonna
They try to take your love energy.
I'm
It
gonna
was,
tell you. I'm gonna tell you. Oh God! Wow, Commander's texting
but
me.
I think what I was thinking though is that James, is what people do is they create that to think that is a demon, right? In their head, in their mind. And I didn't get that. I don't get that sense too.
Well,
You
see,
know what I mean? So people, but people, I think we're doing that, and that's my feeling.
this
That's
is
all. I don't
this is
dislike
why
it.
we
I
have
don't.
a
Everyone's
this is why we
opinion
have
is
the
your opinion.
the discussion of the trickster archetype, because like I said, this is a lot deeper and more than just what is seen on the surface.
Yeah.
And the only way I can explain this to you is that Commander was targeted. Okay, this was not a contact by spiritual ET benevolence at first. This was purposefully done. There is a reason that a name was being evoked and said ritualistically, uncharacteristically by a man that we all knew and we all love and we all watched him lose himself within an obsession due to an infiltration that he was unaware of. And whether you guys want to acknowledge that or not, that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, I believe those kind of things
Yeah.
can, and you're very
I'll
valid for
agree
the
to
feelings that
disagree
you
on
have
some of the
with it.
things.
I agree.
And if there's other people, that been experiencing things,
Sure, if
so many
there's
people,
one
though,
person,
so
if
many
there's
people though
one
that's
person, if there's one person that is affected negatively, and listen, people's lives were changed over this shit. You don't understand. You're saying it's hunky dory spirituality and not demon. Let me tell you a story. And I don't. Brim might know this story. Sorry about that. Years ago, 20 years ago, I was given an opportunity for fame and fortune. I was given an opportunity to grab the life by the balls, and I was also given a taste of the power that came along with that. Okay? And when you sit at a table with the devil, it's something you'll never forget. It's a feeling, and it's a palpable physical feeling that you have. Not many people really get to experience that in life. Not many people get have real people in the real world from Hollywood, from the music industry, come to you and say, you can have this, and this is what it's going to take to get there. If you guys have experienced that, please share, because I have.
I've dealt with the
And
devil.
you know, Chris, you know.
I got called from the eagle. I got a call from the eagles and the condors that threatened the hell out of
You
me.
know. And
And they're an arm in the Vatican of
there's
me.
there was that type of stuff was going on in the background.
Right? because there's some big people that are involved with this stuff that happened here with billions of dollars of treasures with the Robin Hood pirates' tombs that's gone.
I also want to present this thought to everybody too.
Senator of the United States of America was the lawyer for the properties for the township in 2021. He's a current senator now, a Republican. Okay? There's a lot of big stuff here. I stepped into a hornet's nest, and I'm here to protect it because my family ancestors were involved, and one of my grandfathers was buddies with George Washington because he was a Knights Templar with him. He commissioned him to be the ambassador of India during the Revolutionary War when the king's treasures were there. So I'm here as a protector to protect their grave sites. There's tombs here with crystal vault ceilings. They're going to bulldoze that. We got to protect this. This is the founding United States of America. The bottom pyramid and the big letter E is what they're going to bulldoze next to the secret M. So I'm sorry, I had to vent that out. A lot of information. Sorry. So if you can help out, James, this is big. George Washington's hospital is right on the corner, James. That was a hospital before they built the church there, and it has tunnels connected to the two churches with the empty headstone, with the two big oak trees, with the box, with the first ex-slave to become a soldier and graduate West Point University on the front of the headstone. And Robert G. Shaw's name on the back with Robert Smalls, with the blood stain coming out, with all the codes. The whole stone is coded.
But what does that have to do with what he's talking about with the commander?
Well, it's just I just got into a little bit of an event. I had to let this out because there's a lot here, and it's got to be protected. Okay. I've been persecuted because I got persecuted because I believe in God, and I called the coroner's office because there's bones and some treasures left in a tunnel system that got robbed in 2007. What they did to me was wrong. You know, and my family ancestors were involved. My family ancestors are the founders of this country. They built the first state house in Massachusetts, commissioned by the kings. The Knights Templar. It's pretty wild. And they did good. They tried to do good. So I had to, sorry, but I'll stop talking about that stuff.
James, can you continue with what you were saying?
Oh no, I think I've said enough, right? I mean, there's not much
You were
more to
saying that
say.
it wasn't spiritual, that it
No,
wasn't cosmic.
yeah, you
Let
were
me ask you.
talking and
Let
we
me
were
ask
listening.
you. Let me ask you guys a question. You all have been watching the show. What do you think it would take for Commander to decide to instantly stop what he's doing with that? It would take something so serious, something so catastrophic that, and you saw how trepidatious he was about the conversation because this is not something he wanted to do. Commander wants contact so bad with ETs, and unknowingly to him, he made contact with something else, and he recognized it, and he knows it, and he could not admit it to him. His ego, he let me down. He let all of us down. And
Hey, James, I just want to let you know what else.
Nightbird and Epsilon and all of you went through this with one person, and we had to stop it, and it was for the betterment of Commander. It's for the betterment of his show, and for the betterment of all the people that it affected. Whether people were having a positive experience or not, that's great, because through that positive energy, other stuff was lurking in.
Yeah.
Chris, as we're talking right now, there's people sending me messages. There's no such thing as demons. There's no such thing as dark entity. Give me a break.
James,
I hear some
I
weird
have
noises in the background.
James, you know what I found, James? I found the founding stone of the United States of America. It's called the Timothy Stone, Jesus' stone. I have it, James.
Does anyone else hear
Read up
that
about it.
weird voice? Like a
Someone's
heavy
breathing very
breathing?
heavy.
It just left.
Was that? Oh, that was James.
Rabbit, I didn't
That
see
was
the
weird. Something was coming through.
Yeah.
He was angry. James was not.
Are you okay, James? Come back
That
up.
stone, that stone is very powerful.
No, he's still here.
It's in a very special place in a safe. I don't have it in my
James,
possession right now.
I just heard a
James,
But it's
come
in a
weird,
Oh,
back
he
very.
up.
left.
some weird noises. I see him in the chat. Oh, he left? I was hearing some
I'm
really weird
looking.
crap coming
I was
through.
just telling him about the
Did you hear
stone,
that?
and
It
then
was like,
the voice. He was like
it was like some weird, it sounded like like language.
heavy, heavy breathing.
That was freaky.
Yeah,
Oh,
James, come back up. I know you're in the room still. Come back up.
I hope he's okay. Hope he's all right.
He's fine. He's okay.
I know because
Because
the weird
there are
sound. It
things
was
that
kind of
can be
coming
spiritually
through
I
his
know he
tricksters
system.
that
is here. He's
happen.
here. I don't know why he got that.
I just want to let him know it's all love here. There's nothing about being evil and destructive. Okay.
Oh, he knows. He knows us.
Yeah, and I've been kicked out before all by myself. My phone has gone wonky on me twice tonight, so I may have done that with him. But yeah, I understand what you're
Yeah, he's
saying,
back.
and it's affecting so many people. There could be something behind it that the
Yeah,
commander may
and
not be
I would also like to
realizing.
point out once the job was done, once the seed was planted, once Commander was in control of the evocation, you'll notice that the original trickster is nowhere to be found because the original trickster was caught.
Who was the original trickster?
Oh, we know who he was.
I did do that, did it mess
Guys,
Oh,
with
oh,
use
oh.
him?
your pay attention because people
Yeah.
come and go into the lives, right? Well, if
Yes.
people all of a sudden disappear when James starts poking his head around
He
and
was in
starts
here
asking
earlier.
questions, it really makes you think about things.
Right. I got
Oh,
you. I understand.
Remember, I said he was
oh.
popping in and out.
Nightbird,
Well,
it is all love. And I do everything I do in love, in protection of everybody around me. Because when it's easy to just sit, I don't know if you guys were in the live, but everybody was telling me, leave Commander alone, don't bother with him, don't he's lost cause, he has no hope, he's lost his mind, blah 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 blah. You name it, I heard it. Okay? Hundreds of people reaching out, everybody who's watching this man's show. And, you know, yeah, I have a responsibility. I can't have somebody, I'm not going to mention names, calling me, telling me that they're having issues, and it's saying such and such's name in its ear. No, no, no. Don't be blinded, guys. Don't sit there and just, oh, if somebody's on a TikTok and they're telling you something good, great, da da da, have a little discernment. Like, really, this is not the first time we've all been sucked into somebody's rabbit hole. And at first, I always look like an asshole. And then it's like, oh, thanks, James, for speaking up. And I'm tired of it. I can't always be here to help and speak up for people.
Mm-hmm. Keep that beat going.
and things
I think
I
Jay
have
is
done.
into me.
And yeah, a lot of people were experiencing it. I saw a thing with Grace the other night, and me and Rachel and Diane, we all got up there and told what was going on with ours, to let him know, and he was basically saying, "Oh, it's not coming from me. It's not from me."
Yeah, well,
But I've heard
you obfuscate
folks
all
say that they've been having a
responsibility.
problem.
You obfuscate all
True.
responsibility. You say an entity's name over 600 times, it's gonna bring something out, and then you wanna act like you didn't have anything to do with it. Not on my watch.
That's kind of
Shane, can I
why
ask you a question? How did your keyboard do what it did then? That was someone did that, like hacked into it and made it do
So,
that, or
so
you
Chris,
think
so let
it?
me explain this to you,
An
Chris.
entity
And I
can
had to
do
call.
anything.
No, I just want to understand. That's all. I'm
So wait,
just trying to.
I even called my. I don't know if you're on the live because when I turned on the camera, when
It was amazing.
when I finally got control of my phone and was able to turn the camera on, and I showed everybody me unplugging all the wires,
Yeah.
and the input light was still on. Now, I don't
No,
know if you
yeah,
know
so
about soundboard technology, but first off, the soundboard is hardwired into my computer. There's no Bluetooth. There's no connection. I've never been, in my whole time using this soundboard, I've never even thought, oh, let me try to hook my soundboard up to my phone.
Right, but that's what we're asking. I mean, I think this is what Chris is trying to
Because
ask
it's
you.
a paranormal experience. This is not a benevolent being. This is not
no,
somebody
no,
that
it
asked
wasn't.
to come
It
into my
wasn't.
energy.
Okay.
Well, they was because they wanted you to believe what it was, James.
No, no, yeah, no, Chris. That's not how it
Yeah,
works.
I just
That is
believe
not
me,
how it
James. James,
works.
James, I've come. I have 9. Well, I have like 9 in my possession right now because they're in storage. But I've got a few thousand pounds of crystal artifacts here, pyramids, and some of the most amazing crystal artifacts from ancient civilizations that lived here. They are very powerful. Okay, and they're letting off. I've been raising the spirits up to bring the protection for these properties in a good way. Okay, there's a lot here, James. And I told you about that stone I found. It's real. Founding stone of the country. Jesus' stone, the Timothy stone. It's not in the 1929 Master Building corner block, the MM. And if you read and watch the movie, they say the man who finds that stone is the next Messiah. I'm not saying I am, but I tell you what, this discovery is that big. It gives the world the truth of everything. And the founders of this country left this here to be found. They put they put it on the back of the U.S. $1 bill in 1935 as a treasure map. And if nobody found it, they continued to build every clue on top of everything. And then they left the very last part.
Chris,
Big.
but that's
I don't want to say it. I just want to
about that,
say,
but we're
when in the
talking
movie,
about somebody consenting for something to happen and there's non-consent. And if you
yeah, I
don't
know
give
that, but he was
consent,
part of the program that night. James was in the show, and he was part of it. And I believe that's what happened there because it was all love. Did you see how funny it was? It was like playing different
Yeah, but
songs and
Chris, you don't
laughter.
understand. It wasn't
yeah,
funny
I
for me
witnessed the
because
whole thing.
I could not hear what's going on at all.
I
I
know,
don't
but
think you guys
and it
understand that
was
I
scary for
couldn't
you
hear the
because you couldn't hear
interactions you guys were having.
Right.
Right.
I know, and you couldn't hear it, so it was scary for you. But everyone saw the love and the laughter, and it was like unfortunate that you didn't see it, and you had to wait until you saw the replay.
No,
Did
no,
you watch the
no.
That
replay?
was at
That's
his
not the point,
expense and it
Chris.
shouldn't have been
The
that way.
point the point is that I
You
did
joined
not
in. You were
allow
there with him
the
going in
consent.
Guideco. We've been doing the
Don't
Guideco
even
stuff,
say
and you
that
were on the
name. Don't
show.
even say that name. It comes from the book of the 90 Sigils of Demonology. Do not say it.
Okay, well, that's if you think of that name's a bad name, okay? But okay, we won't say that name anymore if that's what that means, and if you found out the exact meaning and who wrote the meaning of it.
Listen, Chris, I'm going to tell you
Because there's
this.
stuff
I
in the
don't know.
Bible that
I
was
know you guys
rewritten.
aren't familiar with like Grace in real life, okay? But Grace is, first off, she's pretty dang wealthy. Second off, she's very well connected in the spiritual community. She draws $50,000 pieces of art for people, okay? So, we
Well, that's
had
nice
a
art.
commission. Listen to what I'm telling you. We had, I don't know if you're familiar with it. You guys can Google him. We had Bishop James Long commissioned to come in and listen to the live to confirm all of this. So if
James.
you really want to go
James
there, we're
Long
going
before
there.
James.
I heard of him.
James.
Oh,
And
sorry, Mom.
that's something
I can't believe you
else.
said that name. James, I want you to understand. You just said Bishop James. Did you know that Bishop James was involved with everything that discovered here? And I found his headstone is a Knights Templar cross with a sword. And he was a representative of New Jersey, 1849 to
Well, then this
1850,
is a
opposing slavery in
synchronous moment
1855.
for you. This should be a synchronous moment for you to tell you that I'm not full of shit.
James, the Catholic Church threatened me to stop doing everything what I'm doing. They don't
Chris,
want the
it doesn't
truth.
have anything to do with what's happening, though.
He just had a priest come in and say what happened to Commander Show is satanic. Well, guess who's in the? You got to pull away the curtain there, James. Who's behind the curtain there?
This This
Because
priest is
men of
known
God
for
do not touch
exposing the
children.
Catholic
All
Church.
those,
This
you know how
priest
many
is
children
known
that
for
they touch?
exposure. This is a trusted priest amongst
Bro,
people that want the truth being spoken. This man has been on,
really?
this man is like world renowned.
So you're going to tell me all the trips that Governor Murphy took over to Italy, which is not to visit the Vatican?
This has nothing to do with that.
Well, I'm just saying. To James, all I got to say to you is I run into the Eagles and the
Not
Condors
every
along in the
Catholic
Vatican.
is bad. Not every Christian is bad. Not every Arab is bad. Just because
You know
there's
what
a
the
bunch of whack
Vatican is
jobs,
saying?
there are some good
The
people out
Vatican.
there. And I'm imploring you to
The Va-
trust me that the research was done. This is documented. Obviously, Commander was presented with enough information for him to say, okay, we will stop this
the Catholic
instantly.
Church. The Catholic Church, James. Because the Catholic Church doesn't want people to see the spirit of, what's going on. Do you understand that, James? They don't want people to open the third eye.
It's not about the
Because
third eye, Chris. You're trying to completely not acknowledge the fact that there are negative shit trying to mess with people. Yes, we are covered in love and light.
who is
Yes.
saying that it's a negative thing? The church. The Catholic
Oh my
Church. The
God.
one who threatened me that they don't want anyone to know about the Anunnaki that were here because it's going to rewrite the history of the Bible that was rewritten for them to believe in their God. And they get our 10%. They're the biggest corporation in America, right? Tax free. They're in every prison. Most of the people in prison shouldn't be there anyways if they were educated properly. Unfortunately, they're there. 50% of them have ADHD, and
Right in the commander's
that's
line.
all I'm just saying. There's a lot of change, James,
Okay,
and I'm
okay.
about love and
I went
spirit
in
for
the
the world.
commander's line.
And anything I saw, and you know what? And I knew this. I said once people start connecting, someone's gonna try to come in and shut down Commander's show.
I
And
knew.
what do you know?
Exactly. And I came and saved it.
The Catholic Church had tried to shut me down for this discovery and threatened me.
I'm gonna
Bro,
stop
I've had
you.
the cops on my ass 7 times. They persecuted me because I believe in God. They took me to the hospital when I called the coroner's office about the bones and the bodies in the tunnel system that they robbed, and they're going to.
Now I want to speak. Damn it! This is my live, and I'm gonna speak, and I'm not gonna be talked over.
Get it.
Now, what I have to say is, when I went into Commander's live, I felt a negative energy, and I felt it was a jinn. And I don't care if anybody believes it or not. That's what I felt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And when I felt something, I left. And occasionally I would go in there to see what was going on. Now, when a spirit enters your area without your consent, that is not a good thing at all. It is an evil presence. I don't care. When I went in there, I felt an evil. I felt something that was not right. I felt a jinn. I know what they feel like, and I'm not going to be told any different. A jinn is a trickster, and they pull the tricks. And the reason why they do that because they want you to get them to like them so they can plant their seeds of evilness. Now, we're going to have a conversation in this room, and one person is going to speak at a time. This is my room, and we're all here to enjoy the love and light, and let's do that. Now, we're going to have each person speak one at a time. We're thinking no more talking over each other. I decided to see how this was going to go in the love and light, but if we're going to have discussions like this, we're going to have to go one by one. Now, the first person, we're going to go from James, then it's going to Chris, and then it's going to
Let's
go up.
start with Nightbird.
We'll go with Nightbird first. We'll go
Ladies first.
Okay, now let's try this again in love and light. And any more negativity, I'm going to start tossing people out. Thank you for your time. And I'd like to hear what everybody has to say with love and light. I don't want to hear harsh words. I don't want to hear no people being negative. We're trying to be in a positive light and try to discuss what we feel, and that's great. Now, can we all do this in love and light? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And you read my mind. I was trying to tell you, you know what. But first of all, James didn't consent to have that happen. He wasn't asked to have that happen. And when something like that happens to somebody, you need to look at their shoes and how it has affected him. And he has the right to say what he has to say. And there are others that were
To say,
in that community that are in that life that have had things happen. So he has every right to feel the way that he feels. And Brim, you were saying it earlier what you had felt. You told us here without anybody else being in here that you had felt that it was a djinn, and I believe you're correct. Okay? And you have this bishop, and he is known for a lot, and I have heard about him. If he's saying it's an entity, it very well can be. And he also knows how to get rid of it if people will listen. I care about the commander. He wants us so bad, but James is right. You invoke every time you speak. The words you speak coming out of your mouth have power. Always remember that. Okay? People have had bad things happen. Here myself, my phone's been drained. My roommate, her phone went absolutely nuts and crazy on her. How do we explain that? We talked about it on the show the other day, didn't we? So, people are having these experiences. Yes, Commander needs to listen to it, and he needs to take a step back and breathe and think about what he's doing. And I love everybody. Okay? I'm not trying to step on toes. I'm not, I'm just saying plain out, straight. He did not consent to have this happen. And it's obviously took a toll. And you need to think about how you would feel if that stuff was going on, and even after the show, having more things going on in your house. And we believe in what and we believe it. We believe in what James did. And believe in what James did. And he has every right to protect himself. And he's trying to help the commander. This is out of love to the commander. Please just hearken and just listen, because there are way too many people that this has affected. Beyond, I've heard a ton of people, a ton. So please, it's with love that the commander needs to hear some of this, because we are caring about him too. He doesn't realize what he's doing by invoking that name over and over and over again. So it's healthy to let him know, hey, this could be going on. Now, what he does with it, that's up to him. That's all we can do is plant that seed and let him sit back and think about it. And Kit Kat, I know you love it there, but this is kind of getting out of hand. And I love you, girl. You know that. I can only speak on our experiences, what we've had here. And no, I didn't see the commander's show tonight. I wasn't on there. I don't know what happened because I was here with Brim.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I kind of, I mean, I don't know if what you guys are saying is true. I mean, I had nothing but good feelings toward it.
well, yeah, but that's
So,
how
I mean,
it
that's
can
pretty
be.
bad.
Like the trickster kind of thing, it can do that. You can have that actually happen.
Yeah.
So, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. And I
I
respect
mean, I respect
everybody's opinion.
a lot of people, I respect all of you in that room, and I do respect,
Right.
what you guys are saying. So it's very confusing. It's all very confusing. I was hoping that it would happen to me.
Kit Kat,
I,
it
I,
is very confusing.
well,
And
yeah.
a lot of people have come to me saying, listen, you have to understand, this was a deception by a cunning artist of deceit. And I want you to think about this thought. Commander's show was just starting to really gain traction. What were we doing before all of this started happening? We were getting people to open up. We were getting people to get involved in disclosure. We were doing great things. And this came in and derailed all of that. So if you can't see the deceptiveness in that, then we need to talk about it more because it's there. If you look at it outside in, this was done purposefully to make people think that Commander's crazy and to discredit him. And in that, we were all wrapped up in this circle of deceit by some. Remember, this was not accident. This was implanted purposefully. So I know it's hard. It's called ontological shock. You're in it and I get it and I love you. But, really think about things from outside of your point of view. And like Nightbird said, the trickster, you might be having a great experience because that trickster's got you in the lotus field. You're in that casino playing with the casino's money and you're not paying attention to time, space, or anything because you're stuck in the lotus field.
No, I have to say I did have a
There's
negative
there's
experience.
also casino games at the Catholic Church every Sunday too.
Well, that's not what he's
Um,
saying.
I'm just
First of all,
saying
I just want to say
the
what my
information
negative
came
experience was.
the
There
bishop.
was
That's
an
all. I just want to say the
okay.
bishop. That's all. That's all.
There was a negative experience. It was after that I had the experience with the music coming on, which he did play. I have to say, he played a song called "Come to Jesus," and it's a beautiful song. And so that kind of threw me into thinking it was a beautiful experience. And I had a lot, and every song that he played was a beautiful song. So, that I don't know what that means, but that was one thing. And so, like, maybe that is a trickster, trying to
Wait, wait,
like
wait, wait,
play.
wait. Kit Kat,
Yes.
who do you think was playing the song? Do you think the song came from the ether? Or was somebody on their phone just playing a song? I mean, let's get real here.
What do you mean? It was in the middle of the night. My songs
Oh,
just playing
your
on my
phone.
phone.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the songs coming on with Commander and
No,
Friends with
no, no.
Fairies and
I
all
was
that.
going to
Oh,
sleep and my phone was in a Faraday case
oh,
and
that's freaky.
it went away. Yeah. And then the music
Wait,
came on.
Kit
What?
Kat, tell them what time it came on at.
Oh, stop, Chris. I'm trying to just explain this. Like,
It's a very important time.
oh, jeez. So what I was saying is that after the music, so when it first came on, I was like kind of drifting and I started to see some very like they looked like um beings in um like army not army fight like fighting outfits like they were warriors but their faces were extremely disturbing to me and I said I'm a Christed being of light and I only interact with Christed beings of light, so if you're not you have to leave, and they left. So that left me wondering, like, okay, is it connected to you know who? I didn't really understand why I saw that. But then the next night, following night, last night, I saw something that was really strange. It was I was just laying in bed and I see this thing that looked like a screen, like a window screen, but it was a circle and it was like a spiral inside the circle. It wasn't spinning though, but it was just like a screen in my room. And I'm like, what is this screen? So I'm sitting up in bed and I'm looking at it, and then it dissipated. Like it slowly went away. But then as I slept, and I had taken like a lot of stuff last night, I took melatonin and L-tryptophan, and I take magnesium and calcium, and all to help me sleep. So I was out of it. Once I take all that stuff, I'm sleeping. And but I knew things were going on last night. I knew it because it was almost like something was trying to wake me up but couldn't. So I don't know what was happening. There was no music though. That's what I was say. So there was some things that were a little odd. So that's what now after all this, I'm like, oh, I'm like, oh God,
I
that's
know
a
that
little scary.
really like somebody so much. I know that's really a hard thing.
Well, yeah. I did
support.
like him.
He needs to take the heating.
Oh, you mean Commander?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
I
I
know
think
it
he
gets
will. I
pulled
think.
back and forth. I like him, I like the show.
Yeah.
The show's gonna go back to normal. The show's gonna go back to normal and it'll be better than ever.
Right.
Yeah, I like him. I just think, anybody can get fooled.
Yeah.
If
Exactly.
I
that's what happened, then,
And that's what the whole crux of it was, Kit Kat, is that
yeah.
Commander was bruised bad. He remember he's a man of love and light, but he's got an ego, and this was really hard for him. But with me now, my conversations with him over the past few days were a lot more intense, and than how we portrayed it on the show tonight, because we did it out of respect, but
Right.
there was things that he was supposed to say that he didn't say, and he's gonna have to be held to karmic account for that.
I
We have to be able to, if we are true leaders, we have to be able to humble ourselves and come to people with humility, and there was an opportunity to show integrity that was not seized.
Okay.
I called this was going to happen. I said someone's going to shut him down, the Catholic Church. Exactly, I knew it because they don't want anyone connected. I'm sorry, that's how I feel, because if the Eagles and Cardinals never threatened me and treated me the way they did, I would think differently about the Catholic Church, because they're supposed to protect the sacred sites, and this is the most sacred site in America, and they don't care about it because there was a big robbery here in 2007. I want to know where all the gold bars are. I know Mr. Menendez, one of the senators in New Jersey, got indicted about 8 weeks ago with some gold bars with an Egyptian real estate guy. I wonder where they came from. So that's what I want to say.
It's not about shutting him down. It's about having him on understanding and discerning what spirits he's talking to. And I think that that's what we need to experience and need to share with him, because I felt many energies in there, but I did feel a jinn and a spirit that I didn't like, and it was coming from every time I've heard that name. It sent shivers up my spine. He was talking about other beings. It didn't bother me, and it was his shows were growing, and I see where he was talking about. But when I heard that name, it sent shivers up my spine, and even when I think of the name, it sends shivers up my spine. And that tells me right there that that is not a good energy that I want to be in and anybody else should be in. And it seemed to me it was more of a trickster because it wants people to like it so it can do its work behind the scenes. That's how a jinn works. If you look up a jinn,
Demons are not loving, though. It's not. Demons aren't loving, though.
what?
The jinn, they're not loving.
Mimic.
They're not. They didn't. Everybody was having love, like happiness.
I think what
Most
they're saying
everybody.
is
Jin
that,
Jin most definitely can be tricky and do funny things to you.
Yes,
yeah, because they trick you, I guess, into thinking they're loving.
that is a jinn.
And the Catholic Church shutting this down.
I don't know
So I
what
have
you're
a problem.
talking about, the commander. I'm not talking. I don't know anything about
They brought in Bishop James. And just what do you know? The guy that was involved here that's buried in the tunnel system I found, Bishop James. For real. I'm not freaking joking you. I'm not joking you. He was the architect that did everything. He built the Bishop House at Rutgers University in 1852. And they said it was donated to
I
him.
thought this guy is alive. He was in the.
I'm just saying. I know he said that they had this Bishop James. This is a real, this was a Bishop James who was a Knights
I know,
Templar
but they're
in
not talking about
disguise.
him.
I know what I'm just saying. It was just a coincidence that there was a Bishop James. That's all.
Oh,
That's all.
okay.
The name, okay? Because the importance with everything here. There are so many connections like this that pop up that I can see them. It's like, oh wow, okay, there's another one. Yeah, another confirmation from the spirits that are all buried here. There's a lot of spirits. There's millions of Inaki graves here in Mayans and Egyptians. Bones, cave bones, like you wouldn't believe. There's a half-mile crystal cave burials. There's so much here, and I want to make sure it's done right and it's not freaking robbed and it's not looted by the government.
So I
I
want
want to
to
make
know,
sure it's
like
done right.
Brim, I want to ask Brim a question about the
All right, I'll
name.
stop. I'll stop.
I just wanted to to hear the name, the G name. That was in a book, in a some kind of a book. Like I like so that lists bad people. I mean, not bad people. Demonic energies or something.
You can look it up. You know, Google seems to be our best friend at times, but not all. It's not always in Google either. It's also in
Yeah,
books.
I looked it up in Google. I didn't see it.
A jinn is an ancient energy that likes to perform tricks, and it's basically been a trickster during our human life on this planet. And what they do is they make people fall into a false security of love and thinking that they're loving and caring for you and stuff like that. And what they do is, when you least expect it, they drop in these little seeds of mistrust inside of you. So when you come to realize it at the end of the day, you notice you're not on the beaten path you're supposed to be on anymore, because that's what they did. That's what they're there. Oh my gosh. They are there to do just that. They have deceived angels. They have deceived humans and angels alike. Humans are not the first ones that they've messed with. And that is what they do. And it is a higher form of an energy that is not what we want to be in. It's more of a dark energy. And they've always been there because they don't like humans. And I think this was in a book. I can't remember what it was. It was a while ago. I can't remember the name of the book. But anyway, it said that the jinn were here in the beginning, and the jinn didn't like the way that humans had gotten to be more higher vibrational and ascend higher than them. So they decided to team up with the, you want to call it, demons, dark side, and to help destroy the humanity. That's kind of what a jinn is. They're more of a trickster to deceive. They fake. They can shape shift. They can make you think one thing when you're really doing another. It's really, they're really, really dark. It's an ancient thing. So a lot of humans are not aware of that energy, so that's why they're not used to it. And they only come and go at certain times. And they're more of an
What did
energy.
you learn about it? What do you think
My
about this?
Hey, Paul, can I say something? He had said something about that they found an actual sigil of that name. If that bishop had found it, people that do things like witchcraft, they use sigils. And if they found a sigil that matches it, to me, that's probably what it is.
Yeah. And that's why like I said, when I entered the
People
command,
work with dark angels, they work with
I don't
light
trust the
angels.
Catholic Trust. I don't trust the Catholic Church as far as I can throw a stone. Okay?
all I know is when I entered that room, I knew.
Because why are they against protecting the most sacred site in America? Why don't they care about it? Why don't they care about the ancient indigenous cave burials that are here and the artifacts? Why are they against it? Why are they against Commander connecting with someone that was making a connection that was loving and nobody was worshiping it? That's all.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't worshiping him.
It's not worshiping, but he became overwhelmed with it.
And the more, and see what people were doing it when they laughter, they were actually feeding that being. When you keep saying that name and you keep acknowledging it, you're feeding it, and which makes it which makes it grow. And
Did
then
you
Yeah, but you
actually
got to understand that the
know
Catholic
that
Church
a
is the one that said
person?
that name is bad, and that means it's good because, like Friday the 13th is the luckiest day in the year. They made it a bad day, right?
Let me say one
There's things
thing.
in the
You
Bible.
actually know that by speaking it, we can make an entity right now. People can do that. And some people don't realize that you can do that with every word that comes out of your mouth.
We resonate. Yeah, we do. We do. And people were starting to like, whoa, they're looking around, starting to open their third eye. Like maybe I can connect with somebody too. And boy, the Catholic Church hears about that. Let's shut that down. No
But
way.
even
Nobody can
if
connect
the
with
Catholic
us.
Church is involved or not, I
You
mean,
got to keep the sheep in
these kind
line,
of
is
things
what they do. They want to
happen.
keep the blinders on. Okay? They
But
want to keep the blinders on.
Chris, there's people that were having negative to this.
I
You
know
felt
that,
it
but they were,
positive. Okay, you felt it
yeah,
positive, but many people did not. And everybody has their own experiences, as we all know. And I'm not trying to
because
be
they create that.
one
They
way or the
create that in
other.
their mind.
I'm just saying
They create it.
everybody
Yeah, no, I
feels their
understand. I
own way,
understand.
you know?
Yeah, but the thing is then when you have other people and then you got this bishop coming and oh, it's the bishop says it's bad. Okay, everybody shuts it down.
But
What?
no, these people were
What?
feeling this
The
before this
church
came.
came.
This is
The church
why
came in.
they spoke to
I know, but I'm
Commander.
just saying. Yeah, Commander got a little carried away with it because he's excited. He's waited all his life to make some sort of connection. Now he's getting all this kind of stuff. And when people are in the show and people connect with the show, those are the people that are having some stuff going on, right? And it wasn't like bad stuff. It was all seemed to be loving and laughing and funny. And Commander was he was crying. He was so happy. Okay, demons don't do that to you. Demons take your energy. They don't give you energy.
Actually, they
This
can't
is
do
this
that.
wasn't
They're giving you what
satanic.
you want, and then they
The
take that
satanic
energy
is
and
what's
then they keep
shutting
it
things like
going.
this down. They
That's
don't
why
want you to.
there's
That's what I'm
entrenched
just
people.
saying. That's my theory. That's my side. That's my side.
Well, and
But
sometimes it's
everybody can
not
have
for
their
the
opinion.
best for the person. You,
Yeah, but the people can have their opinion, and it's okay. I don't dislike you because you think otherwise. It's just the way people think. So it's the
no,
way it is.
no, I
I
get
still
it. I
love
know.
everybody.
And we
You know.
love the commander, really. I mean, he just has to know what's going on around him.
Yeah, but
Sometimes
this
the
was
one
not
thing
faith
you
in
want
man.
the worst in the world, you think you want it, you want it. It actually could be one of the worst things that happens to you.
You know, they started writing the Bible. It was 100,000 years. All the stuff of the Bibles, and it's just written stories of what they, this and that. But
Chris,
but the Earth
listen
was
to
much
this.
older.
You have the United States. Look at what's happening in the United States now. Why ain't we united? Because everybody's separated. And that is, and
Because they
who's
divided us.
the
They
government?
divided us. They divided us. Yeah, the demons in control, right?
Exactly
The ones at
what,
the top are
that's
influenced
exactly,
by the demons that act like demons, right? There's some of them are regular people that just got so consumed with all the greed and lies and all the political power. And I can have a mansion too, just like Joe Biden and all his friends, right? Everybody wants to be a billionaire, but they're going to, all they are is destroying the value of the money and it's going to be worthless before you know it.
that's the same thing what they're doing in the spiritual world. That's where these jinns and demonic people are doing.
It
They're
was
doing this.
nothing that was, well, you might have felt bad because you weren't, because when your third eye is not open, this stuff is scary as shit. I'm telling you. When I started having in the beginning with my third eye open and having the spiritual connection with these stones and all these crystals, I was scared. But now it's like, wow, I embrace it. It's just amazing. And you can see everything now. I can see right through people if they're a demon. I can see if they're a reptilian. You can tell who they are right through them.
And that's
And they can
why
be as negative as they want. They can be as negative as they want to me. It doesn't bother me. It just makes me stronger. And then I try to tell other people that,
that's
hey,
why
watch out for this, watch out for that. You know what I mean? I'm a black wolf. I'm unvaccinated. I try to have all my family. I gave them all the information. But I told them, you do what you want to do. But this is what I did because of that. So, that's all. I know I'm talking too much, but I'm going to step down. I got things I got to get up early tomorrow. I got a battle from the Wicked Witch of the West tomorrow. Yeah, and take care of that and then move forward.
that's all we need to
I'm
do.
sorry. It's the craziest thing because the whole thing with Emerald City, with the Wizard of Oz, It's really amazing how it's all connected. It's so connected.
Okay, Chris.
And then
Have a
you can actually, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go. You guys have a great night, okay?
You
Can I
too.
kick Good night, everybody. Sorry, I'm just a little
It's okay, Chris.
this
You
whole
have a
thing
good night and good luck tomorrow.
yeah.
with the Catholic Church coming in to shut that down. That is a woo. That's like the biggest red flag I can throw up in the air.
Good night,
Okay.
Chris.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good
I
Good
night.
hope
night.
everything goes well for you.
Bye, bye. Ugh, so craziness. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to believe. I'm so confused. But I do know what I saw in the weird visions I had, and I did see that weird thing in my bedroom last night, which I have no idea what it could mean. That screen
Yeah,
looking thing. I
I'm
never
trying
saw
to
anything
think
like
on
that.
that one.
Yeah, I'm like, what does a screen mean? Because that's all I could think of what it looked like, but it's spiral in a spiral.
Well,
I'm
my
like, I have
friend,
no idea.
all of a sudden, her phone was off, right? And then all of a sudden, throughout the middle of the night, it popped up with Friends with Fairies, and it stayed
Oh,
on all night long.
it's
I thought she was up late, but no, she wasn't. That was happening
it
while
was
she was
on Friends
sleeping.
with Fairies, her
Her
videos.
page, yeah, her
Oh,
videos, and they're
oh,
playing over and over and over again. So
oh.
that was really kind of weird.
Yeah, that is weird because I think of her as being such a being of light. You know, I think of her as being so like
Yeah.
that. Why would they do that? Like, why would he?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it was interesting. I'm like, were you up all night? She's like, no, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's very strange. I don't know what that's all about. But that's
Yeah.
another, you know, it's who knows? Who knows?
I
It's
don't
all,
know, but
I know, I'm
I
so
know
confused.
when I went in the commander's room, I felt that weird energy. At first, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see where this goes. Then, every time I went in there, my Spotify on my phone kept going off. It started playing music, and I'm like,
Oh
what
yeah,
is
you were
going
saying that.
on? And then, and then after I got off the live, I started to feel like something's watching me. The TV pops on and off, and I'm like, what is going on? And then the second time I went on there, I started feeling a dark, some weird energy, something I didn't like. The lights started flickering in my room.
Oh,
I'm
it's
like,
weird.
what's going on? And then the third time I went in there, I had a light bulb pop in the kitchen. I had to change that, and I've never had that stuff happen. And it's, every time I got off the live, something weird, crazy thing like that would happen. It was always playing music. Things would turn on and off. Light bulbs would flicker, and it was just weird. It was just, and there was this presence there that made me not. It was kind of icky.
Okay.
That's the only way I can describe it. It was icky, and it felt heavy, and it was just something that I didn't like. It was just, I don't know.
Hmm.
And my phone was turning on and off, and I was like, I didn't like this because I'm used to sensing certain kind of energies, but that energy was something I've never experienced, and I didn't like that energy. That energy was very, it seemed very tricky, very um Loki-ish.
Well,
You know?
yeah, you're saying right, like a trickster.
Yeah. And then I
We
and then
can't blame it on Hopi on her fairies or anything.
so then I sat in my room one night. I sat in the room one night and I sat at the desk and I had listened to the commander in here and I put the phone down and I decided to leave the room for some reason for a minute. And as soon as I left the room I felt lighter energy. And I sat there and I shit you not, when I looked towards my door, I could thought I seen a black mist.
Oh.
I mean, it was lingering from the bathroom, and I thought, oh hell no. I was like, that is a jinn. As soon as I seen the myth, I knew it. And even me saying that makes my body tingle, so I know I'm right. But
Wow.
that's my experience, and that's what I think, and that's what I feel. I mean, I don't know if that resonates with anybody, but that's what I got.
Yeah,
And
listen to your body. Listen to if you get a pit in your stomach or in your belly button or anything like that. It's gonna help you with your intuition.
but ever since, like I said, since January 1st, I've got my energy has been going off out of the roof.
Oh
Um,
wow.
my energy. I mean, I've been having so much energy. All of my rings have been heated up. My bracelets have been heated up. I'm actually making my beads on my arm explode off my arm.
Oh my gosh.
Now I have to remake the bracelets again. But it's like I'm saying, there's something that I didn't like, and I don't know what it is. But that's all of what you all feel, and your individual people. You all can go down and feel what you feel, but that's what I felt. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone's entitled to their opinions, and we all have our point of views, and that was mine. So,
Right.
next person.
Yeah, it's interesting though because Friends with Fairies had an experience with him where he saved her daughter from a car accident. So like that to me is like a pretty positive thing. Although maybe that was a trickster thing as well. You could always be tricked, I guess.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know. It's
they
so
never
hard.
deceive us all, though.
That what?
They
I
will
think
do good
Suzanne here now.
or bad.
Oh,
They will do good to do bad. What if
they'll do good to get you in the position of believing in them,
that?
basically.
And then when you feed them the more energy, and then they'll turn you into the. I don't even like saying that word anymore either. They turn you to the
What?
darkness, I guess you want to say. But that's how I feel. I mean, anybody else could express their way, but
Right.
me,
Well, I'm no like expert in all this. I'm just trying to figure things out.
I'm
Right,
not.
So I don't
I'm
know.
still
I'll
learning
listen to
everything
everybody.
myself.
What?
I've been learning everything myself, and I've had to learn the hard way, unfortunately, as you know. But
Yeah.
we're continuously learning, and if you have a multiple, all these people, you kind of listen to your gut with it and just
Yeah.
sit back and watch and see how you feel, see how things resonate. And your body's going to tell you. You already figured one thing out, Kat.
Oh yeah. What was
So
that? What'd you
about
say?
the one
Oh
who should
yes,
not be
yes,
named. You have the
yes, yes.
spidey senses on that, so just get your spidey senses out and feel everything out.
Yeah, that's true.
And
I
we're
was
all
surprised
here
by
for
that.
you. We're here for each other. That's what we're about.
Yes, that's true.
Listen to your belly button, it never lies.
Yeah, Hopi, we were
Oh,
talking about that was it yesterday?
Yes, my
Yeah.
little saying to listen to your belly button.
Yeah. Yeah, so kind of pay attention to that, Kit Kat, whenever you're anywhere. And then you're going to
okay.
start listening, and then your intuition, you're going to get stronger with your intuition.
Okay. Are you talking about with your solar plexus? Because sometimes my solar plexus get very tight, almost like I can't take
Well,
a
yeah.
breath.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, like around your belly button area, your gut, like right around there.
Yeah. Yes.
Like when like you just walk in a room and you just feel like, oh, I don't know, something doesn't feel right, and you just get a little feeling in that area, like I don't know, something doesn't feel right.
All right, I'll pay attention.
If you pay attention to that, and to your guides around the same time as your own intuition, you're gonna know. Yes or
Yeah.
no. You're gonna know.
And I
All
know
right.
that you have guides. You know what you should do? You should ask your guides what that experience was about.
But oh yes, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
tonight I feel like I have to put some extra protections
There
and
you
make sure
go.
nothing is coming around while I'm sleeping, you know? Because that
Yeah.
did
That's what
seem
you do. You
strange to
just tell
me.
your spirit team to take care of you, watch over you,
Yeah.
and you'll be fine. Don't let nothing but love around you. You allow nothing but love and light around you. Nothing. The only
Yeah.
thing around love, the only thing allowed around you is love and light only. And that you ask for the divine and your spirit team and your higher self to make sure you are safe through the night. And you're highly protected, anyways. You're a sweetheart, so
Oh,
you're
thank you.
fine. But what you need to do is just say it to you, say it out loud. You know,
Yes.
say it out
Yes.
loud before you go into bed, and you'll be completely protected.
Okay. I'm definitely gonna do that for sure. 100%.
Good morning, good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Oh,
How are
hello.
you?
I'm doing pretty good. Been in a crazy place myself. It's like all of the crazy energies are trying to push me to my limit, and I'm like, nope, it's just not going to happen. It's like I feel like I've got those what's the superhero? One of the women superheroes. She's got the little cuffs and all the little things just like bounce
Wonder
off of it.
Wonder
Woman.
Woman.
The things come up and I'm like, ching, ching, like get away. I do not go out without my obsidian. I wear amethyst and obsidian, rose quartz, and apatite. And those seem to be my go-tos when I leave the house.
You got the cuffs.
Yeah, it's funny because my mother wears a huge sleeve, and I was telling her, I'm like, your right hand is for yourself. So I've got my obsidian and my rose quartz for self-love and protection on my right hand, and then I've got my amethyst so I can help to heal others, and then it's aquamarine that I've got on there. That's just my weight loss bracelet because that's always been one of my struggles.
Marine.
But it does
Love
help, and
Marine.
sodalite is great for anxiety. Crystals, they can protect us, but they can also help. My mother's cat's been very sick lately, and she's been using a really nice crystal quartz point that I gave her, and it's actually been helping him because he wasn't eating or anything. And she started doing that, and then blowing some hits of cereal into his, she'd have a bowl of cereal and blow it into his little kitty tent, and he's been bouncing back. So
How is she using it? Like, in what way? Because my
she
cat's sick.
yeah, she puts her little cat in the little tent and then just like,
Oh.
has some cereal, blows the smoke in his little tent, and then she'll lay him down and just kind of like, use the crystal. It will kind of, if you can feel the energy in your hand when you, I don't know if you've ever done Reiki or anything like that, but if you
Yes.
can, summon the energy in your hands, they will kind of tell you where to go. I do it on
Okay.
my cat, and I'll get to a point on her body where I feel like I'm almost starting to feel a little bit of pain. So
Mm.
then I grab that energy and I throw it away, flick it away, and it seems to make her feel better too because she's got actually these cats are brother and sister, and they're 15 years old, so they're going through their senility right now and giving us all
Oh.
a run for our money.
Oh my gosh.
And
All
they
right,
get so
I'll
stubborn
try.
in their senility. I'm like, oh my gosh, cats are just like human beings. They get old and they're just like, no, I want what I want. And that's all there is to it.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
They rule us. That's what they think. They rule us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they
do.
do.
They do.
They are little protectors, though. I swear,
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
recent cats that I've adopted are very, very protective. If anyone comes to the door, they hear any little noise, they're like inspecting it. So,
Aw. They're supposed to protect us from spiritual things. Cats.
yep.
Like dogs are more protectors of the daytime, and cats are the protectors of the night. You
Absolutely.
know.
I always feel better when they're sleeping next to me. And one of my cats, every time he lays next to me, if I lay down next to him and he starts purring, I will pass out instantly. It's
I know it's
happened
so
so many
relaxing.
times. He's a little sleeping pill.
Aw. It's very, yeah, they're very relaxing. Who's trying to say something? Is that you, Brim? Somebody's trying to say something.
No, it wasn't me, but I miss my cats.
Aw.
I had
Yeah,
three
they
little
don't,
rays.
they're never around long enough. It's sad because we know that that's the case, but then when the time comes, you're always like, what the hell? I wasn't ready.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm never ready. Ugh, when that happens, that's so sad. It's like a
But
little piece of
all of
your
my
heart.
babies have come around afterward. So,
Mine too. They
yep.
always come around. My one cat, Rosebud, showed up as a huge golden statue at the top of my stairs.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that like a vision. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. She was huge. And I was having some problems in my house with some dark energy wandering around this house when when I first moved here. And now it seems to be all gone. But I think that's because of her.
Oh, yeah,
I think she
absolutely.
I think she came back after she passed it. She was like, no, no, you're going away. She
Yep.
took care of it because
See,
I couldn't get it to leave.
I started hoarding cats and crystals at the same time, so I can't say which one it is, but I do still have spirits that come into my house, but it typically will be family members of people that we know or my
Yes.
family. But I don't have any sketchy entities in here. I think they know that they shouldn't mess with me because, yeah, I had an experience when I was younger and had to, just kind of tell myself, like, you can't ever be scared of these beings. Like, if they try to intimidate you, you have to put your foot
Hmm.
down and be like, oh, hell no. So,
Yes, they love it when you're scared. They get stronger. They're super
yeah,
scared.
I got scared that one time and I was like, well, what had happened? I'll tell you guys the story because it's crazy. But my mother used to do grocery shopping and it was one of the times I didn't feel like going. So I stayed at home and I was just, at my house. It was one of the times where it was after school, but it was, dark out already. So I'm just, doing stuff around the house. I was totally by myself. All of a sudden I just got the feeling that like someone was like mad at me, like the feeling you'd get when you know you messed up and your parents were coming to like give you a spanking or something and you'd have to,
Oh,
just that feeling.
horrible,
So I
horrible
had that
feeling.
feeling and I'm like, oh my God. So, I walked out of my bedroom, went down to the living room and I'm like, it feels like someone is chasing me. So I went into the kitchen, grabbed a knife and then proceeded to like run out of the house. And I'm standing in the middle of the street and I'm like, okay, Jessica, if it's a ghost, this knife is not going to do anything. So what are you doing? And at that point, I just said, hey, like, this is my house. Like, I went back in there and I was like, I don't know who the hell you are, but this is my house and you can get out. And that was really one of the last times I ever had, any sort of intimidating, negative thing come after me. And I hang out in graveyards all the time. So yeah, I never
Oh,
have any
that's
like,
good.
negative vibe things. I think they know better.
I
So
used to I used to be a
I'd probably be a really good exorcist, you know.
I used to do good.
I had a
What
short
was
I
time
that,
when
lived
I
in a
was
Brim?
haunted
doing
house.
what, bro? I can't hear you.
Can't hardly hear you, Brim.
I said I used to live in a. I used to do ghost hunting, and I lived
Me
in a
too.
haunted house. And there was certain negative. I remember when I first moved to the house. It was um, it was a very old house from the 1920s or something. And I first moved into the house. I was asleep in the bed in one room, and I told the girl, I was like, I don't want to stay in this room. There's something wrong with this room. And so she's like, well, that's the only room right now. So I ended up going in that room and sleeping in there. And one night I felt the blankets being tugged off me. And I'm like, what is going on? So I looked up. This was about 2, 3 years ago. And I looked up and see, who the hell is pulling this blanket? I look up, I see this woman, like, spirit, being pushed against the wall and being lifted up by a man. And there was a little child, a little spirit in there, and and I ended up seeing the older male spirit unaliven those two right in front of me, and I was like, "Yo, I ain't staying in this room."
That's
So
horrible.
next
Nice.
morning, the next morning, I, I, she was coming down the stairs, and I threw everything out of that room. I was like, I am not ever going in that. I am not sleeping in that room again ever. There was no way. on God's green earth, and I am going in that room to sleep again. So she's like,
Did you
well,
tell her what you saw?
I told her what I saw, and she's like, yeah, right, whatever. She didn't believe me. And this is right out, like, this is like maybe, yeah, it was about 3 years ago, and she knows how I'm very spiritual, so I'm like, I ain't going in that room. There ain't nothing. I'll live on the street before I go back in there. So she's like, well, there's the other room upstairs that needs to be cleaned off. It's like, I'll go in that room. I went and I cleaned the whole room out, and I went in there and I went to sleep. After I put my whole bed in there, moved my whole stuff, it took me like half the day. So I went in there, and that night I went to sleep, and I heard singing, and I'm like, I didn't have no music on, and I'm like, what's going on? And the weirdest thing is that I had a rocking chair in the corner by the window, and the rocking chair started to rock, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm hallucinating. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. So I pulled the blanket over my head, and I felt the tug on the blanket again. This time it was by my feet. The blanket totally got pulled off me. And I'm like,
Jeez.
all right. I think, okay, who's playing games? I look in the rocking chair, and that woman was sitting in the chair. She looked at me and smiled. And ever since then, she's been with me the entire time, even up until today. And I wanted to find out what she wanted and what her name was and this and that. And come to find out, I used dowsing rods, I used a pendulum, I used cards, I used all sorts of things to find out what in the world, even like, them like ghost talk things and necrophonics and all that. And they
Yeah.
all said about the same thing. So then I asked what her name was. Well, when I used the dowsing rods, it told me the name, and I confirmed it. Well, at first I used the spirit box and I asked for the name, and I got the name off the spirit box.
Oh,
And
that's when you were talking about at the room, huh?
yeah, I got her name off the spirit box, and so I went to another spirit box, and it said the same thing. And then I went to a third spirit box on another phone, and it said the same thing. So then I'm like, okay. So then I took the dowsing rods, and I went in the room, and I said, is this your name? Yes or no? And I said, move them in an X, or move them in this direction, move them in that direction, kind of like the pendulum thing. So, needless to say, it was confirmed that it was her name, and then I took one of my necklaces off, and it was with me for a while, a long time, and I used it, and it did swing in the way that it was supposed to, and her name was Hayden.
Oh wow.
And ever since then, anytime I feel a presence near me, she pushes it away.
Oh, so she decided to be your like guide, I guess.
Yeah, she's always with me no matter what, and I feel that energy. And sometimes I smell flowers. Anyway, even when I was in
Yeah.
when I was in California, she followed me
Yes.
everywhere I go. She's like,
I remember it. I remember that.
That's so cool. But what's really cool is maybe she's not reliving that horrible experience anymore.
yeah, that's what I think, because I think she just I saved her, because I looked at that when that happened, and I was in that room before when that happened. I looked at him and said, "Get out! You
Oh
don't
my
belong."
God, she experienced so much with us, didn't she?
I looked at her. I looked at him, the one that had unalived them too, and I said, "Get out! You don't belong here. Why don't you go in the attic or something?" And lo and behold, about a couple weeks after that, my friend, that one of my roommates, he moved in, and he's like, "There's something up in the attic." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Every time I go to the bathroom, you know how it's got them little squares that are above like go up into the attic, you have to like get something tall and crawl up it. So he said it keeps moving. So I'm like, okay. So one time I went and took a dresser and put it up against the tub so I can reach up in there. And I looked in there and I took my phone. I don't know if I have the pictures, maybe somewhere on my phone. I don't know. But I took like 50 shots with my camera, like click, 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 real fast around the area. And what I seen was an entity going past the window. And it was that entity. And then I went down and I'm like, okay. And I asked the spirit boxes and I asked the thing there, the dowsing rods, if that was the guy, and that's where he went. So I sent him to the attic, and he can't leave the attic now.
Oh, good.
So that's probably why she followed me around. And
Yeah,
as
she was probably so grateful you saved her.
yeah, and as for the little boy, um, I was going up and down the stairs, and my son, he was living with me at the time. He's like, "Do you hear that?" And I said, "Gabriel, stop running up and down the stairs." He's like, "I'm not. I'm up in my room playing." I was like, "Well, someone's running up and down the stairs. Cut it out." And so one day I decided I'm gonna go upstairs, and he wasn't even up there. And I went up there, and I felt kind of a young, pure light, you know what I'm saying? Like it was a child's energy. And I was like, and I said in a low voice, I go, "You don't have to be afraid. You know, you can go if you want to. You don't have to stay here anymore. The bad man's up in the attic now. He's not going to harm you no more. And if it's your mom or your sister,
Wow.
still here. But I think she's going to be here a while because that's what I felt, you know." And I said, "If you need to go, you can go. You don't have to worry no more." And since then, they never seen the little ghost anymore. So I think that it was just her
Hmm.
to follow me around, and that's kind of what happened. And that's why I think she's with me now when I feel it, and she likes to play these little pranks on me, like hide my jewelry and hide my keys and mess with me just to let me know that she's still there. And I say, "Hayden, cut that out. You better put that back. Help me find
Oh,
that."
that's fun.
Yeah, and so, and to let me know she's still there, And then
Oh.
occasionally I feel like there's somebody sleeping beside me, but there's nobody there. It's really weird.
Oh, that's cool.
And
I feel that sometimes on my bed.
it's like I have a ghostly girlfriend or something. I don't know, but she's always
So
there,
cool.
and it's a very nice, mellow voice. And then that's when I think when I felt that other energy that we were talking about earlier, it was like I think that was her telling me too, saying that's got to go.
Interesting.
That
Yeah,
very well could be.
Yeah.
and that's why I think I've actually my energy has been heightened a lot because since the 1st of January, everything's been more hyperactive around me, and I've been more energy charged, and I feel her a lot more. It's really it's like a pureness, holiness, It's very hard to explain. It's almost like, yeah, like a guardian angel, like a spirit that doesn't want to go on, like she wants to just hang with me.
It's nice. And she's acting as like a guide, which is really nice.
I think that's probably what it is because I've always felt there was and I think that's why when some other people were here, we didn't get along, and we didn't get along because she knew that something was in the mist, and I think that's why she was she was not agreeing with what was going on here with the other person.
You mean
Mm.
the Jin?
No, I had a person live with me, and I think that they didn't get along, So I think that she was
Oh,
crowding her in a point, if you know what I'm
okay.
saying.
Yeah.
That makes
She
sense.
may have known
And
things that you didn't. She saw things that you didn't see.
yeah, and so she
She
was,
saw an awful lot, actually.
yeah.
Are you talking about
I
everything that went
can't
on?
help it. Everything in California.
Oh gosh. You guys went through it, huh? You
Yeah.
really did. You're like you're like
You have no
veterans,
idea.
you know? You're gonna be bonded for life.
I think so.
Yep.
The
Yeah,
thing is,
Bunch of
you don't go through a hard thing like that and not have some connection. You know, it's
and I
crazy.
know she messes with me. I know she does it. And I actually don't mind it. I think it's kind of funny, and I laugh to myself.
I think she sounds like she does more good for you
Yeah,
than anything bad. You know, she's just having some fun.
that's what she likes. She likes to have fun because, sometimes I would sleep and I would have a dream and I would actually see her in the dream, and it's like, and we talk in the dream. It's really weird. I talk to her in the dream, and when she answers me in the dream, but when we're out here, I guess she can only hear me, but I can't hear her. So
Oh,
that's how she communicates is through dreams with me.
yeah, a lot of spirits do that. Yeah, it's easiest for them to talk through dreams. That's
Yeah,
like a lot of my relatives talk to me that way.
we weren't sleeping very much.
And
When
Yeah,
you
and,
were,
you should have slept more.
and Nightbird, remember that
Yes.
time I felt like I told you I was being choked that night? It woke me
Yeah,
up. I think that was her.
probably.
She was the one waking me up to let me know what was going on.
Yeah.
Because
how
every time
long?
I've noticed anytime that something bad is about to happen, that happens to me. Because when I was here, something happened, and the same thing happened again.
Yeah.
So maybe that is her way of getting my attention, choking me
Saying,
up.
hey, there's something really wrong here right now. Yeah.
How long were you guys there before things went bad?
Holy crap. The first day we got there.
Oh, really? Wow.
It
Oh
was
man.
quite a journey, and there were a lot of lies, and we were supposed to actually have an apartment, and we ended up in this one room, smaller than a hotel room for like $2,000.
Oh my God.
It was
I would
horrible.
say I was in there for 6.5 months with that group from the beginning, and
Yeah.
I was one of the first hosts he chose.
But we're
And
the there.
yeah, but the group who went to California. But I'm saying for me personally, I noticed the last
Love.
after being there for 6.5 months, the last couple of weeks,
Yeah.
everything did a big flip over. You know.
Wait, you were living there? You were in California living there?
No, 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 no. Just these.
Oh,
They were in California. But I was part of the group. I was been in that
right,
group
right. Yeah,
since
I
day
remember
one.
you. I do
But
remember
I'm
you.
saying when I noticed when things changed with that whole situation was like the last month or so. You know,
Yeah, what on
everything
earth
just
did?
started changing.
Yeah, that's so strange. You know, like
Crazy stuff.
that things would be okay, and then all of a sudden things would just start going so wrong.
Well, that was his plan, you know, because he had things going on in the background we didn't know about. That's all that happened. But we don't want to discuss that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We're
Yeah,
moving past
I
that.
did too.
Yeah, I
There was
did
a
see a
lot
Yeah.
that was
video.
going on, and there are things that Paul and I we could laugh about, and there were some
Uh-huh.
very, very serious things that were going on behind the scenes
Yeah,
Like I
it's
a
good
lot
to
of people
share
didn't
it though, so
know.
nobody gets. So it's
But
kind of
that's what
good
we
to.
wanted to warn others, you know, because he is coming back online and stuff soon.
I know. I saw a video the other
Mhm.
day. I'm like, oh
I
no.
will
But
not
it
be.
is what it is, and
Mm,
I guess everybody has their own experiences. We don't want it to happen to nobody else, you know.
No. I
Not
know
at
that's the
all.
thing. It's like, well,
Stay
like
here.
I hope that he's like pretty much done on here. Even though he's coming back, like I hope he doesn't get any newbies, new people who are,
No
you
new
know,
traction, like nobody really
yeah,
cares anymore.
yeah,
Mm,
no. Everybody's just like done.
yeah,
Hmm
a lot
I
of people came
definitely,
through it, so
Well, word of mouth gets around. Plus, it'll keep people will talk and people will let the new ones know, hey, look what you're getting into, and
yeah,
For me, and my learning experience in it is my whole learning experience was a lot of things, but the major thing is I don't need to look for someone that channels. I don't
yep.
need to look for a higher being in space. I don't need to look for a higher being called God or whatever. The
Or because
true
what
energy
you are.
is inside of us and all of us that are around as a collective. We have the answers within inside of us, and we will find those answers when in each one of us has a part of the puzzle. And when we put that puzzle together, it will be a beautiful puzzle and it will be a collective puzzle. And
yeah,
Yep.
and then we'll see the whole picture for what it really is. But when you've got certain pieces following a channeler or following this and following that, getting disillusioned, that piece of puzzle is going to not fit in the rest of the puzzle. So, in order to get to that higher level and to get to that consciousness where we can see the full puzzle, we have to ascend ourselves. And how do we ascend ourselves? We look deep within ourselves. We take that love and that love for humanity and unconditional love. We push it outwards, and then the other people that are looking for that love and that interaction will come to you, because there's no point of trying to go seek them out anymore, because they are beyond the point that you plant a seed that's just going to be helpless at that point. So we can only help the ones that seek the help themselves, that are looking for those answers, and that's where we are as a collective and with the spiritual enlightenment we have. We can then plant them seeds, and they can grow into big, beautiful trees, and they will bear the fruit, and fruit will drop, and then they'll plant their seeds, and it'll go on, and that's how I think we should be as a collective, looking within ourselves, not
I,
looking for someone to tell
yeah.
us.
Well said. Yeah,
exactly. And I'm gonna say, if it wasn't for Paul, he was the only one that I felt safe around. And let me put it this way. I was safer being at a homeless shelter than actually being there. Paul was my saving grace.
wow, that's saying
So
something.
so it does say something.
Yeah,
And a lot of people didn't really know exactly what was going on, and some of them don't need to. But I'm at peace with it now, and I'm okay, and they can do whatever they want to do. I hurt for other people if they get sucked into that. And I think there's enough people around here that have seen through it. People even knew before, I was blind. People knew before I did. So,
yeah. Things happen for reasons
so
too.
yeah, I mean, things happen for a reason, and I went through what I needed to go through, every single step of it.
I know, isn't
And
that
I
crazy?
wouldn't change it for the world, to be honest with you.
And
I wouldn't
like I
change it
Except
said,
either
something
it's
because
happened.
I love who I
a
met through
learning
there.
experience,
Yes.
They're my family
and
to
without
me,
that,
and
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And there were
Some
some
things always.
hurtful things, but
if nothing else, he brought us all together. So
yeah, exactly. I
I
mean,
was
we're
just
like
gonna
for
say.
lifers.
Being you that are supposed to love you and say you're their family, and they're deceiving you. It's kind,
Yeah.
it's time to go.
Yep.
But get
Yeah. Ugh.
this, guys, okay? Every single thing that I went through, I was supposed to. Every single face, every single person I had come into contact with through this. I walked into that shelter and I recognized not one face.
On purpose.
I rec- we were out in the boonies,
Wow.
and I experienced that. But every single soul that I talked to there, every single person, there was growth for me and for them. I had one guy that kept coming up to me going, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "No, seriously, who are you?" And I start having a conversation with him. And then again, he kept going, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "I guess time will tell." And just we kind of had a joke about it, but he was deadly serious.
Wow.
And where in the world would I ever run into somebody? Look, I'm not from that area. My family's not from that area. But there was a guy there, and he was like a motorcycle guy. And I looked at him like 2 nights before I left, maybe three. And I looked at him, I was like, "You remind me of my dad," because of his attitude and everything. So then I pulled up a picture of my dad on my cell phone. The guy knew my dad.
Oh my
The guy
gosh.
also knew his friend Steve that had passed away. He was a motorcycle biker gang guy. He knew both of them. What are the
Wow.
chances of me running into somebody like that? So that's
Yeah.
why I'm okay I don't have my parents' ashes, because I have those new memories. And I think
Yeah.
that's what got me through it. And then my whole journey to where I am now, every single person. I had an angel aware that was with me in LA because I had an 8 hour LA layover. And this guy and we started talking. Actually, I was talking to my friends, and he was overhearing my talk. And he invited me to go and eat over at Denny's. So we went to Denny's with dragging bags, but you know what? He drugged my bags for me.
Oh.
We had a good dinner. Well, actually, lunch. Um, and another guy was coming up and he was messing with me, and he stood up and he made that guy leave. And then
Why?
we got done there and we went back over to the bus station. And then we parted ways. And then I ran into him again down where they would get the trains and stuff. And then he walked back with me. He was there nearly the whole time. And it got sketchy around there, I'll tell you what, it really did.
Wow. That was like having the garden
Because the
gate.
clothes, he was like an angel aware. And you know what? At the end, I looked at him and I said, "Oh, he had an ankh on
Oh wow.
around his neck, and I didn't realize it." And I said that to
Oh.
him, and he just smiled at me. And then I got on my phone with the other girls, and then he disappeared. I didn't see him. And then the girls stayed on the
Wow.
phone with me. Actually got on the bus.
Wow. That is an
I
angel.
mean, shady. They're shady. I mean, people offering drugs, wanting drugs, speaking to themselves. Just I came across so many
Yeah.
different people.
Sad.
But I
Mm.
wouldn't change a damn thing. And my whole trip, another guy on the bus sat down next to me with the dog, and he made sure I got to my next bus area because everything was so screwed up. They were counseling them, and it was really stressful. But he made sure that I was okay.
Oh.
So
Yeah, I feel like that was your
what
parents with you.
journey?
They were making sure that you had somebody with you all the whole time.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
nice.
Even the last guy that was on the bus next to me, I looked at him, and we got off, and we had a 3 hour layover at a gas station, for crying out loud. They drop you off in weird places.
Wow.
And he was hungry, so I went in and I bought him something to eat with my food stamps. And he was so grateful. Get this. And we were talking to the guy behind the desk, and everything, the store guy.
Okay.
And he started cleaning up the store. Well, guess what? When we both left, they let us take stuff out of the store to have for snacks on the bus when we left.
Wait, what happened? He let you do. They let you do what? Take snacks?
They gave me and him both snacks that we could take on the bus because he
Oh,
mopped their floor because he was grateful.
oh, that's so nice.
And I learned, from that experience, I'm gonna write everything down. I'm probably gonna end up having a book. But
Yeah,
every
good.
single step of the way it was beautiful actually. And where I am
Oh,
now, it's beautiful here. I couldn't ask for more, and
and
I
you
know I'm
got you
blessed.
got Bigfoot too.
I got Bigfoot. You guys all heard it.
Yeah, you
You
got
all heard
Bigfoot.
it. Can you believe that?
No, I'm so
Can
glad I
you
came in when
believe
I
the way
did.
that sounded? Oh my
I'm so
God.
glad I could hear it. I'm like, wow, I heard a Bigfoot. That's awesome.
Right,
That's so cool.
right. I mean, how often do you get that? I mean, come on.
Never.
Just don't come stand in front of my window, please.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God. Yeah, and you guys heard the pew pews going on too.
Yeah, that
So
was
that was
that's
quite
pretty
a
scary.
quite a
I don't
moment,
think
I can
anybody
say.
should be trying to shoot a Bigfoot. It's just like leave it
Right?
alone. It's horrible.
Well, they're scary.
And you wonder why they stay hidden. These are
They're scary.
people shooting at them. But like you said,
It's
maybe they
the hell
heard the
out.
howling and they were shooting in the air.
Yep. I can't. Can you even describe what that sounded like?
Oh, it sounded
I can't.
scary.
I'm going back out to have a cigarette.
We're drawing like 23 minutes.
Oh no, I'm blind. I can't see anything.
What happened?
We got
What'd you say?
down in like 23 minutes because we've been on for a while.
Can you
Yeah, you
believe
guys
that?
have. I
This
left, came
Can you
back. I
believe
left,
that?
went to Commanders, and came back.
Isn't that cool?
is the longest live I've had.
I'm checking outside, guys.
I think it was 8 we
I'm
started.
checking outside.
So it's
Is there a
probably
Bigfoot out
what?
there?
How many hours?
I don't remember.
We started at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
7 here. Now it's 2:08 here.
Oh my
So
God.
you're an hour different.
Yeah, I gotta go to sleep. What the heck? It's 3 o'clock in the morning
I'm
here.
too awake now. I'm thinking of the Bigfoot. I'm at the door and I'm looking out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, if that happened by me, I wouldn't be able to sleep either.
Right?
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
can't describe that sound. Oh my God.
I don't know,
I
but
can't
I
believe
think
I
I encountered
experienced
a
it.
Bigfoot one time, and I know I had the black-eyed children there.
I'm
Oh,
going inside. Let's see.
that's creepy.
Yeah, if you want to, I'll tell you that story before we go.
Okay.
I'm
Uh,
listening real quick out here.
I wanted to go to the Stanley Hotel, and
I want to go there.
I was gonna go to the Stanley Hotel because I was gonna go ghost hunting. So my friend said, "Oh, I couldn't get in there yet because I had taken my plane ticket, got the plane ticket," and he says, "Well, head over to the Stanley." So yeah, we're gonna head over there. Well, on the when the plane landed, I got messages from him saying that I can't get into the Stanley Hotel right now because they're in a cleaning thing. It's gonna take about a week for them to re-clean it, so I can go up in there and do my preliminary investigation stuff and check it out. And he said, well, I'll show up in a week after, and go there. I'm like, okay, cool. He goes, well, I set you up with a cabin and stuff like that, and the food will be up there. And then when you need the food, just call the guy. He'll deliver the food, and either I'll pay for it or you can pay for it. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm like, okay, cool. So, the first night I went to the log cabin. It was out in the middle of nowhere. It was like 100 miles out in the middle of nowhere, and He said there's a bunch of pew-pews in there if anybody comes it's bad, and any wild animals. I said, okay, good. He goes, you know how to use this? You know how to use that? I said, yeah. Point, aim, and you let go. I said, pretty simple. He goes, yeah, and then he started talking about one of the pew-pews having a kick and all that. So I'm like, okay. So I brought some food up with me for the first couple of days, but then I started running out of food on the second day. So I had called I don't know, the third day. Yeah, the third day. The third day I started running out of food, so I called the town, and the guy said he would deliver the food. It's going to take him a while to get there because it's like 100 and so miles out in the middle of the boondocks. He's like, okay, so he brought at least 10 bags of food. He goes, this should hold you off. I said, okay, yeah, cool. So about 2, 3 hours later, the food, he drops the food outside, and I didn't hear him pull up or drop the food off, so I started hearing up there, and I'm like, what the hell is going on up there? I'm like, I don't know. So I look out, I don't see anything. I see all the food sitting on the front stairs of the cabin. I'm like, huh, okay, what is going on? So I picked up one of the pew-pews, and I put it in near the front of the door, because in case something, was out there. And so I open up the front door. I open up the screen door. I'm looking out, and it was this mountain lion out there. I was like, yo, that's a
Oh my
big.
God.
I was like, I'm not messing with no mountain lion. So I turn around, I pick up the pew-pew, and I fight it in the air because it was attacking the food. So it ran off. So then I grabbed the food, and I was grabbing it and pulling it in the house, even some of the ripped bags and whatever. And I was pulling it in, and then I grabbed the last 4 bags, and I started to smell something really weird. And it smelled like wet dog and like dead animal, and it was really weird, and it smelled really bad. And I was like, oh God, that's putrid. So I put the bags in the house, and I grabbed both of the pew-pews, put one on my back, and I was carrying one. And for some reason, I don't know why, I decided to look over near the trees, and I seen this brown furry thing running behind the trees. And at first, I thought it was a bear, so I'm like, oh great, not gonna deal with a bear. I gotta go scare this bear off. So I start heading into the woods, and I'm, looking for whatever it is, and I'm like, this is a little weird. And as I got closer, I started smelling that smell was getting really bad. I was starting to gag. And then I look down, and I see red liquid on the ground. I'm like, this is weird. So I'm looking down, I'm following the red liquid, and all of a sudden it was just a big pool of red liquid. I look up in the tree, and about 10 feet high was a mountain lion impaled through the side of a tree. I'm
Oh my
like,
God.
there is no freaking way a human could have done that. This thing was huge. It was about as long as a queen size bed. That's how big this thing was. And I was like, there is no way a human could have lifted that up and thrown it up that high. So I'm looking, and I'm like, well, okay. I didn't know what to make of it. I stood there in confusion going, And I started to smell that smell again. I'm like, what in the world is that smell? And I'm looking around, and I see out in the distance, I seen a brown furry thing. It looked like it was like a bear, and then it looked like it stood up. And I see that dodge behind one tree to another tree. And I'm like, okay, that is not no bear. That thing was 10 feet high. There was no way
Wow.
there's no bear. Nope, that's not a bear. Nope. So then I was like, all right.
Oh my God, my heart would be pounding so hard.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe this. So I decided to lower the pew pew down. I started walking in the woods, and it looked at me because if I was turning, and I was like, well, no, I'm not going to follow this thing in the woods. It's probably some bear going to lure me out there and try to annihilate me or something. So I was like, you know what? I started going back, and then when I started heading back, I started it started to get closer to me. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think it wants me to go. I don't know why I thought that. So I had turned around, and I'm like, and then I swear it looked like its hand went like this. And I went, huh.
No.
I'm like, a bear's not going to signal to me. I was like, is this what I'm thinking is? And I couldn't get close enough. I thought it was a person in an outfit or something, and I started to think it was a hunter. So then, all these things are flooding through my head. I was like, is this a bear? Is this a hunter? What in the hell is going on? Why is this smell going really bad? And as I got closer, the smell got more intense. So I had to because it was kind of cold at that time, I put one of them face masks on that you use when it's cold. So I put that on, and I started walking, and I'm following this. It didn't smell too bad after that. So I started following, and it came to like the edge of a cliff, and it took me like at least, I felt like I walked like a mile into the woods, and then it looked like it went off the side of the cliff, and I'm like, what? I'm like, nuh-uh. So I'm looking, and I was like, did I just witness someone just jump off? Did I just witness a bad thing? I'm looking over the cliff, and it was a small cliff where no one could have jumped down, and there was nobody down there. So then I decided to go like this. I looked a little over, and lo and behold,
Look real quick at your comments. You want to get rid of somebody.
oh, what's going on now? Oh, that's really,
Yeah.
that's inappropriate. You need to get the heck out. Wow.
Yeah. I looked at the profile too.
That's really inappropriate. Thank you. I hope you enjoy that. Anyway, I looked over and there was this cave, and I'm looking down and I see this cave sitting there, and I'm like, everything in my body was telling me to go down and look, but my mind was going, hell no, I'm not going down there. And then I'm like, you know what? No, nope, nope, I'm not being sucked into a cave. I'm not going down there. So I went back to the house, and I'm like, okay. So I went back. It took me a while to get back, so I went back, and then the next day, I find 3 rabbits sitting on my front stairs. I'm like, okay. So there were 3. No, they weren't live. I think he was giving me a peace offering, or showing his kindness to me. So, I had rabbit that night, and that was like the 4th night, and then the 5th night.
Well, at least you got a free meal out of it.
Yeah, and then the 4th night, this is where it got really crazy. It was during the day. I was walking out, and there was nobody around, and this and that. So, I decided I had an old necklace, so I decided to leave it outside where he left the rabbits, or she, whatever it was. And I noticed later on it was gone, so it probably took it. Like, we were trading gifts, apparently. Maybe she wanted to be my third girlfriend. I don't know. Or maybe he wanted to be my best friend. I don't know. But anyway, we were exchanging gifts left and right. So later that day, that night, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And there was this knock on the door. It was a small little knock. It went, and I'm like, I look at my watch and I'm like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Why am I getting a knock at 3 o'clock in the morning? So I turn on the light. I look out. I didn't see anybody out there. So I open up the front door. I open up the front door again, and there was a screen door in front of me. There was 2 kids standing out there. The light was on, and I'm looking right in their face. There was a taller boy. He looked about 13, 14, and the girl looked a little bit younger. She maybe looked about 10 or 11. And the little girl goes, Sir, can you help me? My mom's car broke down the street. Can you come and help us? And I backed up. My body's tingling because of this. I backed up and I'm like, I can let you use the phone. I'll bring the phone out for you. But I'm not going out there in the pitch black. And the little boy goes, he turns his head like this and goes, Why, sir? Why won't you come and help us? We're harmless little children. You know you want to help us. At that point, I say, Nope. Slam the door. I locked the door. I put the chain on. I moved the big thing next to the door. And I said, oh, hell no. And I picked up the phone. I started a call. And I'm like, I called the sheriff's station at the time. I'm like, yes, I'm up here with this cabin here. There's 2 kids out here that need help. They're the creepiest kids I've ever seen. They had like black eyes. And they want me to go down. They said that parents' car is broken down about 2 miles down the road. You want to send somebody out here to come and look at them? Because I'm not going out there. And they look really creepy. And as soon as I'm in the middle of a conversation, I can feel somebody looking at me. They're looking at me through the window. One's at one window, one is at the other. I'm holding the phone. Now, this is before we had the landline phones. And I'm holding the phone, and I shut one of the curtains in the window so they wouldn't look at me, and then I shut the other one, and they kept moving around and knocking on all over the house. I'm like, dude, now they're knocking on my door. And all of a sudden, the phone went dead. I'm like, oh, hell no. So I grabbed the pew, I ran in the room, ran in the closet, and hid like a scared little cat. And I waited and I hid there with the 2 pews, and I took some of the food that I had with me, and I'm eating inside the closet in the cabin going, oh my, this. And then I heard a heavy knock on the door like about 3 or 4 hours later, and I decided to go and look and see who it was because it didn't sound like, and I didn't see the kids anywhere or whatever was out the window. I look out and the sheriff was there, and so I see him standing there. And I opened up the front door. There was no screen door. They ripped the damn screen door off. And it's laying in the middle of the driveway. He's like, "Sir, what happened?" I was like, I came inside and I told him the whole story. And he's like, "Why are there handprints all over your windows?" I don't know. I don't know. Why is the screen door ripped? It looks like somebody ripped the screen door off. Yeah, can I pack some stuff and go with you? I don't want to be here no more. He's like, well, I can't have anyone on my cruiser right now, but when I get to town, I'm going to have somebody pick you up in the morning. I'm like, okay. I was like, isn't it the morning now? It's 6 o'clock. Why would you just take me now? He's like, because we can't transfer it to anybody, but, unless there was a crime committed. I was like, there was a crime committed. Look at this. So he said, finally he agreed. So I threw my stuff in this cruiser, and I took the hell off from there. And I went and slept in the town for the next couple of days. And I called my friend. I was like, dude, that cabin. He's like, what? He's like, that cabin has something up there. He goes, what do you mean? I go, is there a Bigfoot up there? He goes, oh yeah. You met Greg? I'm like, Greg? Is that what you named him? He goes, oh yeah. There's a family up there. There's Greg, and then he started Susie, and then he named the little one Deb or whatever. I don't know. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I was like, he says, was that all? I was like, no. He's like, what? I was like, there was some black-eyed children there. And it just to be happened, I was in the middle of a restaurant, and a lot of people heard me say the black-eyed children were there. They all just looked at me like they had seen a ghost. And I'm like, are you playing with me? They're like,
I've seen them too. Oh my god, creepy.
and then like
Oh.
one of the ladies, she works with the ambulance, she comes up and she says, you know, you're lucky because a lot of people were missing from that, and they don't understand what's going on with that. And we thought it was an urban legend, but people started disappearing. He's like, you and like two other people are the only ones that ever were able to come back and tell the story. I go, well, what happened to the other two? They go, they're at the psychiatric hospital right now. And I thought, oh my. I was like, nope.
Why me?
And it's like, you must have, they said they must have wanted you. You must have really not, they must have really wanted you. He said, well, what did they do? And everybody in the restaurant was looking at me. You know those little diners, you know, where you see in the movies where, you know, they got the counter and there's people eating at the like little bar thing, and then there's little seats there like back in the 60s or something. Everybody was just looking at me when I'm telling the story, and I told them what happened. They all were like, oh my gosh, you're so lucky. And like, oh my God, you can't believe this. That's some bullshit. And they were like, you're effing lucky, you know, and this and that. And I'm like, and they go, what was this? I go, and I told them the place. It goes, well, that's on the other side of town. Now they're making their way over there. I said, apparently. And to this day, I will never forget those two little kids. Yes, it was a diner. It was like it looked like a 1960s diner that I was at. And it was silver, and we were sitting there, and it had like old-fashioned tables from the 60s and stuff. I don't know what they call it, but it was an old diner. It was out back in Wyoming area, so I was like, no, mm-mm.
Oh my god.
And to this day, I don't know if I see Makeup, but I know I see the black-eyed children.
Yeah, I've heard bad things about black-eyed children. Like, you even talk to them. Like, oh, don't even acknowledge them, nothing. Don't open that door. No.
It goes,
Well, my roommate had one when she was driving down the damn street, and she had other family with her.
yeah. So then, hold on one second, and then I went through town shopping, and a lady comes up to me. She goes, "Let me ask you a question." I said, "Yeah." She goes, "When you seen the black-eyed children, did they say that their mom's car was down the road?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "What the hell?" Because she said exactly what they said. So later on, every place I went, somebody was asking me about them, and they were saying different things and different experiences. They all had different experiences, but I had them all at one night. Every experience that they had is what I had that night. And I'm like, that is creepy. I mean, I heard screeching. It sounded like an evil witch laugh outside. It was hollering. There was screaming. It sounded like murder cries. There was handprints all over the windows. The door was ripped off. It sounded like somebody was kicking the walls and climbing up on the ceiling and the roof. It was so freaking crazy that I don't know what to make of it. It was like somebody was running on the roof, somebody was crawling up the side of the building. They were peering in the windows, and I don't even know, man. It was some kind of creep show. It was only something you'd see like in some kind of horror flick, because that's what it reminded me of. And I will never forget that.
The
Never, never.
guy, the guy who owned the house, was he creeped out by it?
He was creeped out, and he goes, "I think I'm going to sell it."
Yeah, good idea.
I was like, he goes, "Oh, well, what about your Bigfoot friends?" He goes, "Well, I guess I'll have to build another one on the other side of town. They can find me." He says, "But
Yeah,
I'm
that
not."
would be sad.
He didn't even want to go back up there. He said he never went back up there, and he sold it.
Wow.
But yeah, nobody. He said, and I think I talked to him for about a year ago. He said, and this is a couple, like about 8, 9, 10 years ago. And I talked to him a while ago, and he's like, "Yeah." I go, "Did you ever go back to that house?" He goes, "Hell no, bro." Because I sold that shit. Because I went into town and I sold it. I didn't set foot up in that area. He goes, "Well, they want to go up and show it off," but I said, "I ain't driving up there." He said, "Well, somebody go send the realtor up there to take pictures." I'm not taking pictures. He sent other people up there to fix it up and to sell it. He said he wasn't going up there again, ever. And he never did.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
People had experiences up at that place. But tell you what, that was the most creepiest night ever.
I can't believe you had to go through that alone. Eesh.
Oh, dude, that when you're hearing something run across the roof and scraping the windows, and
Oh dear.
Oh
creepy
my
little kids
God.
doing like this.
Oh no, no, no,
I
no, no.
can't imagine. Yeah, no, exactly.
And it had no eyes.
Yeah.
So now every time I watch movies, I can't watch movies with creepy kids in it anymore.
Yeah.
I can't watch creepy movies at all. That's just crazy.
I now have a fear of creepy little children.
God,
I'm
it
wondering what would
would.
happen if you shot one of them. Like, would they die?
I didn't even get a.
But
I,
like you, because they're kids, you probably would never even consider doing that, even though they're
I
demons
what to
and from
do?
hell.
I was so much in fear and shock.
I know, like you don't know what to do.
If something comes in at me, I don't care if it's outside. It comes in after me, I would have plugged it.
I hope
That's what
so.
I'm saying.
Yeah, like yeah, when you were sitting in that closet with the gun, like yeah, then definitely if somebody opened up that door, you shoot. It's freaking crazy. Eesh.
Yeah, my friend, they were driving late at night, and her sister, her mother were driving down the road, and there was a kid that was waving them off, and they stopped, and it wanted to have them drop them off at a barn. Well, then all of a sudden the kid about, oh God, about a mile down or so got out of the car and they could see the barn. The next day they went and they drove in that area. There was no barn. There was no nothing. And they kept asking her, "Are you okay? Where's your family? Where's your parents? Are you okay?" "No, I'm fine. I'm fine." I'm like, I can't believe you let that in your car.
There's also another urban
It's
legend that
creepy around here.
Oh my God, that's
So I
crazy.
got Bigfoot and yeah.
there was another urban legend that I
Holy
heard.
cow.
I didn't believe at one time. I went ghost hunting in Upper Maine, because I know Stephen King was there, and I just got done talking to Stephen King and getting an autograph from one of my books because I was a huge fan of his. My friend used to work with him, so we stayed up at this house. Me and her stayed up at this house, up in Maine, and she's like, "Hey, you want to go hiking?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So we went hiking in the woods, and she was from the area, I wasn't. And we got really far in the woods, and I don't know what happened, but she decided she was beside me, and then she wasn't beside me anymore. So I thought maybe she was pulling a prank on me. So I kept walking, and I didn't see her anywhere. And I'm like, Shelly, 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 where are you? She's nowhere. So I walked off the path, and I walked off the path about maybe 100 feet, and I'm yelling her name. I thought something, I don't know. I thought maybe she was hiding a prank or something. And I got to this thing. It was you know how like when you go to a hill and it's like this, like a dip in it? I went down in the dip and I went up on the dip. And this when I got back on the second part, I had to crawl up a little. There were stairways that just went up in like a stairway that was just in the middle of nowhere. There's just stairways, a staircase like that went nowhere. And I'm like,
Oh yeah, don't ever go up those staircases.
And I didn't know anything about it, so I started walking up the first two or three, and I'm like, I got this feeling like, no, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I backed away, and I'm like, Shelly, Shelly, and I heard, hey, off in the distance. So I started following the voice and back to her, and I'm like, dude, you've got to see this. She goes, see what? I'm like, there's a staircase. She looked at me, and her face turned white. She goes, we're not going that way. I don't want to see the staircase. We're going this way. I'm like, why? What's it with the staircase? She goes, you don't want to know. Just keep walking this way. Don't look back. Just keep walking. We got back to the house. She never told me what that was about. I've never found out what the staircase in the middle of the woods meant. But she said, nope. And lo and behold, somebody said it was. I asked somebody when I was in town, when we went into town, because she never told me. She would never tell me. So we went into town before I went to take the bus. I asked the guy who was sitting there to go, you ever heard of anything such as stairs in the middle of the woods? He looked at me and goes, it's an urban legend and you don't want to know. So he didn't tell me. And then my bus came in. I took the bus. I never found out what that meant. I don't know if
I saw a whole show on those staircases. They
Oh,
said
really?
there was like a whole show. Yeah, they said you can never walk up them. If you see a staircase going to nowhere in the woods, never step on them because they're like a portal, and I think I think you don't come back. Like, you walk up high enough and you disappear. And like people have walked up them and then like maybe a couple stairs and then or like only partial. I forget what happened, but I'm trying to remember now. I know that people who went up the stairs didn't disappeared, and then one kid only went up partially, and I think he like passed out on the stairs or he died on the stairs. Something happened, and so they always said it's just like when you see stairs in the woods, you never go up them, especially if there's like stairs to nowhere. That's
Wow, that is creepy in itself. Oh, whoa.
yeah,
I think
yeah,
I
it's
went up
very
three
scary.
of the
And there's
stairs.
tons of them. Like they showed them, they're all over the place. There's not just like one or two. There's like lots of them, all different.
Oh
And the
God, I'm
thing,
gonna have to look this up now.
these
Yeah.
stairs looked like they were made of marble. And I thought it was the prettiest staircase. And I'm like, why is this in the middle of the woods?
Ooh, they're trying to allure you.
I
Yep.
walked up three of them. And then as I hit the third stair, I'm like, nope, I'm not doing this.
Oh, good, good, good.
So then I
Thanks, thanks.
bolted
Are
and
you
I
trying
asked
to?
her, she said, what do they look like? And I said, there were stairs. She goes, no, I don't want to see, let's go.
Yeah, she knew something.
This
And
is some
I
Blair
never
Witch
knew.
crap.
I, ne- I never knew what that was about.
Yeah,
When
it's
that
pretty
movie
bad.
came out, I made my mom go and watch it. So I watched it like 3 times in the theater.
Oh God, I can't watch scary movies.
And The Sixth Sense in the same day, so I was kind of
Oh, I
screwed
can
up
watch
that
The
night.
Sixth Sense. Yeah, The Sixth Sense wasn't that bad. There was
So
some that really scared me, but that
I
one.
don't like
I
things
guess.
coming out from under the bed.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I used to have such a fear of
That
that.
part got me. I was like, oh no.
So
Yeah, yeah.
There's different kinds of scary, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's like the psychological scary that really gets you.
And why the hell my friend talked me into going and watching both movies at the same time? I don't know,
Wait.
but I was wide-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Oh, damn.
that's
Yeah,
a
some
thing
people
actually. That if you
are
go up
buggy.
these stairs and you go somewhere else, is that really a thing or?
Yes. I saw a whole big show on it. You gotta look it up. I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on.
I've never.
At the Madame Sherry Castle steps in New Hampshire.
I've
I was
never.
in Maine.
Oh no, I know you were talking about Maine. I just know there's one in New Hampshire that people always go to.
Well, I live in Maine, and what are you talking about? There's steps out here like that?
Yeah, it's an old house that was in the woods, and all that's left is like a staircase and like an archway under the stairs. It's in Chesterfield, New Hampshire, but people have walked
Oh,
on.
okay. Oh, New Hampshire, New Hampshire.
Oh,
Yeah, people have
I
walked
found.
on that too much, and you can't walk on it anymore because they destroyed it. So
I
Oh,
was
I'm
wondering
like,
if you
Kobe, stay
stairs in the
away.
middle of the woods.
I'm with you so far, sweetheart.
I know you're smarter than that.
I always wondered why the marble stairs were in the middle of the woods.
Although I might actually go hunt it down and look at it, so yeah, I'm kind of weird that way too.
They say there's some isolated stairs in the woods and national parks. So they're actually in national parks, those weird stairs.
People
yep,
go
there's some
missing all the
here in
time
the.
in national parks.
Yeah.
Yep, our
That's
local state
true.
forest has just stairs that go up a hill. It's like okay.
It
I mean,
says, I guess
this
it's,
staircase looked like it had about 50 stairs and it was leading right up into the sky.
Yeah, no way.
yeah, that's what they are. They're not even going upstairs, up hills. They have there's like no reason for them whatsoever. There's no hill, there's no nothing. They're just on like land, flat land, and then they just go up to the sky. It's very strange.
There was like 50 of them, and I'm like, I got to the third stair. I'm like, nope, this is a little weird for me. I'm getting some weird energy. I'm not doing this.
Oh
Yeah,
my
and
Who
goodness,
else is from
50.
New England?
it says some of these weird stairs and forests stand miles from the closest settlement without any logical reason for them to be there. They can differ widely in style, age, condition, and design. Often there is no clue as to why they are there, and their isolation only deepens the mystery. With some of the structures, it's as if someone built the steps and then simply left. Surely some of these staircases in the middle of nowhere have been a part of a town or building that has long since crumbled to the ground. However, some of them seem new, almost like someone had put them there yesterday.
Yeah,
The
that's what it looked like.
very, yeah, the very first stories that surfaced on Reddit opened the floodgates for more and more people to come forward with their own accounts of random stairs in the woods and parks.
Reddit. I don't know about
Yep.
Reddit.
But there's tons of pictures of these stairs, and it says, let's see, the staircase of missing time. Like there's all different stories now on, different
Are we
different
all from
staircases.
New England area or no?
I
I'm
was.
not. My aunt had a house in Maine, but I'm from Long Island.
Okay.
I'm originally from Massachusetts, but been living in Maine for the past 11 years.
I used to be in
Oh, beautiful.
Massachusetts all my life until I came down to this crap hole.
Where are you now?
In VA at this moment.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
In Virginia at this moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in
Lately, I'm down
Massachusetts.
here.
I was born in California, but I was transplanted here.
What area of Massachusetts you in, hun?
I'm in Pittsfield.
Okay, I know what that is.
Yeah, we've got the Pittsfield State Forest. That's where they've got those stairs. I'm sure there's lots of different stairs though, because there's like waterfalls and all sorts of hiking trails and Yeah, it's actually really nice when you go out there. Very peaceful. You just kind of have to watch out for the wildlife, that's for sure.
Oh, listen to this story. Another account of abandoned stairs in the forest and national park surfaced on Reddit. This report referenced a park ranger who was training another young rookie ranger in the intimate aspects of the job. The ranger told the rookie about his own experience when he and another man found a lone staircase in the woods. They thought it was weird. Nonetheless, the man climbed to the top and held out his hand to grab a branch of a tree, and at that moment something cut his hand off.
Oh my
Whatever caused this was a mystery. Nonetheless, the clean cut wound made him bleed profusely. Oddly, no one could find the hand. Oh my God, that's
What?
crazy.
Oh man. That makes me think of the
That
town I
is
used to live in.
wild. That's wild.
God.
So
The town I used to
crazy.
live in, Greenfield, Massachusetts, there's
I used to live
actually a
there.
park that we used to call the hand park because someone had actually been killed there and all they found was the hand first.
Oh
And
wow.
how I was saying I used to hang out in graveyards. Yeah, I'd hang out anywhere if I thought it was haunted.
I
Maybe a
And
think
it's
portal there.
I think that must be a prerequisite for all this stuff.
You know where I used to
I don't
live?
And
know.
what part of Massachusetts is that in, Hank?
Greenfield is up
Okay, I
near,
know where it is. I know where it is.
yeah, yeah,
You ever heard of Warren, Massachusetts?
yep. I'm very familiar because I grew up here, so.
That's where Satan Harvest was.
Yep, born and raised in Massachusetts.
I used to live down this. You ever heard that story about Satan's Harvest?
No, I haven't.
But the Warrens actually, Leanne Warren, the one with Annabella,
Oh,
Annabelle,
yes, yes, yes.
they went there. There was this
Warrens, I
guy.
love them.
Yeah, he
Edward,
Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, they went there back in
Rain.
yeah, they went to there and they wrote a book about it and it was called Satan's Harvest. But anyway, I lived down the street from this guy's farm. This guy, he would go to church and his eyes would bleed, or
Ooh.
you would go by his farm. You know them big colorful orbs that people put out in their yards,
Yep.
and it
Yeah.
takes like 2 or 3 people to lift it. This guy was lifting it like it was just a sack of potatoes, like it was easy as pie. This guy
Mm.
had,
Damn.
and they kept thinking that this guy must have been possessed or something because he soon passed on and they ended up leaving that place. Nobody went there. So we decided to do a ghost hunt in there, and I'm telling you, there was some bat crazy crap going on there. And then there was the lake up there in Warren that there's been a lot of missing people around that lake. So I don't ever want to go back to that town again. And that's where I went to school and stuff. There's a lot of crazy stuff that happened in that town that no one can account for. Even like there's nothing logical about it. It's like I don't know. It's dark. Certain parts of that town are really dark, and you could walk up. Like if you walked up to the water, you could feel something there, And it's like, I told my mom, I was like, I'm getting the hell out of here. This place is creepy. I'm not staying in this town any longer. So I moved to Gardner, Mass. And then I went to Fitchburg, Leominster, and all that area. But Warren is one of the most creepiest places I've been to, too. Because there's
Have a
some,
heavy, heavy feeling to it.
Warren's got some crazy things going on in that town. You should look up the town of Warren and look at what happened in it. There's a lot of evil stuff that happened in that town. It's really weird.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I'm
definitely going
close
to look it
to.
up.
Oh,
I know. I'm like, why do I know? I just feel like Warren is so familiar to me, but I just don't know why.
Well, the place you went and ghost hunted, like what happened there?
What? It's the guy's house?
Yeah.
We went to that guy's house, and me and my friends went up there, and we were all from Warren, so we went up there, and we wanted to know what was going on because the guy just only acted weird. And so we snuck out. We crossed the do not enter sign, so we went in his yard, and we were walking around, and we know there was no lights on in the house, and we didn't go in the house, but we couldn't get in because it was locked, and there's no lights on. So we stood in there was a field, and we sat in the middle of the field, and there was a circle. There was a ring of trees, and we sat in the middle. We lit the campfire, and we roasted marshmallows, eating hot dogs, and drinking some soda and stuff like that. And we were starting to, we were going to ghost hunt a little bit later. It was like 12 o'clock. So my friends had this thing, they wanted to wait until 3 o'clock. I don't know what it was with that, but they said it's a witching hour and all the spirits are out, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay. So we're sitting out there, and it hit about 2:30. We looked over at the house, and you could see lights were on in the house, and you could see like shadows appearing across the windows and walls. And he's like, my friend was like, why is there somebody walking in the house? I'm like, there's nobody there. I looked over and I seen shadows. There was light, like candle lights or something, or like electricity was on, and you could see shadows going through the rooms. And I'm like, that's really nuts. He's like, let's go look at it. So you go look at it. So he decides he's going to take his camera and look. So that left me with the two other people. There's four of us. So that left me with the two other people. And we're sitting there, and we could hear rustling in the woods. And we knew that we were the only one there. And you could hear like howling, and it wasn't like there was no wolves there. There was no coyotes or something. So we were hearing these weird noises coming from the woods, and it started coming in like blood-curdling screams and stuff like that. It was just weird. So then we decided, okay, let's all go look. So the three of us went start walking in the woods, and we started finding trails of liquid and weird things made out of wood hanging from trees. And I say, peace out. And my friend goes,
I'm done.
I was like, nope. He goes, I seen some, wood, some things that were made, from branches that were made into a design that reminded me of a movie. And I'm like, peace out. I know what this is. I'm not going. Nope. So I turned around and I started walking away, and then they followed me, and they go, yeah, if he's not going to the woods, we ain't going in the woods. So we stood, we waited for a friend to come back, and we decided to leave because there was some weird, crazy crap going on in those woods. And then in that house with like the shadows in the windows, and I don't know, but as we were going out, we're hearing this evil laugh. It was like evil laughter. You could just hear him, and it was really weird. It was creepy.
Yikes.
And we never went back there. I was like, but that's what happened there. It was, I don't know, man.
How about your friend who went up to it? Did he have anything experience?
The one that went to the house. He said all he could see was people. It looked like, he said they weren't people. There were shadows going, like they were on the walls, and he had filmed it at one time where the room was completely lit, but you could see shadows walking across the wall and on the ceiling. And I'm like, well, how'd he get on the ceiling? And he goes, I don't know. And then he took his camera and he pointed it in. There's nobody in the room, but you can see the shadows in the room. And I thought, well, that's really nuts. Let's get the hell out of here. So we left that, and that was an experience that I didn't want to live again. So I was like, nope, I'm not up in no dark entities. I'm out of here. And, when you have so many encounters like that, you feel like you absolutely start to know what dark really is when you see stuff like that and you feel it.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was one of the experiences I've never wanted to do again ever in my life.
Yeah, you know that you know that you know for sure.
Yeah, I've had many experiences over the 40 years. I've had paranormal. I've seen a bunch of paranormal stuff. I've had alien encounters. face to face in my dreams. I've had the premonitions, and after all that's said and done, when January 1st came around, I was like, you know what? I'm going to be in the light, and, anything that's dark, I'm just not going to go near because I don't need that energy. But,
Agreed.
and, the things that I've learned in the last couple months made me realize who I am meant to be and what I'm going to do, and that is spread the positivity and the light to everybody. And that is my main goal. So, and that made me into a better person because, like I said before, those experiences all of my life, and especially for the last 3 months, were a stepping stone in a learning experience and lessons. And the lessons that I learned makes me who I am. So no matter what we went through, Sherry, all those experiences that I've had in my life, and then that made me become a better person because the knowledge that person was spitting out, some of it was kind of great knowledge to learn, but at the end of the day, it was more of a lesson.
Yes.
And that was the lesson that I learned from that, to be that better person, to not, dwell in that negativity, not to, I don't have to, dwell and want somebody to tell me who I am. I don't need someone to tell me that. I don't need somebody else to empower
Founding it
me.
in your head or anything like that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't need to give my energy to somebody else because the energy that I have is mine and mine alone.
Or being
And
yelled in your face or any of that
I
kind of
don't
stuff, right?
need.
We're in a good place now.
Who yelled in
And
your face?
how you do not want to be treated and how you don't want to treat others either. You
Yeah,
know,
Right.
and like I said before, that going out and trying to seek people and try to help them is not going to. That's just not going to accomplish anything. And I think the best way to do it is to attract the light to you, like the fireflies. And then when they come close, you then when if they want to know the truth and they want to know the light, we then that's what we do as light workers. We tell them that,
And by
but
using the
and so
truth,
they'll plant the seeds, and we go back and we water it, and they'll grow into a nice tree and be fruitful.
yeah.
You don't have to look for, like I said multi times already over the few hours, even for the new people that are here, that I don't really need someone to be a channeler to tell me who I am or what I need to do. I don't need some space being telling me who I am. I don't need some entity, someone to call him a god or whatever. I don't need any of that. If I want to know the truth and I want to feel empowered, I would go look within myself and get that true wisdom that's within myself. And if I need the empowerment, I go to other spiritual people that we're equal with,
Yeah.
and we come together as a congregation or a collective or a hive, whatever you want to call it, because we want to have that puzzle piece where we can go into the fifth dimension and we can be the best we can be to see the objects that I've seen. If you've seen the universe and what I've seen when I was up in that ship, when I was in California, if you've seen what I've seen, and you would actually have a different perspective of things, I really wish that I could show people that, but there's no way I can. I can only help and guide us into that spiritual place that we need to be in.
And
And
I've definitely found that different perspective as well.
and we all
Yep.
learn, and we all have that little darkness that resides within inside of us, and that little darkness that does reside in all of us, it helps us relate to other humans, because if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have that balance, and we need that balance between the good and the bad, Because if we were pure light, we wouldn't be able to talk to the darkness that's inside of each one of the humans that are not in the spiritual world and spiritual realm. So, and that's how we are as humans. We all were made for one reason, and that was to learn. And so, when someone that's light that experienced the darkness, they could say, "Hey, this is. Why don't you look at it from the positive point? Don't look at it from the negative, and that'll bring you up into the higher vibration and frequency that you need." And that's how I've been looking at that. That the only one that's going to really empower you is you, and you alone. You can unlock that power within inside of you. You can do that through the meditation. You can do that by going outside, looking at Mother Gaia, putting your hand in the dirt. You can wash off that dirt if you need to. You can swim in the water. You can touch the trees. When I went outside the other day before I made my video, I touched the tree. I could feel every emotion at once. That right there, I knew what my purpose was. And that was to spread my love, my dragon love, and my energy to help everybody else. Because it's pretty boring. And like I said before, that I felt that when I was in a certain area a couple months ago, I felt that I had to lower I feel like I lowered my vibration to understand them. But in reality, I allowed that to happen because I wanted to experience the human experience, to learn how they think and how people work. And for that, and it is kind of my fault because I allowed it to happen. But at the end of the day, it was a learning experience,
I know, but you know what?
And
You were my hero, and you
oh,
were there for me,
Aw.
and we were there for each other, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
but in
You
all,
protected me. You did protect me from that certain person.
everybody's true hero is within inside each one of you. Each one of you is
Yeah.
that hero. I'm just being a normal person.
But when you had to get something under control and you showed that person somewhere like in the bathroom, you were my hero.
Aw, that's wonderful.
And I haven't been able to really thank you for that, and I really do.
And we're all special and we're all unique, and that's what makes us human. Because we each have a different shape. We all shine differently. We all have that different light, and when we work together in the love and light, we can become that greater puzzle to ascend. And that's the major thing we need to do is we need to ascend, and we need to
We need to send the planet.
positive. And all
Yeah.
these negative things that happen, you don't need to dwell on that. Just
Yeah.
look at it and say, hey, well, it happened. Let's look at the positive in that. And when you do that, you become the greater person that you really are.
Changes your life. It really does.
Yeah, it'll
I can
change your life
attest to that.
for the better.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like in the Bible said, we all fall short of the glory of God. And we all do. And that's what we are. We have to maintain that balance. We all need that balance. You can't have one without the other. Because if you had complete darkness, you're never going to experience the light. If you had complete light, you're not going to experience the darkness. And we all know that God didn't want a perfect being, because if he would have wanted a perfect being, he would have went into the synagogues and pulled the people out to be his disciples. No, he didn't. He went into the lowest of low, and he pulled out a tax collector and all these kind of people that were doing sinful things. He pulled them up.
The kind of people we were running into daily right there where we were.
Yeah, and he did that to show that he could take every common person, that any person that sinned, and he could change and alter their lives for the better. And those people right there will be the most loyal and will show a lot more light than the ones that are already there. And I think that's what we need to do. I mean,
Well, think about that guy that we helped that day. He
yeah.
had ill intentions and he said so.
And he knew. He looked at me and he said, "He's like, thank you."
And he heard me.
He heard
I'll
me.
never
Yeah,
forget that.
he heard us in his head.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody knows, we had a shady guy that was around us in the, I want to call it a hotel, but I don't know what it was. Anyway, this guy, me and Brim were standing over at the side, we were having a cigarette, and I'm looking at this guy, and he's walking sideways, and he was really stiff. And my spidey senses were up, and so was his.
And I said, "He's packing."
Yep, he definitely was. And we went back into the room to get away, but we were watching what was going on because we were really thinking he was going to be doing something. And I had looked at him when we were standing over having a cigarette, and I said in my head, "You don't want to do this. You don't know who you're messing with. You do not want to do this."
And I looked over at him and go,
Hmm.
"Don't do it, brother. Don't
Yep,
do it.
Oh, wow.
It's not going to end well."
right. And we went back in, and then some idiot went out and started talking to him. And then we saw things were kind of calmed down, and then we both went out there. And that guy looked at me. "I believe I heard everything you said." He
Wow.
heard every word I said to him inside his head.
And
Wow.
then
Cool.
he looked at
Every
me.
word.
He's like, "You knew what I was going to do."
Yep,
He's like, "I heard you too."
yep.
Wow.
He says, "I want to thank you both because you guys changed my life."
Yeah, it was telepathy, total telepathy. And he was wigging out, and he's like, "I'm gonna change my life. Oh my." And then he admitted he not only had a gun, but he had a knife.
Ah.
He was going to rob us.
Oh my
He was
gosh.
casing us out.
Watch the words pew pew
Oh,
and
I got it. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, yeah. He
Mhm.
Yeah.
admitted it to us.
Yeah.
And then we
And
had a nice long conversation because he had tried to often, how do you say, unalive himself.
Oh my gosh.
And he then cut across his artery in his neck, and he
Ew.
survived.
And I told him, I said, that's not the way to do it because you're still meant to be here. And, I kind of gave him a preaching lecture.
Yep.
And, and hopefully that our words helped him. I think they did. But when it's like,
It's
the first
okay.
time I could feel the darkness, but then after we started talking to him, it seemed like the cloud in his eyes went away.
Right. Yep. You did.
And he was like
What are you
more
wearing?
aware. And he was like, "I know that was pretty foolish of me," and this and that. And he was, it was just crazy that.
He kept coming back, and I was talking to him. Remember, he kept coming back. And I think he kept other people from messing with us too, because he kept hanging around, and I was watching him and
And then he
everything.
started
And
telling us what other people were doing.
yep.
hey Sherry, Bigfoot back. You heard the dog wigging out.
I'm not going to look. I don't know why he's.
I'm just teasing.
I know, right? Yeah, so that was an amazing experience, and we were supposed to be there at that moment for him, I think.
Yeah, and I think that if everything happens for a reason, and it causes the ripple effect, and I think that was probably one of our main reasons for being there at that time, because
Right.
what we had to go through
And
to
learned a
help
new
someone
gift.
like him. Maybe that was the whole reason for us being there.
Wow. Yeah, could be. He might have
Exactly.
something important to do in this life, And he
Well,
was,
I told him that he's going to touch other people and he's going to straighten out and he's going to be able to touch people that we can't even touch.
and he's telepathic, so he probably has other gifts.
Maybe.
Well, she's able to
I
hear.
certainly was shocked that that happened, and I was like, "Ooh, I got a new gift." Oh, another time. Oh my God, birds! Remember the birds? There was another shady guy, and he was looking over at me, and I was out there by myself, and I was smoking a cigarette, and we had crows all around all the time, and
Oh, wow.
these three crows landed on the ground and started chasing this guy.
No way. They were protecting you.
And I was cracking up. I was like, "Oh my God."
Oh
I'm
man,
like,
that's fun.
even the birds can hear me.
Oh yeah, I bet they did.
My goodness.
And okay, so then I'm also walking down the street, and I was really kind of upset at the time and everything, and there was this Hispanic guy, and he looked kind of shady himself and everything, and I looked over at him, and he went from the sidewalk into the street about 20 feet away, and then came back to the sidewalk on down the line.
What do you mean? He came towards you and then
I was like, "Ooh, my energy went that far."
Hey, let's just say that you see
Yeah.
this right here? This was given to me by somebody, right?
Yep.
And I said, I really wish I had a necklace that would go with this.
Mhm.
And what did I find?
Oh wow. You found that necklace?
Yep,
Mhm.
Oh,
right where I asked too.
oh my gosh.
3 days later, it was sitting right on the ground, right where I was asking for it.
Oh wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so there were weird things like that was happening too. So I mean,
Yeah, cause
the
that's cool.
experience, oh, I can't compare that to anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
We're
good.
each other's witnesses. That stuff was really happening.
Oh,
Yeah, but that was all within yourselves.
Exactly.
All along. It had nothing to do with anybody but your
Without
own
somebody
power.
telling us it was our ego if you're helping somebody. Like there was this
That
other
was
guy
all your
that I
own
was by
magic within
myself.
you.
I was by myself and this guy, and it was really cold outside, and he took his shoes off and he left them on the curb, and he was in his bare feet. And I'm looking at him, and I grabbed his shoes and took him back over to him, and I made him put his shoes back on. I'm like, "You're gonna get frostbite. It's so damn cold. What are you
why did
doing?"
you do that?
So yeah, there were a lot of instances that were interesting.
And
Wait,
there was
But
another
I
time,
got told I was in my ego because I was helping somebody, but you're not really helping them.
here's
oh,
You're
another
using your
time where
ego. I'm going, no.
I was kicked out of the room and I had to go and get the other room. And I was waiting for people to see, and I was having lives to see if people could help me. But I couldn't get anybody to help me, and I couldn't get no funds, and I had to stay on the street this day. See, I never said anything about this one either. Um, so I don't know why I was walking. I was like, well, crap. I've got to be out in 2 hours, and I have to be out of the room at 11:30. So what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So I'm
Mm.
walking down the street, and I was like, well, I can't get a hold of Sherry because she's out in La La Land somewhere, and I
I
can't go
had no
back to
idea
the
where I
other two.
was.
I can't go back to the other two because, I am forbidden to go there. So while I'm walking down the street, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, I gotta come up with $100. Where am I gonna get this money? I need at least $20 for food and 75 for the room. What am I gonna do? And I'm not kidding you. I got past this tall building, this tall white building that was like 3 buildings away, and this lady comes
Right
out,
past.
and she comes out and she goes, "Hello," and I'm like, "Hi." She goes, "Oh, I'm sorry I bumped into you." I'm like, "Oh, that's no problem." She goes, "You know what?" She goes, "Hold on a minute." She gives in a purse and she hands me $100 bill. And I said, well, thank you. I looked at the money and I was like, well, thank you. I turn around and she's gone.
whoa. Maybe she
Well,
was
that's
thinking
better than what I had, damn it. I was
And
walking around for 3 days in the rain,
oh,
cold and frozen. I didn't think I was going to survive it.
oh
And
my
this younger guy comes up to me at a bus stop, and he just wouldn't leave me alone, and we were cracking up and he was cracking jokes and he wouldn't go away, and then he's like, you look really, really cold and I can tell you can't really walk really well. Come with me this way. So I ended up going into a room with his sister, and lo and behold, his sister was a prostitute, and
Right.
her John
Oh
was in
yeah.
the room there with me, and they let me go freshen up in their room and get warm and everything. And they were the ones that took me to the shelter. We called all over the place because none of the shelters were accepting anybody.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
And he finally found me one and took me there and gave me 2 packs of smokes, and I was in the right place. They begged them to accept me, and the first night I had to lay out and where the kitchen and the where people would go out and eat and everything. I had a little mat that I can lay down on and everything. But
Oh,
then a bed opened up, thank God, the next day, and I had my own bed,
wow.
and yeah, that's what happened with me.
That's
And then
just
I wasn't in contact with anybody, and nobody knew where I was. And God, what was it, a week later that you called me?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was stuck. And
And I
here's the,
was trying to get you to come over to the shelter with me.
I was stuck in an airport for 3 days, and for those 3 days,
I
I
had a
didn't.
4-day trip on a bus.
I couldn't. We couldn't get to the place I want. There was 4 places I was trying to go, but I couldn't go because one was too high. The plane couldn't get there, and then the other one the plane couldn't get there. So I'm like, well, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna sit here. I have enough food and this and that. So I went. I went up and I was like, well, I got about $5, so I ordered a bag of chips and a soda, and from this one of the airport restaurants, and I was sitting there eating it, and this guy, he came over. He's like, I felt I had to give you this. He hands me a huge hamburger, like this big, with
Oh,
fries.
nice.
And I thought to myself, wow, this is. And I was like, there is good in the world, and maybe, you know, maybe I need to change certain things. And so ever since then, I've been more, more assertive in looking at people that might need help and stuff like that. And, it's an equivalent exchange, and that's when I looked at this tattoo, and I thought equivalent exchange. Whatever I'm putting into the universe, I'm going to get back whenever the universe decides I need it. And that's what happened. And that's how I look at things nowadays. I don't look for, a material item. I don't look for anything to pay me back. I'm just doing it because it's coming out of my heart of pure love and pure unconditional love with that energy that I have. And, and it feels great to help somebody when they need it and be there when no one else is.
Yep.
And the
definitely.
universal guide me, and that's how I've been for the last month or so, that I'm going with the flow of the universe. Wherever it takes me, it takes me.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, neighbor, when you said that you were helping people and they said it was your ego, the heck is that?
Yeah, I had that one thrown in my face.
What? That makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
So you're not supposed to help people?
Well, and that's absolute nonsense as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
And I've
we
always
need to
been
help
that
each
way. I've
other in this
always
world.
helped other people. I've bought people groceries at a store.
Yeah,
I
so am
mean, and
I.
that was even years ago when I still had my mom and everything. And my neighbor Louise, I grew up around her. She was as old as my mom. And I would go to a store, and this poor lady couldn't pay for all of her groceries, so I helped her pay for her groceries.
That's not such a
And I
nice
remember
person.
Louise is going, "Why did you do that?" I said, "Because I could be in that situation later on down the road. You never know." And little did I know I was going to end up the way I have.
Yeah.
But I've always been that way, and medicals and doing CPR. I had a medical at, oh my God, they didn't have anybody at the shelter that was CPR certified.
Wow, you did
And a
that when
lady
you
fell
were.
out, and I helped her there, and they brought the paramedics, and she went, and she was gone for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And then on the bus too, some of the ladies that kind of stuck with me through my travels, which Hopi was one of them. One of the ladies had a problem on the bus, and we got her to our drop off, and they had the paramedics waiting for her right there. So I'm kind of where I'm supposed to be when I'm supposed to be there.
Yeah,
You know, and,
definitely.
and in the past, car wrecks would happen, and I know first aid, CPR. I feel responsible, so I would go and help. My ex-husband used to get angry at me about that. I've just always been that way. And I'm not going to change my ways, ever. And I'm
Oh,
not going to let anybody tell me it's my ego. No, it's
oh,
me.
that's
It
ridiculous.
is.
No, you don't let anybody think anything other than who you really are.
Yep. And
And
they were trying to drill that in my head, and it didn't work.
When
I'm
is it your ego
59.
to want to help people? I
the
never heard of
coolest
such a
thing
silly thing.
that I experienced when I was there is I haven't said anything about this one either. This was a very
Was I still there or gone?
that I was on a plane heading to from California to someplace I can't say, and I sat down in my seat and I noticed there was this teenager beside me and she was wearing the bags to breathe. She was a child going to this place to get some surgeries and stuff. And I was sitting there, she's sitting beside me, and she was talking, and she's like, oh, she goes, nobody loves me, and she's talking about, how if God was there, he wouldn't have allowed her this to happen to her, and this and that. And I started telling her, I was like, with a loving heart, I started telling her, and talking to her about spiritual things. And by the end of it, by the end of that 8-hour flight, she she said I fell asleep, after talking, because she was eating her orange. She was drinking orange juice and eating pretzels, and I happened to fall asleep. And then she woke me up. She shook me. She goes, "Excuse me." I'm like, "Yes." She goes, "Do you think that spirit or God or even the universe cares about me?" I'm like, "Yes, they do." I said, "You would just have to ask if you believe in whatever to come into your life." She goes, "I believe there's a God." I go, "Well, what you need to do is you close your eyes and you ask Jesus into your life. And then you'll be filled with the spirit of light if you're doing it with a true heart." And that right there, when I did that, you could see that the change in the color in her face had changed. And then she bowed her head and she says, "I asked Jesus into my life, and I would like to live a spiritual life, and I know that I'm loved and cared for, and this and that." And she went into this whole, like, 20-minute prayer. And I sat there, I was like, "Whoa, the strength in this child is impeccable and amazing." And then when she rose her head, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She was so happy and so different. And she goes, "You know, if you didn't talk to me, I probably would have just pulled this mask off my face."
Oh.
And she goes, "You saved my life. Thank you." And that right there told me that was another thing. That was like the final straw on that plane where I was like,
You were where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, definitely.
everything happened for a reason. And I think that's where I came to realize that the whole experience was a stepping stone and I'm meant for greater things.
Yep.
And
Mm.
and then I started thinking back
You see
to,
that light come through.
I started thinking back to the thing with Sherry happened to her in the room. I started thinking about the guy we had talked to and all of the other experiences and then the little girl, and I thought to myself, if I didn't take this adventure, I never would have helped these people. Maybe
Yep.
that is what I needed to do, to come to realize that it's not such a small world after all, and you don't need to help the people. You're not just people around you. You're there to help the people around the world. And what would be the best way to do it? Speaking on here
Yeah.
and helping people. And that's why when people said, you haven't changed, I'm like, you have no idea.
Oh, yes, you have.
You've seen
I've
the
watched it.
experiences that I've had, and you've heard me then over the last 2 months or a month and a half or whatever it's been. It's been one consistent roller coaster of emotions with very high, very high loving emotions. It's been a roller coaster with,
And it's been so quick.
yeah.
Like
And
a
I
blink of
know
an eye.
that everything happened, that it was like if me and you didn't take that adventure, we wouldn't have helped those people. And to me, we're not supposed to just help the ones around us. We're there to help the entire world.
I have 3 people from the shelter that still call me.
Oh wow.
When you come to
Yep.
that realization, is the needs of the many exceed the needs of the few.
Well,
And you're thinking, huh,
yeah. And one of the guys that I helped, that I was talking with, he finally got a hold of his daughter after so many years, and they're now talking with each other.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you guys ever see the movie It's a Wonderful Life?
no.
I have. It's a beautiful movie.
Yes, and it's all about this man who was going to kill himself. Oh, sorry. To
No.
unalive himself. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
yeah, yeah.
And he ends up, an angel saves him, and he shows him what his life, what his life would, what, no, he shows him what the world would be like if he had never lived. The angel shows him that. And I always think about that. I wonder what the world would be like if I never lived. Like I always wonder about that, like all the little things that you do through your whole life, how you affect other people's lives. And
Yeah.
it's a snowball effect. Even just a smile can change somebody's whole course of their whole day.
It's so true. And the feeling that I got there, it was so heavy in California. It's dark there. There's a lot of loss of hope, and you just feel it. I was overwhelmed with it.
Wow.
And it was incredible to, it's true. You need to have contact with people. The smile, shake a hand, go, hey, are you okay today? Do you need a hug?
Yeah.
It goes so far, guys. I mean,
Yep.
and we can do that in our daily lives everywhere we go. Acknowledge, sometimes they just want to be acknowledged that they're there, that they're not invisible.
Yeah. So
And a
And
lot of
true.
that's a huge thing.
Absolutely, Sherry. Absolutely.
It's a
and a lot of
huge
us feel
thing, and it's
invisible.
happening everywhere.
Yeah.
A lot of us feel
So,
invisible that we're not part of something that, or they're lonely, even when there's people around. they still feel lonely because they don't have that connection with somebody.
Sometimes it's the loneliest, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I had felt that way. I experienced how that felt. And I've watched and I've seen and I've listened to how many different stories of why this person ended up in this position or why this person acts the way they do within the whole homeless community, because you got a whole nother level of things that happen within the homeless community because of the things they've gone through. And you kind of peel it away like an onion.
Yeah.
And it's a big thing. And a lot of them, they just want to be acknowledged that they're human
Yes.
and that they're here and that they matter.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing right there.
That's so true.
So, yeah, if you pass by somebody, give them a smile. It's like people are shocked if you just even smile at them,
So true.
you know? So just take that, you know, in your daily walk, in your daily life, and carry that forward.
Yep.
That's the biggest thing, and that's what everything means to
So true.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason why we're here is to learn and share what we have for each other and to empower each other. And
me. And
that's why I've
inspire
been
each other.
just 8 o'clock last night. I've been on empowering and spreading my love and all of our love to everybody out there.
Yep. And you know, every minute that we've been on here, it's mattered.
And that proves
You
that
know, there,
everybody
people need
matters.
to hear certain things. So there's a reason for that too.
And yeah, everybody does matter, and that's the point I'm trying to make, that every person matters, not just a selective few, not just a
To be
group
made
of people, but
special, to
yeah.
be feel like you're special and you do this, you do that, blah blah blah. That's a bunch of chatter right there.
I mean, we're all equal, and
Hmm.
we all have our own experiences, and that's what we do. We sit there, and when one of us fall, another spiritual person should be there to help them and guide them and support them and show them, this is what happened and this is what you should do. And then it's your choice to take that path and that information and give it to you. And it's your choice to take it, use it, if it resonates with you. If not, then it's your path, your journey. You know? You can only do so much.
Yeah, make every day count, you know? Make every day count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna say goodnight. I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, and my battery's
Good
trying to
morning.
go.
All right.
Look at my battery's at 33% and it's 3:33 where I am.
Oh my gosh. So
I couldn't
funny.
make that up.
Right now, anyway, because I've been up since 8 o'clock this morning. I mean, 8 o'clock last night. We've been on this live. It's been a great live. I'm probably gonna do another one. Probably Saturday.
I was gonna say Saturday would be a good day.
Yay.
Thank you, Brim, for bringing back the show.
No problem. I'm just here to spread the love, and it's not just my show; it's your show too.
And thanks
And
to
That's
all of you
right.
guys.
we're all the stars. We're all equal. We're all the stars.
Yep.
And
Thank you for having me.
it
Well,
was a beautiful.
absolutely. You're always welcome. You
Yeah,
know that
definitely. It was
we
great
Well,
have a
chatting with
good
you
group of
all.
people right here.
and when
And I'm following you now.
when I do another one, I'll put out another video. So if you want to catch that video, you're gonna have to add. I'm probably at
Oh,
my
by
limit.
the way, that
Huh?
video you put out was beautiful. I just want to let you know that. It was amazing.
I don't know which one anymore. I've been pushing videos out left and right. I get confused on which one's in there. I
Well,
know
just
that
keep it
I
up.
had one because they messed it up, but it was great having you all here. Hopefully I'll see you Saturday. It all depends on how the world decides to make me go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let
And
us know.
Have a great night,
Love you,
everybody.
everybody. Love, 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 love.
Bye,
if anybody
Hopi.
wants
Bye,
to
Kit
see this
Kat. Bye,
show,
Jessica, and whoever
Bye,
else is in
everybody.
here.
if anybody wants to see the show, I'm gonna post it on YouTube when I can. So it'll be up on YouTube. This is gonna be a long one. I don't know how long
Hey,
it's
it's
gonna take
great.
to download it. But this is the largest. This has been the longest one I think I've had
I think you're right.
because I think,
Yeah, it is. It's the longest, Brim.
and it's been a great show.
Sure
And
I didn't
has.
mind staying up for this
and look at the
one.
numbers. We're sitting at 25 people with 25,000 likes. An even thing. What more can you ask for? And, and when you got 5, 5 and 2 equals 7. There you go. There's my numbers right there. 77.
Yep.
So what more can you ask for?
Not much, you know?
Well, I'm
Yeah.
gonna go have another cigarette and I'm gonna try to go to bed. We'll see if it works.
Well, I don't know. I'm probably not going to be able to go to sleep because I got to do things in about a few hours.
Oh, yeah, I hate that.
Yep.
Might as well just stay up.
Right? I'll probably get out of my
I've
dragon.
been there and done that many times.
I don't want to mess up my dragon shirt since I got a whole fleet of them now. Well, it was awesome that you guys were here to watch the new dragon show here. See you Saturday when I post a video, and you'll see
Okay,
it.
let us know.
Y'all
Bye,
have a
guys.
good night.
Sweet dreams, y'all.
Y'all have a good night and blessed be.